Monday, January 1st, 1945. For both Germany and Japan, the outcome of the year 1944 has been catastrophic. Hitler's secret weapons have not had the desired effect, and they are proving inconsequential in the development of the war. On the Western Front, the Luftwaffe commands launch Operation Bodenplatte. Their goal is to attain air superiority in the Battle of the Ardennes and allow the Wehrmacht and Waffen-SS armies to secure their progress. Over 1,000 German fighter planes and bombers attacked the Allied airfields in Belgium and the southern Netherlands. They managed to destroy 156 Allied aircraft, but their losses are significantly superior. They will represent the last major German air operation. On the Eastern Front, from Klaipeda on the Baltic Sea to Balaton in Hungary, 3 million German soldiers are facing a 6 million strong Soviet force. Hitler is aware of the unevenness of the situation. The 2nd and 4th Soviet-Ukrainian fronts strike the German Army Group Center in Czechoslovakia. In the area under Nazi occupation are the last industrial assets they control outside of Germany. In Budapest, Hungary, the Red Army takes a train station on the eastern side of the city while the street fighting goes on. In Burma, on the railroad connecting it to Thailand, Allied aviation carries out a raid against the railway center of Nong Pladuk, targeting Japanese oil trains. Tuesday, January 2nd. On the Western Front, in the Battle of the Ardennes, General Patton's Third Army marches eastwards and liberates the Belgian towns of Saint-Champ, Bonnerouge, Houbermont, and Remagne. In view of the Allied advance, General Hasso van Manteuffel, head of the 5th Panzer Army, requests Marshal Model to authorize the withdrawal from the Bastogne region in order to regroup in the Houffalize area. Even though Model is in favor of this move, Hitler rejects it. In Alsace, France, 8 SS divisions commanded by Heinrich Himmler launch a diversion maneuver towards the part of the front that has been left undefended in the wake of Patton's advance to the north. Eisenhower orders General Jacob L. Devers to evacuate the zone and to deploy General Delatre's men on the left bank of the Vosges Mountains. Admiral Bertram Ramsay, commander of the Allied naval forces, the man who had ordered the evacuation of Dunkirk in 1940, dies in a plane crash near Paris while on his way to a meeting with Marshal Montgomery. On the Eastern Front, the Russians and the partisans outnumber the German armies. A Red Army offensive is expected, and the forces of the Reich are trying to make the most of the remaining time. The 3rd Totenkopf and 5th Viking Panzer Divisions stage a counterattack with the aim of breaking the Soviet siege of Budapest. In the Pacific Theater, in the East Carolines, Marines from the 81st U.S. Infantry Division land on Face Island. Wednesday, January 3rd. On the Western Front, the 1st U.S. Army launches an offensive from the north of Houffalize, while the 3rd Army does so from the south. In Alsace, the fierce fighting continues while the Allies pull back to the Maginot Line. The battle is reaching Strasbourg, and from Versailles, General de Gaulle, with Churchill's support, convinces General Eisenhower to send the 1st French Army to defend the city and stop the Germans from recovering it at any cost. Strasbourg will be our Stalingrad, the French leader says. On the Eastern Front, bloody clashes take place southeast of the Slovak town of Komarno, on the Hungarian border. At the same time, the German troops are trying to break the Soviet encirclement on Budapest. In Burma, the Allies land on the northeast of Akyab Island in the Arakan sector. The men of the 53rd Japanese Infantry Division put up little resistance. In the Pacific, American planes strike the Japanese fleet in Taiwan and the Ryukyu Islands. Despite the unfavorable weather conditions, the American pilots sink 12 ships, damage another 28, and manage to shoot down over 100 enemy aircraft. In the Philippines, off the coast of Luzon Island, the American carrier Omani Bay is sunk in a kamikaze attack. In the course of the offensive, which lasts several days, the Japanese suicide pilots hit the cruiser Australia, the carrier Manila Bay, the battleship California, and the New Mexico. For the first time, a Sikorsky R-4 helicopter is used to transport spare parts and to evacuate the wounded. Thursday, January 4th. On the Western Front, in the Ardennes, Hitler orders General Hasso von Manteuffel and the 5th Panzer Army to attempt a final attack on Bastogne, which ends up being a failure. Patton's 3rd Army is holding its ground in the surroundings of Pirompre. The men of the 2nd British Army launch an offensive on the western bank of the Orth River, a tributary of the Meuse. In Alsace, German troops recover Wissembourg in the lower Rhine. For its part, the 7th U.S. Army is preparing an assault on enemy lines in the Biche sector. Hitler authorizes the transfer of Joseph Sepp Dietrich's 6th SS Panzer Army from the volcanic Eifel region in Germany to the Eastern Front, where a major Soviet offensive is expected. British bombers strike enemy targets in the coastal town of Royan in the Pitot-Charentes region in the west of France. Most of the town is destroyed and hundreds of civilians are killed. The German garrison does not surrender. In Washington, the government makes public the casualties suffered in the war up to December 21, 1944. 135,323 soldiers have died, 362,824 have been wounded, 75,844 have disappeared, and 64,148 have been taken prisoner. In the Pacific, in the Philippines, American aircraft raid the Clark Airdrome north of Manila on Luzon Island. The Japanese continue launching kamikaze attacks against the ships of the 7th Fleet. Friday, January 5th. On the Eastern Front, the Soviet government recognizes the pro-communist Lublin Committee as the provisional government of Poland. At the same time, Britain and the United States declare that the legitimate Polish government is the one exiled in London. Churchill sends Stalin a telegram expressing his displeasure with the decision, forwarding a copy of the message to President Roosevelt, who responds by warning the Prime Minister that Russia is key to Germany's defeat and that they must keep supporting it. In Greece, following the late December agreements, the communist forces abandoned Athens. General Alexander, along with representatives from the British government, arrives at the Greek capital to meet with the new government and the communist leaders. On the Western Front, Supreme Commander Dwight Eisenhower announces the reshuffling of Allied commands in the Ardennes theater. Marshal Montgomery will be put in charge of the northern sector, while General Bradley will be responsible for the southern sector. Meanwhile, General Patton's 3rd Army focuses on maintaining its defensive lines. For his part, Marshal Model is forced to transfer 2 armored divisions from the area to support the besieged 6th Panzer Army. The march of the 1st U.S. Army to Berjeval continues. In the Pacific, in the Philippines, the large American fleet based on Luzon Island keeps suffering relentless kamikaze attacks. On Mindoro Island, Philippine guerrillas led by American officers take several towns. Saturday, January 6th. On the Western Front, the retreat of Joseph Dietrich's 6th Panzer Army renders the situation on the German forces critical in the Ardennes. The Reich will not recover Bastogne. In view of the situation, Marshal von Rundstedt sends a report to the OKW advising the withdrawal of the armies deployed on the northern banks of the Rhine, but Hitler refuses. In Alsace, the U.S. Sixth Corps continues reducing the German pocket at Biche. On the Eastern Front, Marshal Tito's troops reached the Austrian border for the first time. In Budapest, Hungary, after the German failure to break the Soviet siege on the city, the Wehrmacht heads towards Esztergom, a key position 50 kilometers or 31 miles northeast of the capital. Winston Churchill demands that Stalin begin his winter offensive in order to remove some pressure from the Western Front. In Washington, chemist James B. Conant, president of Harvard University and member of the National Defense Research Committee, and one of the scientists selected by President Roosevelt to head the Manhattan Project, informs him that the atomic bomb will be available this year. In the Pacific, in the Philippines, bloody Japanese suicide attacks against the American fleet take place in the Gulf of Lingayen. Several ships are sunk. Out of the 150 Japanese planes defending Luzon Island just a week ago, only 37 remained. Sunday, January 7th. On the Western Front, the Allied forces regain the initiative in the Battle of the Ardennes once and for all. Allied aircraft carpet-bomb German positions, while the 1st U.S. Army advances over the road linking Roche-en-Ardennes with Salm-Chateau, the last objective before Houffalize. Further north, the Americans liberate Dochamps. In the north of Alsace, the Germans launch Operation Nordwind, an offensive on Strasbourg from the pocket of Colmar. The 6th SS Mountain Division Nord is sent in through the breach opened up. Used to fighting in the snow, the detachment needs to be relieved or reinforced to keep up the advance and to consolidate the recovered positions. But Hitler does not authorize the transfer of fresh troops from the Army Group Oberhain. General Patch decides to send the 103rd Infantry Division to relieve the exhausted soldiers and stabilize the front. The French troops defending the sector suffer losses, but manage to hold their ground south of Strasbourg. North of the city, violent clashes take place near the Hegensau Forest and south of Wissembourg, where the Germans are threatening the Maginot Line. On the Eastern Front, the Wehrmacht, in its efforts to break through the Soviet siege, captures Esztergom, northeast of the Hungarian capital. Stalin informs Churchill that he expects to launch the offensive in the second half of January. In the Pacific, in the Philippines, American troops land on Luzon Island in the Bay of Lingayen under heavy artillery fire. In the waters of the Bay of Manila, 4 American destroyers, the Shaw, the Brain, the Russell, and the Charles Osborne, sink the Japanese destroyer Hinoki. Monday, January 8th. On the Western Front in France, the 7th U.S. Army is forced to repel an enemy counterattack near Rimling in the Moselle department of Lorraine, which has been taken over by the Germans. South of Strasbourg, the superiority of German armored units hold off counterattacks by Allied tanks. However, the well-equipped 1st French Army is defending the city with tenacity. Hitler is coming to terms with the reality of the situation in the Ardennes and authorizes the retreats to avoid the encirclement of his men. General Manteufel's troops are ordered to pull back to the west of Houffalize. The Führer's strategy is to keep the 5th Panzer Army in the vanguard to repel any Allied attacks, while the 6th Army pulls back to be held in reserve. Patton's troops take Flamieres. Allied bombers strike Linz and Salzburg in Austria and Frankfurt in Germany. On the Eastern Front, the Red Army assaults the last German pockets of resistance in Budapest, even though the total surrender of the capital will not take place until February 13th. In Burma, the British reach Schwebo, 90 kilometers or 55 miles northeast of Mandalay. In the Pacific Theater, in the Philippines, the Americans renew their attacks on Japanese positions on Luzon Island. The heavy cruiser Australia undergoes a kamikaze attack for the 2nd time. American flying ace Thomas B. Maguire, who had downed 31 enemy aircraft, is killed in action. Tuesday, January 9th. On the Western Front in Belgium, the men of the 3rd U.S. Army march towards the town of Thiers, while the 101st Airborne Division marches towards Novi. The fighting complicates due to unfavorable weather conditions. There is heavy snowfall across the region, obstructing roads and tracks. In General Guderian's view, the Battle of the Ardennes is entangling the Wehrmacht in the west. Along with other generals, he considers that holding the lines on both fronts without stepping back is a suicidal strategy. RAF aircraft bomb the German city of Frankfurt am Main. On the Eastern Front, the Soviets prepare for the final attack that will take them to the gates of Berlin. British troops occupy Thebes to the northeast of Athens in Greece. Landings of over 100,000 American soldiers, led by General Walter Kruger, take place in the Pacific, in the Philippines, south of Lingayen Gulf, on the west coast of Luzon. They meet hardly any resistance. To cover the seaborne operation, the Allied aviation bombs the islands of Taiwan, Iwo Jima, and Okinawa. The Japanese employ a new suicide attack technique, the use of small boats loaded with explosives. The first of these attacks strikes the cruiser Columbia and the battleship Mississippi. Wednesday, January 10th. On the Western Front, the town of Roche-en-Ardennes, northeast of Houffalize, is taken by British soldiers who also liberate Samri. At the same time, the 1st U.S. Army gets ready to step up its offensive on Houffalize and St. Vith. In the sector of the 3rd U.S. Army, Patton's men occupy the town of Thiers. In the meantime, the Germans evacuate St. Hubert, west of Bastogne, under pressure from the Allied troops. In the French region of Alsace, the 7th U.S. Army liberates Althorn. Aircraft from the 8th U.S. Air Force bomb several railway stations and communication centers in Germany. On the Eastern Front, the fighting continues on the streets of Bucharest in Romania. In Czechoslovakia, which is being invaded by the Red Army, the partisans launch persistent attacks on the German garrisons and supply lines. In the Pacific Theater in the Philippines, the Americans advance with little effort on the island of Luzon, occupying San Fabian and the western part of Lingayen. Most of the Allied forces move southwards in the direction of Manila. American Captain Ray Hunt, who after escaping the Bataan Death March has been leading a Philippine guerrilla in the jungle for 2 years, makes contact and joins the Allied forces that have landed on the island. Thursday, January 11th. On the Western Front in the Battle of the Bulge, the British take the Belgian towns of St. Hubert and La Roche-en-Ardennes and link up with the 3rd U.S. Army, which has liberated Vescovie and liquidated the German resistance southeast of Bastogne. In Alsace, the 7th U.S. Army struggles to take Vichy, while the Wehrmacht stages a new offensive on the Allied positions on the Maginot Line, south of Wissembourg in the Lower Rhine. Off the southern coast of Norway, RAF aircraft sink 8 ships from a German convoy. In Berlin, Judge Roland Freisler sentences Helmuth van Moltke to death. He accuses him of high treason for his writings predicting the coming of democracy after the fall of the Nazi regime. In the Pacific, in the South China Sea, off the coasts of Indochina, American aircraft destroy 25 Japanese ships and damage another 13. In the Philippines, the Americans occupy the towns of Aguilar, Santa Barbara, and Manaoag on Luzon Island. The Japanese command activates Operation Congo in the Central Pacific. 6 Japanese submarines will attempt to attack American naval bases using Chiton torpedoes. Friday, January 12th. On the Eastern Front, the Red Army launches its winter offensive, Operation Vistula Oder. From the Baltic Sea to the Carpathians, the Soviet forces attack German positions. The main attack is staged by Marshal Konstantin Rokossovsky's Second Belarusian Front along the Neru River, north of the Polish capital, taking the Second German Army by surprise. Marshal Ivan Konev's First Ukrainian Front, Marshal Georgy Zhukov's First Belarusian Front, and Ivan Petrov's Fourth Ukrainian Front also participate in the operation. In the first assault, Konev's men crossed the first of 7 defensive lines established by the Wehrmacht between the Vistula and the Oder rivers. The Russians outnumber the Germans 5-1. On the Western Front in Italy, General Clement Primeri's Combat Group Cremona, one of the large Italian regiments recently set up, sees action for the first time in the Alfonsine sector in Ravenna, relieving the Canadian forces. In Burma, the Allies establish several bridgeheads on the Irrawaddy River, one north of Mandalay, another in Kyakmyong, and a third in Thabekin, meeting fierce Japanese resistance. To the west, in Arakan, after heavy naval bombings, British soldiers land on Myebon between Aikyab and Ramri. Saturday, January 13th. On the Eastern Front, in some sectors, the Soviet offensive advances slowly due to the fierce resistance put up by the Wehrmacht. The evacuation of the German contingents from Albania, southern Yugoslavia, and Greece is completed. Turkey opens its straits to Allied ships. On the Western Front, in the Ardennes, the Allies reach the Belgian towns of Orth, Hainaumont, and Hedemont. The German high commands try to convince Hitler that, considering the Russian offensive in the east, it's pointless to keep fighting the Allies in the west. Marshal von Rundstedt begs the Führer to withdraw all their forces behind the Rhine. The important thing in the present moment is to repel the Soviet offensive in the east, he exclaims. American bombers target bridges along the Rhine River. The RAF attacks the German city of Saarbrücken. In the Pacific, in the Philippines, on Luzon Island, the Americans march towards Manila. Without meeting any resistance, they occupy the villages of Damortis and Guagua. Allied bombers strike Saigon and Hong Kong. In the war at sea, the destroyer USS Fleming sinks the Japanese submarine I-362 in the waters off the Truk Atoll in the Caroline Islands. Sunday, January 14th. On the Western Front, the Second British Army launches Operation Blackcock in the borderland between the Low Countries and Germany. The aim is to liquidate the Wehrmacht positions in the triangle formed by Roermond, Sittard, and Heinsberg near the Roer River. In the Ardennes, in the theater of Patton's Third Army, the men of the 17th Airborne Division enter Bastogne. East of the town, the 101st attacks the sector, including the towns of Novi, Rachamps, and Borcy. Further south, the 94th Division tries to consolidate its defensive positions at the convergence of the Saar and Moselle rivers. In France, General de Gaulle visits Brest, Quimper, and Vannes. On the Eastern Front, the Soviet armies continue their advance. Zhukov's First Belarusian Front marches on the north and south of Warsaw, crossing the Vistula River. They intend to surround the city and to sweep the Germans out of Poland once and for all. The Russians ravage everything they come across. They take no prisoners in an uncontrolled frenzy of blood and revenge. In Greece, the ceasefire between the British and the ELAS communist militants comes into effect. The partisans start to liberate their prisoners, except those accused of collaboration. Monday, January 15th. Hitler acknowledges that the battle has been lost on the Western Front and attempts to stop the Soviet attack in Poland by transferring the powerful armored Grossdeutschland Corps from East Prussia to the area of Kielce in the southeast of Poland, but most of the region is already in the hands of the Red Army. Warsaw, possibly the European city that has suffered the most in the war, is on the verge of being liberated from Nazi occupation by the Soviets. The Russians reached the Plazau concentration camp northeast of the city of Krakow. The Führer moves his headquarters from the mountain bunker of Alderhorst, the Eagle's Nest, in the Kranzberg Castle of the Hesse province, to Berlin. An entourage of secretaries, assistants, and servants accompanies him. The Nazi leader jokes that soon it will be possible to travel between the two fronts by metro. At night, the entourage reaches the German capital. The Führer's car travels on the streets covered with rubble to the Chancellorship of the Reich. The population of the city is unaware that their leader is back. In the Battle of the Ardennes, also referred to as the Battle of the Bulge, the Allies launch a counteroffensive. From the north, in the Low Countries, Montgomery's British troops put pressure on the Roermond area on the banks of the Meuse, while in the south, the Americans, led by General Omar Bradley, approach the upper reaches of the Roer River. Tuesday, January 16th. On the Western Front in Berlin, Hitler sets up his headquarters in the bunker system connected to the new Chancellorship. The man in charge of his personal security, General Johann Rottenhuber, fears for the Führer's life in the midst of the constant Allied bombings. In the Low Countries, the men of the 2nd British Army continue to carry out Operation Blackcock. After an artillery barrage, 2 infantry and 1 armored division struggle to keep the troops of the 15th German Army at bay on the Roermond salient. The 1st and 3rd U.S. armies gather in the Hofelize sector, blocking the German advance. Hitler's offensive in the Ardennes is fizzling out. In Alsace, the Allies attack enemy positions in the Gabsheim area in the Lower Rhine north of Strasbourg. In London, Winston Churchill announces the number of casualties suffered by the Empire through the month of November: 199,497 British, 28,040 Canadians, 18,015 Australians, 17,415 Indians, 8,919 New Zealanders, and 5,783 South Africans. In total, over 250,000 deaths, without including other soldiers from other nationalities. On the Eastern Front, Zhukov's men from the 1st Belarusian Front capture Radom and head towards Lodz. In the northeast, Soviet and Polish forces attack Warsaw from the north and the south. Some German units manage to escape the siege through a narrow corridor. In northern Burma, the troops of the recently assembled 1st Chinese Army of Daniel Sultan occupy Nabkan. Wednesday, January 17th. On the Eastern Front in Poland, the Auschwitz complex and its auxiliary camps still hold 65,000 prisoners. Most of them are Jewish. Its immediate evacuation is ordered in view of the proximity of the Red Army. The situation is chaotic, and the SS soldiers, most of them drunk and terrified about falling into the hands of the Soviets, organize the transfer of the prisoners on foot. The large columns of liberated men, women, and children who, like ghosts drained of life, follow the orders of their murderers, once again reflect the barbarity of the Nazi regime. Those who still have the energy to walk are killed on the spot. Polish troops, led by General Zygmunt Berling and the men of Marshal Zhukov, enter Warsaw. The Germans have deported over 600,000 of its inhabitants to the death camps. Hitler dismisses General Joseph Harp, in charge of Army Group A, for his failure to hold back the Soviet Vistula-Oder offensive. In Hungary, Swedish diplomat Raoul Wallenberg disappears without a trace. He will be remembered for his tireless efforts to save thousands of Hungarian Jews from the Holocaust. On the Western Front, aircraft from the 8th U.S. Air Force bomb Hamburg and the Harburg district in the southeastern part of the city. From the Chinese base of Chengdu, B-29 bombers strike the Japanese airdromes in Shinchiku on the island of Taiwan. Thursday, January 18th. On the Eastern Front in Hungary, most of the Wehrmacht forces fighting in Budapest surrender after 5 days of intense combat. Over 35,000 German soldiers have died and 62,000 have been taken prisoner. To date, the Allies have liberated the capitals of Warsaw, Belgrade, Athens, Budapest, Paris, and Brussels. The main cities of Germany, as well as The Hague, Copenhagen, Oslo, and Prague, are still under Nazi occupation. The Polish Provisional Government, headed by Bolesław Bierut, transfers its seat from Lublin to Warsaw. On the Western Front, in the Low Countries, the British Second Army's Operation Black Cock unfolds. The German paratrooper divisions are putting up fierce resistance. The Allies make headway north of Sittard and take Echt, Schilberg, and Haide. In London, Prime Minister Winston Churchill, during a speech in the House of Commons, announces that in the Battle of the Ardennes, the United States have suffered as many casualties as in the Battle of Gettysburg in the American Civil War. It will be remembered as an American victory, he comments. Many among his audience interpret his words as an attack against Marshal Bernard Montgomery and his confrontational attitude towards Generals Eisenhower and Patton, among others. In Burma, in Nampaka, American forces engage the 56th Japanese Division as it pulls out from Lashio. Friday, January 19th. On the Eastern Front, Stalin's troops occupy the cities of Lukowek, Lodz, Krakow, Gorlice, and Novi Sad in Poland, and Serbia in Yugoslavia, as they sweep across the region. The 3rd and 4th Panzer armies are isolated in East Prussia, while all the lines on the various fronts are collapsing under the overpowering Russian push. Hitler orders that any troop movement must receive his approval. Officers who disobey will be shot. On the Western Front, in the Ardennes sector, the 1st American Army takes the Belgian towns of Brissy, Retigny, and Renglé. In the French region of Alsace, several counterattacks are launched in the Beche pocket, but the men of the 7th U.S. Army stop them. On the French-German border, the Wehrmacht recovers Sessenheim on the Lower Rhine. The fighting between the 2nd British Army and the German paratroopers continues in the Roermond sector between the Meuse and the Rhine. In the Pacific, in the Philippines, on Luzon Island, the Americans advance towards the south in the direction of the Clark Airfield and Manila. Some vanguard troops reach the towns of Carmen, Moncada, and Paniqui. On Mindoro Island, the Americans, supported by the Philippine guerrillas, make progress despite Japanese resistance in the surroundings of the Gusai River. Saturday, January 20th. On the Eastern Front, the 2nd and 3rd Belarusian fronts enter East Prussia with support from the 1st Baltic Front, which occupies the city of Tilsit. In Poland, in the Birkenau death camp, Auschwitz II, SS soldiers blow up 3 crematory ovens and murder over 4,000 Jewish women who are too weak to walk. Along with the death marches, countless trains are relentlessly taking prisoners to concentration camps in German territory in Grossrosen, Ravensbrück, Sachsenhausen, Nordhausen, Buchenwald, and Bergen-Belsen. In the Hungarian capital of Budapest, heavy fighting continues in the Székesfehérvár pocket in the southeast of the city, where the German resistance continues. In Moscow, the Hungarian Provisional Government signs an armistice with the Soviet Union, the United States, and the British governments. Transylvania is ceded to Romania. On the Western Front, the salient controlled by the Germans in the Ardennes sector is getting smaller and smaller. In Belgium, the men of the 1st U.S. Army stage an attack in the direction of Saint-Vith. At the same time, units from the 3rd Army pierce the Hardigny-Bourcy-Taffigny line. In the French region of Alsace, Émile Bethwart's 1st French Army Corps, with armored support and under a heavy snowstorm, launches the Battle of Colmar. Their first objective is to take Ensensheim. General Erich Abraham's German troops are taken by surprise and are forced to withdraw. In the United States, Franklin D. Roosevelt is sworn in for his 4th term as president, with the promise that he will continue fighting for the victory of the Allies. Sunday, January 21st. On the Eastern Front, the Soviets continue to lay waste to everything they come across. In East Prussia, over 2 million German civilians set off to the west, escaping the front. The Wehrmacht abandons the historic village of Tannenberg, carrying the coffins of Marshal Hindenburg and his wife, which will be transferred to Berlin to avoid them from falling into Russian hands. In Poland, the Red Army reaches Konin and heads towards Breslau and Opeln. On the Western Front, the Germans partially dismantle the Siegfried Line. In the French region of Alsace, the Wehrmacht counterattacks in the Gabsheim area, pushing towards Strasbourg. From the Colmar pocket, they charge towards Cernay. In Ivry-sur-Seine, Maurice Thorez, Secretary General of the French Communist Party and Minister of General de Gaulle's government, orders the dissolution of the Patriotic Militia, one of the biggest communist mass organizations. In Burma, the Battle of Ram Ri Island begins. The British launch Operation Matador with the objective of taking the strategic port of Kyaikpyu, located on the northern coast of the island south of Akyab. The battleship Queen Elizabeth, the cruiser Phoebe, and the carrier Amir provide naval support to the offensive. Initially, enemy resistance is minimal, but it intensifies as the Allied troops march inland. The British are looking for a vantage point from where to prepare future operations against Rangoon. In the Pacific, American aircraft bomb Japanese targets on the islands of Ryukyu, Taiwan, and Penghu. In retaliation, kamikaze squadrons strike American fleets, inflicting serious damage to the carrier USS Ticonderoga. Monday, January 22nd. All along the Eastern Front, the Germans are retreating. In Prussia, the 3rd Belarusian Front occupies Insterburg or Chernihiv, while the 2nd Front takes Alstein or Olstein and Deutsch Elu or Ilawa. Over 2 million terrorized civilians are fleeing towards the west. In Hungary, the counterattack of the 4th Armored Corps of the SS is only 24 kilometers or 14 miles from Budapest. On the Western Front, in the Battle of the Bulge, Allied aircraft prompt the retreat of the German columns that are trying to cross the Aue River. The men of the 3rd U.S. Army cross the border with Luxembourg and reach Lumange and Sassel. In the Low Countries, in the Roermond sector, the forces of the 2nd British Army take St. Jost and other towns near Sittard, while the Allied aviation continues to hammer the Wehrmacht. The 8th U.S. Air Force bombs the German refineries of Sterkrade and Osnabrück. Overnight, the RAF attacks the cities of Duisburg and Gelsenkirchen, as well as the Alsblazerdam liquid oxygen factory. In the Pacific, in the Philippines, heavy clashes take place between the Americans and the Japanese near Carmen and Rosario on Luzon Island. Tuesday, January 23rd. On the Eastern Front, the Kriegsmarine begins the evacuation of hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians from East Prussia and Danzig. The 4th Wehrmacht Army, which had been in charge of protecting the border, has retreated to the Lützen or Gyotko fortress. Hitler orders General Friedrich Hossbach to regroup his forces and to fight to hold his positions. The Soviet armies, however, overtake Lützen, reach Rostenburg, ravage the Wolf's Lair, the Führer's one-time headquarters, and continue their westward march, cutting roads and railway lines to isolate the Germans. Marshal Ivan Konev's men reach the outskirts of Breslau. Stalin has shrewdly encouraged a competition between Marshals Konev and Zhukov to ensure a speedy takeover of Berlin, ahead of the British and the Americans. On the Western Front, the 18th U.S. Airborne Corps enters St. Vith. The Germans have withdrawn to the other bank of the Our River. In Luxembourg, General Patton's Third Army occupies the towns of Beechwich, Basselbain, and Binsfeld. In the French region of Alsace, Moroccan troops from the French army seize 3 bridges over the Ill River between Ilhernhausen and Illwald, northeast of Colmar. In Norfolk, Virginia, in the United States, President Roosevelt boards the heavy cruiser Quincy II en route to the island of Malta in the Mediterranean Sea, where he will meet Winston Churchill before heading off to Yalta in the Black Sea. Wednesday, January 24th. On the Eastern Front in East Prussia, the Soviets get closer to Königsberg or Kaliningrad. In the Upper Silesia region, the First Ukrainian Front occupies the towns of Opeln and Gleiwitz. Further north, the Red Army reaches the Vistula River estuary southeast of Elbing. Hitler dismisses General Friedrich Hossbach as head of the Fourth Army for having gone against his orders. Similarly, George Hans Reinhardt is discharged from active service, accused of not having resisted the Russian advance with his makeshift force made up of the battered 3rd Panzer Army and the remainders of Army Group Center. At the request of General Guderian, Army Group Vistula, or Heeresgruppe Weichsel, is created to defend the area between the Vistula and the Oder rivers and to protect Berlin from the Soviet advance. The Führer decides to put his trusted man Heinrich Himmler in charge of the new force. He, however, insists that he lacks the experience or the capacity to be entrusted with such a daunting task. On the Western Front, in the Roermond Triangle in the Netherlands, the British continue their advance. They cross the German border and enter Heisberg, Haren, Schleiden, and Uterrath. In Luxembourg, units from the 3rd U.S. Army reach the town of Clerf. In France, in Alsace, the 1st French Army marches in the direction of Wittelsheim and takes Elsa. In China, at the request of the Americans, the negotiations between communists and nationalists are resumed for the first time since Chiang Kai-shek terminated them in 1944. Thursday, January 25th. On the Eastern Front, the desperate situation of the Germans in East Prussia is getting worse by the hour. The evacuation of 2 million people on all types of vessels has resulted in chaos, and the boats are easy prey for Soviet submarines and because of mines spread by the Allies throughout the Baltic Sea. In Poland, Marshal Konev's men take the towns of Ostrowo and Uels, southeast of Kalisz. The SS leadership orders the evacuation of the Stutthof concentration camp, located west of the small town of Zutowo in the territory of the Free City of Danzig. As of September 1939, 70,000 of its inmates have been murdered. There is evidence of the production of soap with human corpses. At present, the Stutthof complex holds 50,000 prisoners, most of them Jews. 5,000 of them are killed on the Baltic coast, and the rest are transported in yet another long death march, in the course of which thousands will lose their lives. On the Western Front in London, Winston Churchill addresses the House of Commons with regards to the Battle of the Bulge. Yet again, he comments, "This is undoubtedly the greatest American battle of the war, and will, I believe, be regarded as an ever-famous American victory." Once more, he also voices his discontent with Marshal Montgomery's attitude. In China, the Japanese commands decide that their troops must be withdrawn from the central part of the country. In the Pacific Theater in the Philippines, American troops disembark on the Boliano Peninsula on the island of Luzon. The men of the 14th U.S. Army Corps occupy an important section of the Clark Airfield north of Manila. Friday, January 26th. On the Eastern Front, the Soviets advance along the Baltic coast in Tolkamit, cutting off East Prussia, where 500,000 German soldiers have been trapped. Stalin's offensive is unstoppable. The Russians are now less than 200 kilometers or 124 miles from Berlin and are approaching the Auschwitz concentration camp, where retreating SS soldiers murder the 350 Jews that remained in the infirmary and try to complete the task of hiding the remains of the 5 gas chambers and crematory ovens. At dusk, the first Soviet troops arrive and find more than 600 piled-up corpses and 7,000 emaciated survivors. Among them is the famous Italian writer of Sephardi Jewish origin, Primo Levi. His book, If This Is a Man, is considered to be one of the most important literary works of the 20th century. On the Western Front, in Luxembourg, Patton's 3rd U.S. Army crosses the Klurf River. The British reach the Ruhr River, a branch of the Rhine in western Germany. Audie Murphy, known as Boyface, born in Kingston, Tennessee, receives the Medal of Honor from the United States Congress, the highest decoration awarded by the American Armed Forces. Among other feats, he killed 50 enemy soldiers in the Colmar Pocket. He became the most decorated soldier in the United States and in the Second World War. After the war, he became an actor, starring in 40 films. Saturday, January 27th. On the Eastern Front, the men of the First Baltic Front take Memel or Klaipėda and liquidate the last German garrisons, thus finalizing the liberation of Lithuania. In East Prussia, 8 Wehrmacht divisions launch a surprise counterattack and stop the Red Army advance near Marienburg. In Poland, the Soviets liberate the Auschwitz-Birkenau complex. The Germans have managed to evacuate more than 58,000 prisoners before the enemy's arrival. The First Belarusian Front encircles Poznan and marches in Upper Silesia along the banks of the Oder River. In Czechoslovakia, the 4th Romanian Army seizes the town of Debsina. In Hungary, the Red Army holds off German troops trying to reach Budapest, and by doing so, impedes the arrival of enemy reinforcements. On the Western Front, Patton's 3rd Army takes the town of Oberhausen on the northern bank of the Aue River in Germany. In the French region of Alsace, the Allies finalize the occupation of Colmar and Jebshim. In China, nationalist leader Chiang Kai-shek bars the Americans from negotiating with Mao's communists. In the Pacific, the American Expeditionary Force that will invade Iwo Jima sets sail from Hawaii. In the Philippines, on Luzon Island, the fighting intensifies in the San Manuel sector. Sunday, January 28th. On the Western Front, the Allies managed to recover all the territory lost during the German offensive in the Ardennes. Hitler's final gamble in the West has only benefited the Soviets in the East, which has been able to plan their offensive by watching how the Wehrmacht breaks its back in the Ardennes, as Marshal von Rundstedt put it. In the German campaign, the 1st U.S. Army attacks enemy lines on the Siegfried Line, east of St. Vith. At the same time, the 2nd British Army marches along the banks of the Ruhr River. Aircraft from the 8th U.S. Air Force bomb industrial areas in the Ruhr and the Rhine. The attacks target oil facilities and bridges. On the Eastern Front in central East Prussia, the Soviets surround the Germans at Königsberg or Kaliningrad and take Sensburg and Bischofberg. The Wehrmacht puts up resistance at Elbing. The Russians occupy the Polish towns of Sopolno, Sarnskow, and Leszno. The men of the First Ukrainian Front take the industrial cities on the borders between Poland and Upper Silesia. They occupy Katowice and Buthin. In the Carpathian Mountains, units from the 4th Ukrainian Army take Poprad in Czechoslovakia. In China, the road to Burma is renamed by Chiang Kai-shek as the Stilwell Road in honor of the American general. In the Pacific Theater, on the Philippine island of Luzon, the Americans send fresh troops to San Antonio to support the units marching towards Manila. Monday, January 29th. On the Eastern Front, the forces of the First Belarusian Front, in their advance through Pomerania, occupy the cities of Solanke or Tsoritsanka and Woldenberge. On the Western Front, in the Ardennes sector, Courtney Hodges' 1st and Patton's 3rd U.S. armies try to break German defenses northeast of the Belgian town of Saint-Vith, but the snow and the ice thwart their plans. In the French region of Alsace, the Wehrmacht stages fierce counterattacks in Grusenheim and Jebschein in the Colmar sector. Planes from the 8th U.S. Air Force bomb the Kassel refineries and the industrial areas of Lederlandstein, Hamm, and Munster in German territory. From the town of Northolt, northwest of London, Winston Churchill takes off by plane to the island of Malta, where he will meet with President Roosevelt. 2 additional aircraft are carrying his entourage, but one will suffer an accident before reaching the island. In the Pacific, in the Philippines, American troops scattered in the San Antonio sector on Luzon Island wage heavy combat with the Japanese, who are trying to stop their march to Manila. Soldiers from Charles Hall's 11th U.S. Army Corps land on the northern coast of the islet north of the Bataan Peninsula. Tuesday, January 30th. On the Western Front in Germany, Hitler delivers his last radio speech, where he calls for the population to resist the enemy, claiming that the Almighty who protected me on the 20th of July bomb attack is a renewed affirmation of the task entrusted to me. After the address, Albert Speer, in charge of war production, hands him a report that begins by saying, "The war is lost." In the port of Kiel, a Soviet submarine sinks the German warship Wilhelm Gustloff, which was carrying 8,000 soldiers and refugees from East Prussia. Over 6,000 of them lose their lives. It represents the greatest naval disaster of the war. On the Eastern Front, to date, the Red Army has advanced more than 500 kilometers, liberating Poland and much of Czechoslovakia. They control a broad front on the Oder River and are 100 kilometers or 62 miles from Berlin. In the Pacific, in the Philippines, the Cabanatuan Raid, also known as the Great Raid, takes place on Luzon Island. Rangers from the 6th Battalion, supported by Philippine guerrillas, assault the prisoner camp and free more than 500 Allied soldiers who had been held captive for more than 3 years. The operation makes a big impact on the American public. Wednesday, January 31st. On the Eastern Front, the Soviet forces reach the towns of Kustrin and Kienitz on the German-Polish border. The Red Army has obtained an excellent vantage point from which to launch the assault on Berlin. The Germans are increasingly cornered within their own borders, with the exception of some forces that are still fighting in Hungarian territory and in the north of Italy. On the Western Front, in the French town of Sainte-Marie-aux-Mines, American soldier Eddie Slovic is executed for having deserted the army. He is the first soldier from the United States Army to have suffered such a punishment since the Civil War, and is the only American deserter to be executed during the war. In 1987, war veteran Bernard V. Kalka would manage to convince President Ronald Reagan to transfer his mortal remains from France to be buried alongside his wife in the Woodmere Cemetery of Detroit. In the course of the month, Allied bombers have dropped over 55,000 tons on German territory. For their part, the Germans have continued with their V-1 and V-2 attacks on England, Belgium, the Low Countries, and Luxembourg, killing more than 1,000 people and wounding 2,000. In the war at sea, the Kriegsmarine has lost 14 submarines. In the Pacific Theater, in the Philippines, on Luzon Island, the Americans launched the assault on Manila. Thursday, February 1st, 1945. Among the few remaining active senior figures within the German High Command, Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel, General Alfred Jodl, and Grand Admiral Karl Donitz are still unquestioningly loyal to Hitler. However, Reich Marshal Göring, Propaganda Minister Joseph Goebbels, and Martin Bormann, among others, although also maintaining absolute loyalty to the Führer, inspire only contempt in the majority of political and military leaders. On German soil, Soviet forces are less than 100 kilometers from Berlin, which is declared a fortress city. Children, women, and old people put up barricades while the city is plastered with posters proclaiming "Victory or Siberia." The U.S. First Army captures the town of Remscheid to the east of Dusseldorf. On the Eastern Front, the forces under the command of Marshal Zhukov that have reached the Oder River stop to regroup and wipe out the numerous pockets of enemy soldiers still holding out in their rear areas. In northern Poland, the city of Thorn, or Toruń, on the Vistula River falls into the Soviet hands after a fierce battle. In the Pacific, in the Philippines, American soldiers land to the southwest of Manila on the island of Luzon. Allied aircraft bomb Japanese positions on the island of Iwo Jima and also make reconnaissance flights. Friday, February 2nd. In Germany, in Berlin, Dr. Max Krinis, one of the heads of the T4 euthanasia program and a renowned neuropsychiatrist within the Nazi regime, warns SS commanders of Hitler's state due to his Parkinson's disease. His physical deterioration is so extreme, handrails are installed in the corridors of his bunker to enable him to walk. On the Eastern Front, the city of Breslau, now Wrocław in Lower Silesia, near the Oder River in southwest Poland, is declared a fortress city of maximum strategic importance by Hitler. General Hans von Aflin, commander-in-chief of the city, and its Gauleiter Karl Hanke announced the creation of new Volkssturm military units who are willing to defend it to the death. General Jesse Babich, the defense commissar, orders the arrest of Red Army Captain Alexander Solzhenitsyn for criticizing Stalin. In the Mediterranean, the American ship Quincy, which is carrying President Roosevelt, reaches the port of Valletta on the island of Malta. Churchill meets with him to discuss the reports by the Joint Chiefs of Staff on the progress of the war. The British Prime Minister tells the American President of his lack of trust vis-à-vis the intentions of Stalin. It is not advisable that the Russians occupy more land than is strictly necessary, he argues. After the meeting, both leaders prepare to move on to Yalta on the Crimean Peninsula. Churchill tells his advisers that Roosevelt's health is not at its best. Saturday, February 3rd. On the Eastern Front, Stalin decides that all German men between 17 and 50 years of age who are found in the recaptured territories will be used as forced laborers. The German troops cut off in northern Latvia suffer constant Soviet attacks. Ships of the Kriegsmarine try to evacuate them by all available means. In East Prussia, the towns of Landsberg and Bartenstein fall into Russian hands. In Hungary, while fighting continues in Budapest, German units manage to reach the Danube River to the east of Lake Valence. In Germany, in Berlin, the merciless judge Roland Freisler dies. He had taken refuge in the basement of his home when he heard the air raid sirens warning of an impending Allied raid. One bomb falls directly onto his building. In Burma, Indian troops attack Chalk and Bagan. In the Pacific, in the Philippines, the Battle of Manila begins. It will last until March 3rd. Soldiers of the 1st U.S. Cavalry Division, commanded by Major General Vern D. Mudge, push towards the north of the city and take the bridge over the Tullahan River. Meanwhile, units of the 8th Cavalry, led by General William C. Chase, advance through the campus of St. Thomas's University, which has been turned into a concentration camp. For a month, the American and Filipino soldiers will furiously pound the Japanese who, beleaguered and frustrated, will still fight fiercely to the death and murder more than 100,000 civilians. The city will be completely destroyed, and the events will become known as the Slaughter of Manila. Sunday, February 4th. On the Eastern Front, the various British, Soviet, and American delegations arrive in Yalta, on the Crimean Peninsula, in the Ukraine, to prepare for the conference that will bring together the Big Three. De Gaulle has not been invited due to the express wish of the American president. Both Churchill and Roosevelt flew to Yalta in a C-54 Skymaster aircraft. For the United States president, it's the first time he has traveled by plane, so it has been necessary to refurbish it for his personal use. This particular C-54 is now considered the forerunner of today's Air Force One. 700 people accompany the Western leaders on board 25 planes that have had to follow a lengthy route since departing from the island in order to bypass the airspace over the island of Crete, which is still occupied by the Germans. Roosevelt meets first with his military chiefs and State Department officials. They decide that the main items on the agenda of interest to the United States will be the future of Poland and the refusal to recognize the communist government of Lublin, the establishment of the United Nations, the future of Germany, and the offer of support for a better understanding between the Chinese forces of Chiang and Mao. Stalin arrives in Yalta by train. He will first meet with Churchill, and later, in the company of Molotov, he will visit Roosevelt. On the Western Front, Belgium has been completely liberated from German forces. Monday, February 5th. On the Eastern Front, the first full meeting of the Yalta Conference begins, in which the future of Europe is discussed. 10 Soviets, 10 Americans, and 8 Britons sit around the conference table. However, the dominant figures are Stalin, Churchill, Roosevelt, Molotov, Eden, Stetinus, Marshall, and Brooke. After the meeting, the Big Three enjoy a dinner of caviar and fried chicken. Churchill and Roosevelt joke with Stalin, whom they tell that behind his back everyone calls him Uncle Joe. Molotov nods and replies that he has known about this for the past 2 years. Stalin skillfully takes advantage of this relaxed moment to bring up the Polish question and declares, "I will never agree to any action by any of the great powers becoming subordinate to the judgment of the minor powers." The American president replies that the solution to these problems is not so simple, and Churchill, with a look of concern on his face, offers some advice. The eagle should allow the little birds to sing, no matter what their song is about. Meanwhile, in the central sector of the front, the Russian armies are increasingly near, pressuring Berlin and German forces occupying the cities of Kustrin or Krostritzen and Frankfurt an der Oder. On the Western Front, American troops launch a final offensive through the Hürtgen Forest on the border between Belgium and Germany. In France, the Germans resist Allied pressure on the west bank of the Rhine River to the south of Strasbourg. Tuesday, February 6th. At the Yalta Conference, the second plenary session takes place. President Roosevelt proposes discussing Germany's post-war status. Previously, a joint committee of the 3 main Allied nations had established the zones of occupation. The American president is dissatisfied with the southeastern region that has been assigned to the United States and suggests dividing Germany into several states. Meanwhile, Stalin proposes the dismemberment of Germany, to which Churchill is opposed, arguing that if the Germans learn of Allied intentions, they may well redouble their efforts to continue fighting. Later, they discuss the French occupation zone. Churchill is ready to give the French a part of the British zone. He is particularly keen on receiving de Gaulle's support in creating a barricade against Soviet communism in Germany. Stalin opposes his plan on guessing the true nature of British intentions. However, due to the indiscretion of Roosevelt in announcing that American troops will leave Europe in 2 years' time, the communist dictator hastily accepts the American proposal. The president suggests that they should leave enough industry intact in Germany so that the country can be self-sufficient, but that it should not be allowed to exceed the level of Soviet development. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the First Belo-Russian Front extend their positions along the eastern bank of the Oder River. Wednesday, February 7th. On the Eastern Front in Yalta, on the third day of the conference, the discussion turns to the United Nations. Churchill encourages the three nations present to recognize all of the free countries of the world in order to avoid the possibility of giving the impression that the Big Three are seeking to dominate the planet. Stalin states that the United Nations should be organized in such a way that it will be impossible for a single country to obtain world domination, but he believes that the greatest danger is that the three great powers might have conflicts with each other. Roosevelt and Churchill again express their hope that Poland will become a free and independent state. However, Stalin insists on security guarantees for the Soviet Union and that the Polish border be established on the Curzon line. Regarding a new Polish government, he declares, "Everyone says I'm a dictator, but I have enough sense not to establish a democratic Polish government without Poles." Meanwhile, in Yugoslavia, Army Group E, under German General Alexander Lohr, is about to abandon Visegrad and Mostar. The Wehrmacht has seen a notable increase in officer casualties. Hitler orders that all leave be cancelled. In Germany, in Berlin, the Minister of Armaments and Munitions, Albert Speer, aims to assassinate Hitler with Tabun gas, which attacks the nervous system. His plan is to introduce the gas through the ventilation pipe of Hitler's bunker, which he himself had designed as an architect during one of the meetings the Nazi leader had with Keitel, Himmler, Goebbels, and Bormann. Speer cannot, however, carry out the attack because Hitler orders the pipe to be extended and guarded day and night by the SS. Thursday, February 8th. On the Eastern Front in Yalta, President Roosevelt finally accepts the eastern boundary of Poland to be the Curzon line. On the western border, the Poles will be compensated with territory at the expense of Germany. The American president wants to put an end to the discussions about Poland. Along with Stalin, he proposes a meeting in Moscow to discuss the issue, which will involve the British and American ambassadors. On the battle lines, the forces of the First Ukrainian Front, commanded by Marshal Ivan Konev, in their offensive along the Oder River, establish a bridgehead north of Breslau, now known as Wrocław, in Poland. In parallel, the Third Ukrainian Front retakes its positions in Hungarian territory to the southwest of Budapest on Lake Valence. General Karl Marthinsen, police chief of the Norwegian state, is assassinated in Oslo by the Milorg resistance group. In retaliation, the Germans execute 29 civilians. On the Western Front, Field Marshal Bernard Montgomery launches Operation Veritable. 50,000 British and Canadian soldiers, backed by tanks and artillery, undertake a pincer movement to clear and occupy the area between the Rhine and Maas rivers. General Eisenhower has decided that one of the best ways to drive into the heart of Germany's Ruhr industrial area is via Reichswald to the south of Arnhem. The first Allied movements along this path encounter difficulties due to the lack of roads as the Germans have begun to flood the countryside. Friday, February 9th. On the Western Front in France, in the region of Alsace, the 1st French Army under General de Lattre de Tassigny, supported by the American 21st Corps, fights to finish off German defenders in the Colmar Pocket and clear the west bank of the Rhine River to the south of Strasbourg in the Chalampé sector. Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt orders the suffering soldiers of the German 19th Army who still survive to cross the river and dig in for the final battle. In Berlin, Hitler asks the architect Hermann Gissler to show him the model of the reconstruction of Linz, his hometown. Overjoyed after analyzing it in detail, and in response to the comments of those present who avow it will never come true, the Nazi leader turns to SS General Ernst Kaltenbrunner, head of the Gestapo and the main office of Reich Security, saying, "Do you think I would be drawing up my plans for the future if I were not convinced that we will win this war?" Silence reigns in the room at the clear evidence of dementia afflicting the Führer. On the Eastern Front, Red Army units encircle the town of Posen, now Poznan, in Poland, which lies on the direct route between Warsaw and Berlin. Captain Alexander Solzhenitsyn, arrested for criticizing Stalin in a letter sent to a friend, is sentenced to 8 years hard labor and perpetual exile. He will spend his first years of captivity in various camps until, thanks to his mathematical knowledge, he is sent to a scientific research center. The writer and historian will win the Nobel Prize for Literature in 1970. Saturday, February 10th. On the Eastern Front at the Yalta Conference, Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin, among other issues, agree that Germany should pay reparations once the war ends. Russia will enter the war against Japan once the German campaign is finished, and in return will receive Sakhalin Island and the Kuril Islands in the Sea of Okhotsk in the North Pacific. In Budapest, Hungary, 16,000 German soldiers attempt to leave the city, but the Russians cut them off in Perbaum, and barely a few hundred of them survive. In Poland, the Soviets capture the fortified port of Elbing on the Elblag River, where it meets the Baltic Sea. Further south, the offensive resumes in the sector between Grudziądz and Sopolno. German resistance is ferocious, and Soviet progress is very slow. On the Western Front, Hitler tells Goebbels that he is determined to stay and command the defense of Berlin. He believes that the Anglo-American coalition will splinter, and that the Wehrmacht still has the resources to halt the Russians on the River Oder front. American First Army troops capture the last of the 7 dams on the Ruhr River, the Schwammenwelle. The Germans had opened its sluice gates to flood the valley in an attempt to stop the American advance towards the Rhine. In the Pacific, in the Philippines, heavy fighting continues in the Manila area. Due to the enormous number of casualties suffered by the American 37th Division, all operations are postponed until aviation and artillery can provide enough support. In the war at sea, the Soviet submarine S-13 sinks the German passenger ship Steuben. 3,500 people die, most of them wounded soldiers and civilians evacuated from East Prussia. Sunday, February 11th. The Yalta Conference ends. President Roosevelt is feeling unwell and is in a hurry to return to the United States. En route, he wants to visit Egypt with Churchill to discuss the situation in the Middle East with various important figures in that vital region. The Yalta gathering ends with a meal for Stalin, Roosevelt, and Churchill in the billiard room of the Livadia Palace. This will soon be followed by a conference in San Francisco to organize the United Nations. Stalin has agreed to free elections in Poland once the country is liberated. Regarding the future of Germany, the truth is that decisions taken in Yalta are extremely ambiguous. The Allies are only committed to the disarmament, demilitarization, and division of the Reich, leaving open the possibility of future changes. The clearest agreement is that the country will be divided into 4 sectors, one for each main ally, in order to avoid a new resurgence of the Nazi movement. In the Pacific, American forces are preparing the invasion of the island of Iwo Jima. General Harry Schmidt, commander of the 5th Amphibious Corps, has requested that the island be bombarded constantly by aviation and naval artillery until February 19th. The agreed date of the landings. His request has been reduced by Admiral Harry Wilbur Hill to just 3 days of shelling. Meanwhile, on Iwo Jima itself, General Tadamichi Kuribayashi reorganizes the obsolete defensive system and orders that all civilians on the island be evacuated to Japan. Monday, February 12th. On the Eastern Front in Yalta, Roosevelt, Stalin, and Churchill issue a statement listing the agreements that have been reached, emphasizing that war criminals will be tried and the Nazi Party outlawed. The news has little effect on Hitler, who reaffirms his intention never to capitulate, while Goebbels says, "We know where we stand." Churchill feels he has failed. He believes Stalin has taken advantage of the weakness of the sick American president to gain control of half of Europe. The communist leader, at the height of his powers and backed by a victorious army, has achieved everything he desired. For the British Prime Minister, it is the beginning of what the American journalist Herbert B. Swope will later call the Cold War. Soviet forces are driving westward, committing all kinds of abuses. Russian soldiers rape countless numbers of women, but for Stalin, these men are entitled to vent so much tension. On the Western Front, due to the growing number of deserters, Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel orders that every man who abandons his post is to be summarily shot. British and Canadian forces advance from the southeast of the Netherlands and take the German city of Kleve in the Dusseldorf region. The government of Peru declares war on Germany and Japan. In the Pacific, the Japanese close the prisoner of war camp at Takao on the island of Formosa, and all inmates are transferred to Fukuoka on the northern tip of Kyushu Island in Japan. Tuesday, February 13th. On the Eastern Front, during the Yalta Conference, the Soviets have asked for more British and American air raids on the eastern part of Germany to prevent the Red Army from suffering counterattacks that might slow its advance. It is also hoped that this might speed the war to a quicker conclusion. The German city of Dresden, the Florence of the Elbe, and the third most important railway junction of the Reich has been selected as a prime target. At dusk, 1,000 Allied heavy bombers drop nearly 4,000 tons of incendiary bombs that start a firestorm, obliterating Dresden's historic center and a large part of the rest of the city. The British and American commanders know that some 500,000 homeless men, women, and children are trying to find refuge in Dresden after fleeing from the Soviets. The attack, which cost the lives of at least 50,000 civilians, will become one of the most controversial Allied air actions of the war. The Germans evacuate the concentration camps of Gross Rosen in Lower Silesia, now Rogoźnica in Poland. More than 125,000 prisoners of different nationalities have passed through these camps, of which some 40,000 have died. After 2 months of fierce fighting, the German garrison in Budapest surrenders to the Russian troops of Marshal Rodion Malinowski. Stalin wants to drive a path to Vienna before the Allies get there. Hitler, who had attempted to turn the city into a German Stalingrad, has lost thousands of soldiers, 6 panzer divisions of the Waffen-SS, and 5 Wehrmacht divisions in its defense, representing a quarter of all available German armored forces. The Russians have taken over 100,000 prisoners. Wednesday, February 14th. On the Western Front, V-2 rockets continue to fall on Britain. Now fired from mobile launchers, locating their bases is extremely difficult, and the height and speed that they reach make them impossible to detect with the radar systems the British possess. The Germans have already launched over 4,000 missiles. British and Canadian troops reach the Rhine northwest of Duisburg in Germany, while the U.S. Third Army prepares to attack the German town of Prüm in the Rhineland. On the Eastern Front, Soviet conquests continue in Pomerania in northwestern Poland, with the occupation of Schneidmühl or Pila and Arnswalde or Chosno. In the vicinity of Breslau or Wrocław, Poland, a clash takes place between German and Soviet tanks. In the area where Army Group Vistula is stationed, the fighting reaches the southern suburbs of Frankfurt on Oder on the German-Polish border. In Greece, martial law is called off. In the Far East, in Burma, Allied troops cross the Irrawaddy River to attack the Japanese from the rear. Thursday, February 15th. Churchill arrives in Alexandria, Egypt from Athens. Meanwhile, in the city harbor, the American cruiser Quincy docks with President Roosevelt on board. The two leaders have what will prove to be their last ever conversation. Churchill would later recall, "The president's appearance was serene and fragile. He gave me the impression that he had little hold left on life." On the Eastern Front, German troops still hold out in some pockets of fighting in Hungary. After the fall of Schneidemühl or Pila in Poland, 9,000 German prisoners are captured. Soviet troops, after taking the towns of Sakrau, Hunsfeld, and Gorlitz, have surrounded Breslau, now Wrocław in Poland. The Germans try to weaken the Russian siege by sending small Goliath tanks to blow up the bridge over the Oder River near Piekwitz. Several Russian units are trapped and are finished off by German infantry. On the Western Front, General Eisenhower, in his plan to invade German territory, has allowed Field Marshal Montgomery to be the first to advance via Operation Veritable. Subsequently, the U.S. Ninth Army will undertake Operation Grenade, in which it will face Army Group B under Field Marshal Walter Model. But the Germans have found that water is a great ally. All the land around the Ruhr River has been flooded, creating a perfect defensive field. Mines, pillboxes, trenches, barricades, and traps of all kinds overrun the few tracks along which travel is still possible. Given the situation, General Eisenhower decides to delay Operation Grenade. Allied planes use napalm bombs for the first time in Burma. Friday, February 16th. In the Pacific War, on the island of Luzon in the Philippines, a battalion of U.S. paratroopers lands in the mountainous area in the southeast of the island of Corregidor, while an infantry battalion lands on the southern coast. Japanese resistance is fierce. On the Bataan Peninsula, the Americans advance relatively easily. Their goal is to clear the entrance to Manila Bay. Meanwhile, in the city, the Japanese soldiers refuse to surrender, and there is now house-to-house fighting. A naval and air bombardment of Iwo Jima commences as the prelude to Operation Detachment, the code name for the invasion of the island. The American high commands need to occupy the island because the B-29s attacking Japan from the Mariana Islands are suffering huge losses. The P-51 Mustang fighters, the most modern of available American aircraft, do not have the range to escort the bombers, so airfields closer to Japan are vitally necessary. Those on Iwo Jima also possess a radar installation. On the European Eastern Front, German troops attempt to stop the entry of armed groups from Slovakia into the Protectorate of Bohemia-Moravia. In Pomerania, the Germans launch Operation Sodenwende. General Heinz Guderian intends to carry out a pincer operation on the flanks of the Russian army, advancing from the Vistula River to the Oder. Due to lack of manpower, the operation ends up being just a local counterattack by the 11th SS Panzer Army, commanded by Obergruppenführer Felix Steiner. Saturday, February 17th. In the Pacific War in the Philippines, 2,000 Japanese soldiers are entrenched in positions within the old walls of Manila, along with 5,000 Filipino hostages. American General Oscar Griswold asks for their surrender, but the Japanese refuse. In Burma, Lieutenant Jemedar Prakesh Singh Cheeb, commanding a platoon facing the Japanese in the Kanlan Iwathit area, is wounded in both legs. Even though he is reduced to crawling, he continues to direct the defense of his position until he is wounded for the third time and dies. The British government grants him the Victoria Cross. On the European Eastern Front, in the city of Breslau, now Wrocław, Poland, on the banks of the Oder River, the troops of the First Ukrainian Front, commanded by Marshal Ivan Konev, face a motley army of Volkssturm, Hitler Youth, Waffen-SS, and the 269th Division of the Wehrmacht, paratroopers, armaments factory workers, and anyone capable of wielding a weapon. The fighting is from house to house, Stalingrad style. The defenders have placed barricades in the streets and try to halt the Soviet advance by every means possible. On the Western Front, Count Folke Bernadotte, president of the Swedish Red Cross, arrives in Berlin to meet with Heinrich Himmler and negotiate the repatriation of all Scandinavian women married to Germans, as well as that of the Danish and Norwegian political prisoners who are in German captivity. In Italy, in the port of Trieste, RAF aircraft sinks the Italian battleships Conte di Cavour and Imperio. General Patton plans for his troops to reach the city of Prague in the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia. Sunday, February 18th. On the Eastern Front, Hitler and Stalin are both aware that the struggle not only seeks to destroy a country, but also, and primarily, a whole way of thinking. Stalin and Hitler know that from the very first moment of their struggle, they have been engaged in a war of extermination. One of the two will eventually be wiped out. However, the Führer at this stage of the war has lost all sense of reality. The situation of the German armies is getting worse daily. In Pomerania, the lack of manpower means the troops of the Reich cannot face the enemy. The Vistula armies have little chance of halting the Soviets, and those in East Prussia are almost completely surrounded by the Russians. In the vicinity of Lake Balaton, in the interior of Hungary, within 100 kilometers or 62 miles from Budapest, 3 German infantry divisions, supported by 2 Waffen-SS armored divisions, attacked the positions of the 3rd Ukrainian Front located near the Danube River. The Soviet General Ivan Cherniakovsk, the 3rd Bilo-Russian Front commander, dies during the Battle of Konigsberg in Melsak, today known as Pniezno in Poland, due to shrapnel wounds suffered a day earlier as he surveyed the battlefield in preparation for an offensive. In his honor, the city of Insterburg will be renamed for him in 1946. On the Western fronts, Field Marshal Montgomery's forces continue Operation Veritable. Scots and Canadians push back the 116th German Panzer Division, cross the flooded lands near the Rhine River, and establish themselves on firm ground to march on the German city of Gach near the border with the Netherlands, about 27 kilometers or 16 miles southeast of Nijmegen. Monday, February 19th. In the Pacific, following an intense air and naval bombardment that astonishes even Admiral Nimitz, the first landing craft loaded with Marines reached the beaches of the island of Iwo Jima. There is no response from the Japanese. General Tadamichi Kuribayashi has conducted substantial changes to the defensive positions on the island. Trenches have been removed from the beaches, and he has created a network of crossfire that avoids having any blind spots in order to cause as many casualties to the enemy as possible. Moreover, he has built a dense network of tunnels on Mount Suribachi composed of bunkers and traps of all kinds. His soldiers are aware that they will never leave the island alive. Kuribayashi has planned to let the American Marines land without coming under fire in order to concentrate his attack once they start to penetrate into the interior of the island. The soldiers tell General Holland M. Smith that the beaches are made up of soft ash, sloping upwards 4 meters high. They have difficulty walking, and Sherman tanks advance very slowly. The landing craft arriving continuously cause a huge traffic jam of Marines, tanks, and equipment of all kinds. When the first American soldiers manage to overcome the beach slopes and go into action, the Japanese artillery and machine guns cause large numbers of casualties and significant material losses. The U.S. troops are forced to take refuge behind the beach dunes. 30,000 troops have landed by the end of the day. On the island, there are over 20,000 Japanese soldiers dug in. Tuesday, February 20th. In the Pacific, the Marines on Iwo Jima who have managed to get past enemy fire penetrate nearly a mile from the landing beach to the plateau at the foot of Mount Suribachi. Their goal is to reach the west coast and cut off the mountain, which is defended by thousands of Japanese troops who use underground tunnels to communicate with the rest of their forces on the island. General Holland M. Smith resumes landings of Marines who are protected by the naval fire bombarding the slopes of Mount Suribachi, managing to consolidate the positions that the Marines have established on the plateau. In Europe, on the Western Front, during Operation Veritable under Field Marshal Montgomery, the 2nd Canadian Corps and the 15th Scottish Division cross the Nears River and arrive south of the town of Goch, where they launch a combined attack against the city. The fighting against the Germans is a brutal house-to-house battle. General Patton asks Omar Bradley to convince Eisenhower to allow him to advance freely towards the Rhine River. RAF aircraft launched the first of 36 consecutive night attacks on Berlin. V-2s continue to be launched against London. One of them falls on the industrial area of Ilford, killing 7 people and wounding 94. On the Eastern Front, in Hungary, heavy fighting continues around Lakes Balaton and Valence. The German 8th Army withstands Soviet pressure in the Erzegom area northwest of Budapest. Wednesday, February 21st. In the Pacific, on the island of Iwo Jima, the Americans launched their assault on Mount Suribachi using mortars, hand grenades, and flamethrowers, but make little progress. Nor have they advanced much in the sector of the aerodromes. Heavy rains begin, and the commanders prefer to wait and relieve the forces that have landed on the first day. In the Philippines, the U.S. 11th Army Corps now fully occupies the peninsula of Bataan. In Burma, the British undertake recapturing the central region. From the bridgehead of the Irrawaddy River, the Allied columns push towards Mandalay, an important rail and road hub. The British 36th Division crosses the Japanese lines at Mieutsun after a brutal 3-week battle. Japanese forces in the area begin to withdraw. On the European Western Front, various senior commanders advise Hitler to withdraw all troops from Pomerania. But he refuses, saying the railway line linking Stettin to Danzig must be defended at all costs. In German territory, British and Canadian forces ferociously attack the town of Goch and capture positions along the breach in the Siegfried Line between the Maas River, Reichsfeld Forest, the town of Kleve, and the Nears River. This widens the corridor along which they can cross the border between the Netherlands and Germany. Thursday, February 22nd. In the Pacific, on Iwo Jima, the relief of troops continues under heavy rainfall. On the European Western Front, the town of Goch is conquered after the Allied troops have finished off almost all the Germans who have fought fanatically but heroically. Operation Veritable has been successfully completed. Canadians, British, and Scots have suffered more than 20,000 casualties. Among the men killed, wounded, and missing, the Germans total 90,000. Montgomery expects the Americans to fulfill their own plan, now called Operation Grenade. Field Marshal von Rundstedt asks Hitler to let the 1st Paratrooper Army withdraw to the eastern bank of the Rhine River, but the Führer argues that this decision only seeks to delay a showdown that is inevitable. You must hold your positions until the American attack. Every inch of Germany must be defended to the last man. In Italy, the Battle of Monte Castello ends, the main military action by the Brazilian Expeditionary Force during the war. The Italian fortress of Monte Castello, defended by the Germans, had been considered indestructible until the arrival of the Brazilian troops. However, they needed 5 attempts to drive out the Nazi defenders. On the Eastern Front, after a hard battle, the German garrison surrenders in Poznan in Poland, 270 kilometers or 167 miles from Berlin. The Soviet 6th Army soldiers capture 3 urban districts of Breslau, now Wrocław, in Poland. Friday, February 23rd. In the Pacific on Iwo Jima, Major Chandler Johnson of the 2nd Battalion orders Captain Dave E. Severance to send a section to try to reach the top of Mount Suribachi. The men who make up the squad include Lieutenant Harold G. Schreier, to whom Major Johnson has given a flag from the USS Missoula, saying, "If you reach the summit, put this up." The photographer Lewis R. Lowry from the Leatherneck magazine, the sergeants Henry Hansen and Ernest Thomas, and privates James Robeson, Raymond Jacobs, John Bradley, James Michaels, and Charles Lindbergh. They reach the summit of Mount Suribachi and raise the flag, tying it to a piece of pipe they find in the rubble. Lowry immortalizes the moment with his camera. U.S. Navy Secretary James Forrestal, on seeing the flag from the beach, asks General Holland to bring it to him as a souvenir and orders them to fly an even bigger flag. 1 hour later, at the top of the mountain, there is a second flag raising carried out by several Marines. 2 war correspondents accompany them, 1 photographer and another filming the act. This is the moment that has been officially captured for history. In fact, many people are unaware that 2 flags were raised on that day at the peak of the mountain. This second photograph, taken by Joe Rosenthal, is now considered one of the icons of the Second World War and won the Pulitzer Prize. However, the very first picture taken by Lowry would take another month to reach Navy headquarters. President Roosevelt, upon seeing the second photo, orders the 6 men to return home to participate in the collection of war bonds. By the time the president's order reaches Iwo Jima, 3 of them have died. Today, the 2 flags that were raised on Iwo Jima are kept in the National Museum of the United States Marine Corps. Saturday, February 24th. In Berlin, Hitler meets with his Gauleiters to mark the 25th anniversary of the proclamation of the party program at the Hofbrauhaus in Munich on the 24th of February 1920. When the Nazi leader enters the room, many of the men present are surprised by his physical state. Bormann has warned them in advance they are not to raise any criticisms. Sitting at a small table, Hitler refuses to drink water in case he spills it due to the tremor in his hand. During the speech, he talks about past successes, about the First World War, and finally says that the decisive phase of this war is fast approaching. Perhaps you can see my hand shaking and my head, but my heart will never tremble. On the Western Front, Allied soldiers must never cross the Rhine, and on the Eastern Front, the Oder must serve as a shield to keep the Soviets from reaching Berlin, he exclaims. After the meeting, those present are convinced that the suffering will not end until the war is over. The words of the greatest demagogue in history count for nothing. The Third Reich's days are numbered, and those of Hitler, too. On the Eastern Front, Marshal Ivan Konev says that the offensive in Lower Saxony has been successful. On the Western Front, British bombers attacked the city of Pforzheim. Although they caused no significant damage to the defense industry, the city is almost completely destroyed. 20,277 people died. In the Pacific, American B-29s firebomb Tokyo. They destroy more than 28,000 buildings and kill thousands of people. Sunday, February 25th. In the Pacific, on Iwo Jima, the fighting intensifies. American sappers clear the minefields to permit the advance of the Marines, who are trying to locate the Japanese bunkers in order for them to be bombarded by artillery. Afterwards, the work of the American soldiers focuses on reaching the mouth of the cave or bunker and using hand grenades or flamethrowers to finish off the enemy inside. Although, in many cases, they have shifted position through the multiple interconnected underground tunnels. On the European Western Front, in Operation Grenade, U.S. forces crossed the Ruhr River smoothly and pushed towards the interior of Eifel, a volcanic province in western Germany. Faced with strong resistance from the Germans, they encircle the city of Hilfarth on the banks of the river. After hard fighting, the city falls into the hands of Americans, who take the bridge intact. The U.S. 3rd Armored Division uses heavy M26 Pershing tanks for the first time. Field Marshal Walter Model calls once again for Hitler's approval for a withdrawal by the forces of Army Group B to take up new positions and defend the industrial area, and thus slowing the advance of American troops in this direction. The Führer refuses and orders them to resist to the bitter end. Given the situation, Model deploys the forces of the 15th Army across the various sectors to put up the greatest possible resistance to the advance of the British, Canadians, and Americans. In the Arctic Ocean, German Ju-88 bombers attack and sink the British merchant ship SS Henry Bacon, which is part of convoy RA-64. It will be the last Allied merchant ship sunk by German aircraft in the war. Monday, February 26th. In the Pacific, in the Philippines, on Corregidor, after 2 weeks of fighting, the Americans have virtually managed to overcome the Japanese resistance, except for a few soldiers who remain hidden in caves. However, Japanese fanaticism leads them to conduct mass suicide. 200 Japanese soldiers hiding in the tunnels under the area called Monkey Point blow up their biggest ammunition dump. 196 American Marines die with them. At dusk, the island is in the hands of the Americans. In Burma, the 2nd Indian Division completes its crossing of the Irrawaddy River at Nagazumi. On the Eastern Front, the forces of the 1st and 3rd Ukrainian fronts launch attacks against the Czechoslovakian border. In central Pomerania, in northwestern Poland, the Germans begin to evacuate the wounded and refugees from Kolberg, now Kolisbreg, and other coastal ports. 1,500 French prisoners of war from the fortress of Konstein in western Germany arrive at Camp Oflag IV in Kolditz Castle, situated between the German cities of Leipzig, Dresden, and Chemnitz. On the Western Front, American troops stationed near the Ruhr River in Linich and supported by Sherman tanks from the 5th Armored Division overcome the last line of German anti-tank defenses and capture the city of Erkelenz. In the Middle East, the Syrian government declares war on Germany. Tuesday, February 27th. In the Pacific, in the Philippines, General MacArthur arrives at Malacanang Palace in Manila, beside the Pasig River, where he informs the Filipinos that their country is once again free. Regarding the situation in the city, MacArthur, with tears in his eyes, adds, "Despite the hard blows it has suffered, the city has regained its rightful place as a bastion of democracy in the Far East." At Iwo Jima, the Marines, using flamethrowers and explosives, are wiping out bunkers, foxholes, and machine gun emplacements one after another. However, the morale of the soldiers is badly affected, since most of the time the Japanese reappear like ghosts out of their hiding places and stage unexpected and violent counterattacks, recapturing the positions once again. After bloody fighting, the Marines capture Motoyoma Airfield to the north of Mount Suribachi. In central Burma, Allied troops capture Meiktila Airfield. On the Eastern Front, King Mihai I of Romania announces the appointment of a new government. The Deputy Commissar of Soviet Foreign Affairs, Andrei Vyshinsky, has been sent to Bucharest by Stalin to force the king to appoint Petru Groza prime minister, and with him a communist cabinet. In the northwest of Poland, in central Pomerania, Marshal Rokossovsky's troops take the town of Neustenton, now Szczesnyk. On the Western Front, U.S. forces make a spectacular advance through the flatlands of the German Eifel Zone and reach the Erft River. In the Middle East, the government of Lebanon declares its independence from France and declares war on Germany and Japan. Wednesday, February 28th. In the Pacific, in the Philippines, a regiment of the American 41st Division lands in Puerto Princesa on Palawan Island to locate prisoners of war who had been held captive there for 3 years. However, they only find their dog tags and skeletons in a mass grave. The landing in Puerto Princesa is the first of 38 that will be carried out to mop up the thousands of Japanese soldiers still left on the southern island's archipelago. The island of Luzon is declared fully liberated by the Americans. The Japanese garrison has refused to surrender and has been wiped out in the fighting. On the Western Front, advance units of the Canadian Second Corps make progress along the Rhine River in Germany through the Hochwald and Balber forests. In Alsace in France, in the city of Strasbourg, the Allies seize documents showing that the Auger Shellschaft Industrial Company, located north of Berlin, is related to the manufacture of an atomic bomb. Eisenhower orders it to be bombed immediately. On the Eastern Front, the Germans intend to launch a new counteroffensive in Hungary with the support of the 6th Waffen SS Armored Army under General Dietrich, which has been transferred from the Western Front. The government of Saudi Arabia declares war on Germany and Japan. The Allied governments had agreed that only those countries that have declared war on the Axis powers before March 1st may attend the San Francisco Conference. Thursday, March 1st, 1945. On the Eastern Front, the Germans fight a cutthroat battle, roused by National Socialist fanaticism and radical anti-communism. The great fear of the Wehrmacht soldiers is to fall into the hands of the Red Army. Stalin intends to make the Allies believe that his objective is to take Dresden. However, Marshal Zhukov has orders of taking the German capital and capturing Hitler as soon as possible. For his part, General Eisenhower is considering the idea of not being the first to arrive in Berlin. The casualty rate would be very high and would be difficult to explain to the American and British public. On the contrary, Stalin and General Zhukov don't have this problem. Losing an additional 100,000 soldiers in the battle for Berlin would be acceptable. The German Army Group Vistula is trying to hold back the attacks of the 1st and 2nd Belarusian fronts south of Stettin, nowadays Szczecin, in Poland. On the Western Front, the Allies have launched Operation Blockbuster to complement the veritable and grenade offensives. Canadian infantry and armored forces have managed to cross the German lines on the road connecting Goch and Xanten and advance eastwards. The fighting takes place in the depths of forests and marshes, where the Germans put up fierce resistance. Friday, March 2nd. On the Western Front, Patton's Third American Army takes Trevoris on the right bank of the Moselle River. The Allies have reached the western bank of the Rhine River in the city of Dusseldorf. All of its bridges have been destroyed. On the Eastern Front, 455 B-17 bombers of the U.S. Air Force attack the German city of Dresden with incendiary bombs. They ravage the railway lines of the industrial districts of Friedrichstadt and Neustadt, as well as the neighboring residential areas. In East Prussia, Russian troops are trying to liquidate the 4th Wehrmacht Army before it's evacuated by sea. The German forces resist the Soviet onslaught in the fortress of Breslau, nowadays Wrocław, in Lower Silesia in southeastern Poland. In the Pacific, on the island of Iwo Jima, under intense artillery and machine gun fire, the 3rd Marine Division manages to occupy the runways of the 3rd Airfield. In the sector known as the Meat Grinder, a Japanese stronghold made up of 4 fortified positions, the Marines take the so-called amphitheater. Saturday, March 3rd. On the Western Front, Winston Churchill visits the town of Jülich, located in the Ruhr Valley. It's the first time that a British Prime Minister sets foot in German territory since Chamberlain's visit to Munich in 1938. During his stay, the Prime Minister decides to go for a walk, accompanied, among others, by Marshal Montgomery. Referring to the defensive lines abandoned by the Germans, he states, "Gentlemen, I think we should all take a piss on Hitler's Great West Wall." He tells the photographers, "I don't think this war action needs to be photographed for posterity." The forces participating in Operation Veritable and Operation Grenade converge at Geldern. The 2nd Canadian Corps, the 30th British Corps, and the 9th U.S. Army charge against the eastern bank of the Rhine River, meeting fierce resistance. On the Eastern Front, the Germans try to recover the defenses lost on the Oder River. The 4th Panzer Army counterattacks in the Lubin or Lubin area in southeastern Poland, north of the Jezera Mountains on the Kwisa River, towards the Glauca Fortress, but the Soviets stop their advance. In the Battle of Central Burma, David Cowan's 17th Indian Division, with armored and aviation support, manages to destroy a significant portion of the Japanese forces deployed in the country. Sunday, March 4th. On the Western Front, General Alfred Schlemm of the 1st German Parachute Army, under Allied pressure, requests permission to pull back to the eastern bank of the Rhine River. Hitler denies it. American planes on a bombing mission over Germany accidentally drop a bomb on the Swiss city of Zurich. On the Eastern Front, troops from the 1st Belarusian Front force Army Group Vistula to retreat to the northeast of Stettin, now called Szczecin, and occupy Rengenwald or Resko. The 10th Corps of the Waffen-SS suffers heavy losses. In this sector, the Russian volunteers of the Rona, led by General Andrei Vlasov, joined the Wehrmacht. Hitler still hopes to deliver a heavy blow to the Red Army in an offensive that will be launched in the coming days. In Burma, British and Indian forces advance southwards along the Arakan coastline. In the Pacific Theater, Tokyo undergoes a precision bombing by the United States Air Force 21st Bomber Command, which targets the Musashino aircraft factory. From now on, Allied aircraft will only carry out carpet bombings. The first B-29 lands on the island of Iwo Jima after being damaged in an operation over Japan. The pilot and its crew managed to save their lives by touching down in the airfield on the south of the island. Monday, March 5th. On the Eastern Front, Hitler continues to fantasize about a dignified peace if he can strike a great military victory. He is convinced that he can recover Budapest and the Hungarian oil fields. Army Group Vistula announces that, to date, it has destroyed more than 1,800 Soviet tanks. The 1st Belarusian Front takes Stargard and Nygard. On the Western Front, the Americans cut off several German positions on the left bank of the Rhine River between Vanten and Wessel. The 3rd Armored Division of General Bradley's 7th U.S. Army, after heavy fighting, occupies the city of Cologne. Goebbels still has faith in the Führer. If someone is capable of getting us out of this crisis, it's him, he tells his assistants. The propaganda minister has decided to stay in Berlin with his wife Magda and his children, whatever happens. If we cannot win the fight, we must at least retain our honor, he writes. In Burma, the battle for Meiktila begins, one of the most important railway centers in the country. David Cowan's 17th Indian Division, in an audacious pincer maneuver, manages to encircle the Japanese garrison. The Japanese commands warn of the threat that Allied occupation of the city would entail. Tuesday, March 6th. On the Eastern Front in Hungary, the Germans launch an offensive on Lake Balaton, codenamed Spring Awakening. Their objective is to take the oil fields of Nagykanizsa, retake Budapest, and strike a great victory on the Eastern Front, which, according to Hitler, will force Stalin to the negotiating table. The Soviet secret services are aware of the plans for the last major offensive of Nazi Germany. Several armored divisions, among them Sepp Dietrich's 6th SS Panzer Army, throw themselves against the Red Army and its allies. In Krakow, Poland, the Russians arrest hundreds of Poles loyal to the London government in exile. They are deported to forced labor camps in the Soviet Union. The methods used by the Soviets against the Poles are not too different from those of the Nazis. On the Western Front, the Allies stage attacks against the German lines in Xanten and Wesel. The Wehrmacht resists the repeated charges of the Canadians and the British. Patton's 3rd U.S. Army reaches the Rhine River northeast of Koblenz. In Burma, the 1st Chinese Army takes the town of Lashio. Wednesday, March 7th. On the Western Front, the American commands are convinced that the only way to cross the Rhine is on barges. However, after the battle for Cologne, an Allied pilot has spotted an undamaged bridge in the town of Remagen. The news reaches General Patton, who orders General John Leonard from the 9th Armored Division and Colonel Leonard Eggman from the 14th Armored Battalion to set off towards the bridge immediately from their camp in Meckenheim. Commander Hans Scheller leads the soldiers who are defending the German town and the strategic bridge of Ludendorff. Scheller is unaware of the position of the enemy forces due to faulty communications, although, as a preventive measure, he fortifies the bridge with anti-aircraft batteries and prepares a contingency plan for blowing up the bridge after the soldiers and civilians fleeing to the east have crossed the river. By midday, the American troops have reached the town and heavy fighting ensues. Commander Scheller orders the immediate destruction of the bridge, but the demolition charges fail to explode. The Allied soldiers manage to cross it and take positions on the eastern bank of the river. On the Eastern Front in Yugoslavia, the two governments, Tito's and that of the monarchy, unite to form a single cabinet. The real power is in the hands of Tito and his followers. In Hungary, at Lake Balaton, the Germans cross the Drava River, inflicting heavy damage to the 1st Bulgarian and the 3rd Yugoslav armies. Thursday, March 8th. On the Western Front, General Karl Wolff, SS commander and chief of the Gestapo in Italy, and one of the most enigmatic figures of the war, arrives in Switzerland to meet with American lawyer Alan Dulles, member of the U.S. Office of Strategic Services. Both have been communicating for some time in what they call Operation Sunrise. Dulles requests that Wolff liberate Ferruccio Pari, an Italian partisan, as a show of goodwill in the lead-up to the surrender of the Axis forces in northern Italy. Canadian troops cross the German defensive lines and stage an eastward assault, penetrating the Hochwald forest northeast of Duisburg. General Alfred Schelm from the 1st Parachute Army asks Hitler once again to authorize a retreat. The Nazi leader finally accepts. In the wake of the German withdrawal, the Allies occupy Xanten and head towards Wesel, thus bringing Operation Blockbuster to a close. In Remagen, the Wehrmacht tries to recover the Ludendorff Bridge, but are repelled by the Americans. Göring promises Hitler that his planes will destroy the bridge, but the Stutkas and the Focke-Wulf 190s fail repeatedly. In the Pacific, on Iwo Jima, the 3rd Marine Division captures Hill 362, another strategic point. Naval artillery fire is reduced to a minimum due to the close distance between the Japanese and American positions. Friday, March 9th. On the Western Front, Marshal Göring orders an Arado 234 to destroy the Ludendorff Bridge in Remagen, Germany. The jet-powered plane makes an impact on American soldiers, but it fails to blow up the target. General Bradley's troops reach the outskirts of Bonn. In France, a German commando stationed on the Channel Islands raids the port of Granville in Normandy and liberates a group of prisoners of war. In the Far East, in French Indochina, the Japanese, fearing an American invasion, dismiss Vice Admiral John Decoe as general governor of the colony. The imperial troops intensified their repression against the local population, but only managed to strengthen the Viet Minh resistance movement, the League for the Independence of Vietnam, led by Ho Chi Minh. In the Pacific Theater, on the island of Iwo Jima, at night, hundreds of Japanese soldiers with explosive devices strapped around their waists charge against American positions and try to penetrate the sector of the 4th Marine Division. The American soldiers repel the suicide attack, which had been disallowed by General Kuribayashi. Saturday, March 10th. On the Western Front in Remagen, Germany, Arado 234 Blitz and Messerschmitt 262 jet planes attack the Ludendorff Bridge, but once again, they fail to hit the target. The American anti-aircraft batteries managed to shoot down 28 of the aircraft. General Alfred Schlemm and the troops of the 1st German Parachute Army evacuate their bridgehead and pull back to safer positions. Marshal Montgomery's 21st Army Group completes the occupation of the western bank of the Rhine River. On the Eastern Front, in Hungary, the offensive of Lake Balaton is strengthened by the reserves of the Army Group South on Hitler's orders. Marshal Tolbukin requests fresh troops in view of the powerful German counterattack. The Soviets retaliate with artillery and the armor of the 3rd Ukrainian Front and stop the German bid to make headway towards the south. The Wehrmacht is suffering thousands of casualties, which can no longer be replaced. In the Pacific Theater, B-29 aircraft coming from Tinian Island drop 1,700 tons of napalm bombs over the city of Tokyo, unleashing a massive firestorm that ravages a quarter of the Japanese capital. General Curtis LeMay, head of the Air Force, has asked the pilots to fly at low altitudes. Over 100,000 people die, and another 1 million are rendered homeless. It represents the most destructive American bombing to date. Sunday, March 11th. On the Western Front in Germany, after the failed air raids against the Ludendorff Bridge in the town of Remagen, the Germans decide to use V-2 missiles. From the Dutch base of Hellendoorn, they launch, over a couple of days, a total of 7 rockets that fail to hit the target. The news infuriates Hitler. Wilhelm Keitel tells him that Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt believes that the wisest thing would be to sign peace with the Allies. The Führer orders von Rundstedt's immediate dismissal, while he shouts, "He's done with. I don't want to see him ever again." On a single day, Allied aircraft drop thousands of tons of bombs over the German city of Essen, in the heart of the industrial Ruhr region. On the Eastern Front, Hitler travels by car from Berlin to the surroundings of the western bank of the Oder River to inspect the defensive system that is being set up. This will be the last time he leaves the German capital. In the Pacific Theater, the Japanese stage a massive attack using kamikaze planes against the American fleet in the Ulithi Atoll in the Caroline Islands. Monday, March 12th. On the Eastern Front, the Wehrmacht suffers yet another blow, the loss of the fortress of Kustrin, located on the banks of the Oder River. After a month of fierce fighting, the Soviets seized the ravaged town, liquidating the last German positions on the river. The news reaches Hitler, and enraged, he blames General Guderian for the defeat, while he orders a counteroffensive. In Moscow, an enthusiastic Stalin issues his Order Number 300, announcing the capture of Kustrin, or Kostrin in Polish, one of the last bridgeheads held by the Wehrmacht on the banks of the Oder, and a strategic position located only 80 kilometers or 49 miles from Berlin. In Hungary, the German troops fighting on Lake Balaton are completely exhausted. Discontent is beginning to spread among the German officer corps, especially in the Waffen-SS elite forces. In the Bergen-Belsen concentration camp, Anne Frank dies of typhus. In time, her diary will become a renowned novel. On the Western Front, Allied aircraft drop in a single day 4,800 tons of bombs on the German city of Dortmund on the Ruhr. Tuesday, March 13th. On the Western Front in Germany, the fierce resistance of the 7th German Army stops the advance of the 78th U.S. Division on the northern flank of the Remagen bridgehead. Colonel Otto Skorzeny, who is fighting the Soviets on the Oder River front, is ordered to return to Berlin to be entrusted with the mission. Upon his arrival in the German capital, he is told that he is to organize a Frogmen commando that will destroy the Ludendorff Bridge on the Rhine River in the town of Remagen. The great German industrialists, aware of the fact that the war is lost, voice their concerns to Minister Speer about the future of Germany after Hitler. They ask him to inform the Nazi leader and the Wehrmacht commands that it would be an error to pursue a scorched earth strategy, blowing up infrastructures, since it would play into the hands of the Allies. In central Burma, the Allied tanks managed to split apart the Japanese forces. In the Pacific Theater, after the bombing of Tokyo and Nagoya, General Curtis LeMay sends 300 B-29s to launch an attack against Osaka, Japan's second-largest city. Flying at low altitudes, the planes, which due to the bad weather conditions, have to use their radars to find their bearings. They drop 1,700 tons of incendiary bombs over the target. The Japanese city turns into a fireball, which engulfs 120 buildings and leaves more than 500,000 people homeless. 13,000 are killed. The Americans lose 2 aircraft. Wednesday, March 14th. On the Western Front in Germany, General Patton's 3rd U.S. Army crosses the Moselle River northeast of Koblenz. Avro Lancaster RAF aircraft dropped the first Grand Slam 22,000-pound bomb on the Schildische Viaduct in the German city of Bielefeld. The earthquake created by the explosion causes the collapse of part of the Hamm-Hanover Railroad. On the Eastern Front, the Germans make themselves strong in the Braunsburg sector in East Prussia, nowadays Braniewo, Poland. In Hungary, the Red Army stops the Wehrmacht attack on the Lake Balaton oil fields and Budapest. In the Pacific, Admiral Chester Nimitz, known by his men as Island Hopper due to his strategy of taking only some of the islands occupied by the Japanese, announces the conquest of Iwo Jima. All powers of the Japanese government on the island are cancelled, he says. However, the fighting goes on, with heavy clashes taking place on the northern part of the island. The USS Tuni lays over 200 mines around the island of Okinawa in the Ryukyu archipelago. Thursday, March 15th. On the Eastern Front, the U.S. Air Force carries out a raid near Oranienburg, north of Berlin, targeting the radioactive material processing plant of Torio. In the attack, almost 1,300 tons of incendiary bombs are dropped, and all the facilities of the plant are destroyed, thus bringing to a close the German nuclear program. The operation is launched at the request of Leslie R. Grovers, head of the Manhattan Project, which is responsible for the development of the American atomic bomb. In Hungary, in the Lake Balaton offensive, the German casualty rate continues to multiply, and the OKH commands order the 6th SS Panzer Army to stop the attack and to take defensive positions. The Wehrmacht ends up losing thousands of men, 300 cannons, and 500 tanks, and is forced to withdraw from all of the recovered territory. On the Western Front, the 7th U.S. Army launches Operation Undertone in the Koblenz-Main-Strasbourg sector, and which has the objective of taking the Saarland-Palatinate area. The new commander-in-chief of the Wehrmacht in the Western Theater, Marshal Albert Kesselring, sends Hitler a report describing the situation on the front. In his view, the morale of the troops is at a critical level, although the Allied advance could be stopped if forces from the east were brought in. Friday, March 16th. On the Western Front, Allied troops continue to accumulate in the Remagen bridgehead. Overnight, a Frogmen commando, led by Otto Skorzeny, attempts to lay explosive charges in the Ludendorff Bridge over the Rhine River, but they are discovered by the Americans. 4 of the divers are taken prisoner. On the Eastern Front, in Hungary, Marshal Fedor Tolbukin's 3rd Ukrainian Front advances swiftly in the direction of Vienna. The Austrian capital is being bombed by the American aviation, causing the deaths of more than 2,000 animals at the Tiergarten Schönbrunn Zoo, the oldest in the world. The Soviets destroy the German lines in Kolberg, today Kolisbreg, Poland, in Middle Pomerania. Heinrich Himmler, after abandoning Army Group Vistula, sets off to the Hohenleichen Sanatorium in Leichen, Brandenburg, Germany, to treat his flu. He gives his resignation letter to General Heinz Guderian, who is visiting him, and asks him to hand it over to the Führer. In Burma, Allied soldiers attack Fort Dufferin in Mandalay. They are repelled by the Japanese and suffer a high number of casualties. In China, American aircraft target Japanese positions in Shijiazhuang in the province of Hebei. In the Pacific, B-29 bombers ravage part of the city of Kobe in Japan, killing 15,000 people and rendering 650,000 homeless. Saturday, March 17th. On the Western Front, after having resisted dynamite charges, V-2 missiles, jet plane attacks, and a sabotage operation, the Ludendorff Bridge suddenly collapses, unable to withstand the weight of the armies that are crossing it. The Allied press will refer to the event as the Miracle of Remagen. Winston Churchill is worried about the extremes to which Hitler will be prepared to go. He orders the secret services to investigate the rumors that claim that the German dictator might be planning to hide in the forests and mountains of southern Germany to carry on the fight. The 3rd U.S. Army takes Koblenz. General Eisenhower holds a meeting with Patton in the French town of Lunéville in the Lorraine region to discuss the offensive planned for late March. Eisenhower tells him to put the occupation of Czechoslovakia out of his mind. On the Eastern Front, the Germans evacuate the town of Kolberg, today Kolosbreg, Poland, through the sea. In Burma, the Allies reach Meiktila. The 6th Chinese Army occupies Sepang, on the banks of the Myotinya River. At the same time, British artillery bombs Fort Dufferin. In the Pacific, on the island of Iwo Jima, a small group of entrenched Japanese soldiers are still putting up a fight. Sunday, March 18th. On the Eastern Front, Soviet and Polish troops take Kolberg, while Red Army units march towards Gdynia and Danzig. On the Western Front, General Patton's 3rd U.S. Army takes the German town of Boppard in the Rhine Gorge. In Italy, in the Vatican, Pope Pius XII condemns the racist policies of the Nazis. In the north, soldiers from the 5th U.S. Army cross the Po River and capture Verona. In Burma, the 5th Indian Division takes Minyagan. In the Pacific Theater, American planes target the Japanese fleet in the Kuri base in Japan and sink 16 warships. The retaliation does not take long to come, and the Japanese use a new suicide weapon for the first time, Oka, a flying bomb guided by a pilot. In the Philippines, in the island's jumping campaign, the 40th U.S. Army Division disembarks on Panay Island. After occupying it, they continue their advance, landing on Guimaras Island. In the Pacific, the island of Iwo Jima is declared safe for the American forces. However, the 5th Marine Division is still dealing with pockets of resistance in the south of the island. Monday, March 19th. On the Western Front, in Ascona, Switzerland, General Karl Wolff, commander of the SS and head of the Gestapo in Italy, meets once again with Alan Durs from the United States Office of Strategic Services, who has discussed with American General Lyman Limnitzer and the British Terence Eyre the possibility of the surrender of the Axis forces in northern Italy. The Soviets will soon accuse the Allies of negotiating behind their backs. At the same time, Ribbentrop's peace talks in Sweden are coming to a dead end. In Berlin, Hitler is informed about the incident and he goes into a rage for not having been asked for his consent. He passes Decree Nero, titled Demolitions on Reich Territory Decree, which dictates a scorched earth strategy aimed at burning down everything that might be valuable for the enemy in the future. All factories, hydraulic structures, railroads, bridges, and any other major infrastructure are to be destroyed before they fall into the hands of the Allies. Albert Speer insists that the tactic makes no sense, while Martin Bormann defends the plan. On the Eastern Front, Hitler accepts Heinrich Himmler's resignation as commander of Army Group Vistula, and at the request of General Guderian, replaces him with General Gotthard Heinrici, who in turn is substituted by General Walter Neyring as head of the 1st Panzer Army. Soviet soldiers reach the outskirts of Sopot, nowadays Sopot, Poland, near the city of Danzig. Tuesday, March 20th. On the Western Front, General Patch's 7th U.S. Army takes the cities of Saarbrücken and Zweibrücken in Germany. Patton's 3rd Army occupies Mainz. The last known photographs of Hitler are taken. Some of them show the Nazi leader in the gardens of the Chancellorship, congratulating a group of child soldiers who have been decorated from the Hitlerjugend. Others show him with his aide-de-camp, Julius Schaub, and Martin Bormann, examining the damage inflicted against the Chancellorship. On the Eastern Front, the Red Army liquidates the last German bridgehead on the Oder River in Alda. The Soviet government orders the arrest of Hungarian Count István Bethlen, former Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Hungary and founder of the Liberal Party of National Unity. In Burma, Japanese soldiers evacuate Fort Dufferin. The Allies enter Mandalay. In China, the Japanese launch an offensive to seize the American bases of Lao Ho Khao and Ankong. Wednesday, March 21st. On the Eastern Front, the Soviets take Braunsburg near Königsberg in East Prussia. In Hungary, they occupy Zégesfehérvár. On the Western Front, the 1st U.S. Army advances towards the German town of Seeburg on the banks of the rivers Sieg and Agger. The Allied aviation targets German jet plane bases. In Copenhagen, Denmark, RAF aircraft carry out Operation Carthage, a bombing of the Gestapo headquarters. 55 German soldiers die in the attack, as well as 55 Danish civilians and 86 children from a nearby school. A V-2 missile strikes an industrial area in London, destroying 13 factories and over 500 homes. In the Pacific, the Japanese aviation carry out an attack with human-guided Oka flying bombs. The Americans intercept the bombers that carry them before reaching their targets, forcing them to drop their flying bombs. Thursday, March 22nd. On the Western Front, the 3rd U.S. Army crosses the Rhine River in Oppenheim, west of the German city of Mainz, and sets up 2 bridgeheads. In the course of the day, the 5th U.S. Division has crossed the river. In Berlin, Hitler's entourage of Wehrmacht officers is increasingly small. The Führer has grown intolerant and irritable. No one can challenge his ideas. Only General Guderian has the courage to discuss the situation sincerely. Marshal Wilhelm Keitel, nicknamed Garage Boy, stoops to the Nazi leader, while General Alfred Jodl waits patiently for the occasions in which the Führer is in a good mood to hand over his reports. On the Eastern Front, the Red Army crosses the Oder River in Opel, nowadays Opole, Poland. In the Pacific Theater, in the Philippines, the Americans prepare to invade the island of Cebu. The southern islands are defended by thousands of Japanese soldiers, led by General Sosaku Suzuki. In Burma, British Indian troops liquidate all enemy pockets of resistance in the region of Mindigan. Friday, March 23rd. On the Western Front in Germany, General George Patton calls General Bradley and tells him, "Don't tell anyone, but I'm on the other side of the Rhine. I've managed to slip in 1 division, but the Boches haven't realized yet because there are so few of them here." The Germans try to eliminate the American bridgeheads using jet planes, but they can hardly make their sorties due to a lack of fuel and airfields. However, Marshal Bernard Montgomery does not stop the march of his troops and launches Operations Plunder and Varsity. The objective is to cross the Rhine with the 2nd British and 9th U.S. armies from Eimrich to Wessel. The German troops stationed on the opposite bank of the river pull back, incapable of holding back the Allied advance. These offensives bring about the collapse of General Johann Blackowitz's Army Group H and General Paul House and Marshal Walter Model's Army Groups B and G, opening up the Western Front to the Allies. The crossing of the Rhine River has become a serious bone of contention for the Allied commands. American Generals Hodges and Patton had disagreed with General Eisenhower's decision to let Montgomery's men go first. In reality, the 2 Americans secretly crossed the river before the British Marshal, but they did not tell anyone, fearful that the Commander-in-Chief would order them to stop their march. In the Pacific, the island of Okinawa is bombed yet again in the lead-up to the upcoming American invasion. Saturday, March 24th. On the Western Front in Germany, the 3rd U.S. Army Corps stops on the banks of the Main River. General Patton entrusts the 12th Army Corps with a secret mission, the liberation of the O-Flag 13B prisoner camp in Hammelburg, located 90 kilometers or 55 miles behind enemy lines. It seems that Patton's real aim is to liberate his son-in-law, John K. Waters, who had been taken prisoner in Tunisia in 1943. The mission ends up becoming a massive failure. Even today, the reasons behind the operation give rise to debate, although according to declassified documents, Eisenhower had informed Patton about the whereabouts of his son-in-law. However, the American general would repeat on several occasions after the war that his only error was not having sent more soldiers. Marshal Montgomery launches the varsity phase of Operation Plunder. 14,000 paratroopers from the 6th British Airborne and the 17th U.S. Divisions are dropped behind enemy lines to support the infantry. On the Eastern Front in Hungary, the German resistance faces total collapse. The casualties inflicted by the 3rd Ukrainian Front against the 8th German Army are devastating. The exhausted forces of the 3rd Panzer Army of the Waffen-SS, trapped near Lake Balaton, managed to break the Soviet siege and to escape through a narrow 2-kilometer-wide corridor. In the Pacific, on the island of Iwo Jima, the Marines liquidate the last Japanese pockets of resistance. General Tadamichi Kurubayashi, who was thought to still be alive, will never be found. Sunday, March 25th. On the Western Front, Winston Churchill is in German territory. In a small messenger plane, he carries out a reconnaissance flight along the Rhine River and the land east of the Meuse. After the sortie, the British Prime Minister travels to Budrich in the lower Rhine region, where he crosses the river on an American landing craft and sets foot on the eastern bank. He and General Montgomery meet Eisenhower, who informs them of his intention of converging with the Red Army on the Elbe River. The men of the 1st U.S. Army march eastward from the Remagen bridgehead. The 2nd British Army captures the city of Wesel. Marshal Montgomery issues an order forbidding his men from fraternizing with the Germans. Allied aircraft ravage the Darmstadt and Frankfurt airfields, which serve as bases for the Luftwaffe jet planes. On the Eastern Front, in East Prussia, the Soviets, after having taken Brownsburg, attack the town of Heiglenbale with phosphorus bombs, which is almost entirely destroyed. In Hungary, the Red Army occupies Esztergom, while the fighting north of the Danube rages on. The Hungarian soldiers start to abandon their German allies en masse. In the Pacific, the Americans launch a bombing campaign against the island of Okinawa. In the course of the week, 500,000 bombs will be dropped on the island. Monday, March 26th. On the Eastern Front in Hungary, the Germans retreat over the plains of the western part of the country in the direction of Austria, with the aim of defending the city of Vienna. An irritated Hitler, in view of the failure of his offensive in the east, blames his commands and the soldiers for a lack of fighting spirit. He accuses the men of the Waffen-SS Lieberstandarte of cowardice and orders them to take off their armbands with the Adolf Hitler insignia. When General Sepp Dietrich receives the order, he considers it a humiliation and tells his officers and soldiers to keep the insignias in the belief that the Führer must have been misinformed. When Heinrich Himmler hears about Hitler's decision, he comments, "If the Führer wants to strip off the SS armbands, he'll have to take them off the corpses on the battlefield." On the Western Front, in German territory, the British Prime Minister writes in Marshal Montgomery's autograph book before his departure, "The Rhine and its fortresses are now behind the 21st Army Group. A vanquished German army, which not long ago was the master of Europe, is retreating. Forward on wings of flame to final victory." The men of the 3rd and 7th U.S. Armies converge near Worms, 70 kilometers or 44 miles south of Frankfurt. Tuesday, March 27th. On the Eastern Front, the Germans stage an assault on the Küstrin fortress on both sides of the Oder River, and which is now under Soviet control. The attack is so intense that some panzer units manage to enter the city, but the Red Army soon liquidates them. On the Baltic coast, Gdynia, Danzig, and Königsberg are besieged by the Soviets. Polish Army General Leopold Okulicki, successor of General Bor Komorowski, head of the resistance forces, is called for a meeting with the Soviet authorities in the outskirts of Warsaw. On the Western Front, the Germans launched the last V-2 missiles of the war from a base near The Hague. One of the rockets falls in London and the other in Antwerp. The V-2 has killed 2,855 people in England and 4,483 in Belgium. Argentina declares war upon Germany. With this declaration, a total of 70 sovereign states are at war with the Third Reich, including Andorra, San Marino, and Liechtenstein. In the Pacific, on the Ryukyu Islands, American troops occupy several islets around Okinawa in the lead-up to the invasion. The Japanese retaliate with a massive kamikaze attack. Wednesday, March 28th. On the Western Front in Berlin, the differences between Hitler and General Guderian are irreconcilable. Their opinions on what has happened at Kustrin and on what is to be done to defend the German capital are worlds apart. After a bitter quarrel between them, Heinz Guderian is dismissed with the excuse that he is being discharged for health reasons. He is replaced with the obedient Hans Krebs, who will become the last chief of the General Staff of the Army. New reports from Marshal Kesselring reached the Führer's headquarters, informing him about the imminent collapse of the Western Front in the Hanau sector, the hometown of the Grimm brothers, and Frankfurt am Main. The German soldiers don't want to keep fighting, and the local population welcomes the Allied troops with hugs and kisses. The 1st U.S. Army takes Marburg and the 3rd U.S. Army Limburg am Lahn. The 2nd British Army launches an offensive towards the Elbe River. On the Eastern Front, the Red Army reaches the border between Hungary and Austria in the Kosek-Zambathli area. In Poland, in the surroundings of Warsaw, 11 leaders from the main resistance groups join Polish Army General Leopold Okulicki in his meeting with the Russians. None of them will come back from the gathering. Thursday, March 29th. On the Eastern Front, Soviet soldiers take the Komaram oil fields in Hungary. The Wehrmacht has lost its last major source of fuel. The Red Army takes the Hungarian town of Kapuver as it moves into Austria. They are 80 kilometers or 49 miles from Vienna. In Czechoslovakia, they enter the region of Ruthenia. South of Lake Balaton, the Soviet and the Bulgarian armies center their attacks on the 2nd German Panzer Army. In East Prussia, the Red Army liquidates the last German pockets of resistance in Königsberg, nowadays Kaliningrad. On the Western Front, the 3rd U.S. Army occupies the cities of Frankfurt and Wiesbaden, while the 7th takes Mannheim. Marshal Kesselring asks Hitler to address the nation in order to raise the morale of the fighters. At the same time, Goebbels is also pressing the Nazi leader to deliver a short radio speech. In the United States, President Roosevelt visits the Presidential Library and Museum for the last time, which today carries his name in Hyde Park, New York. Friday, March 30th. On the Western Front in Berlin, Joseph Goebbels writes in his diary, "The Führer is not changing the government. He is keeping all the incompetents. I pressure him, but he pays no attention. It's as if he were living in a different world." Hitler is not the only one living in another world. Finance Minister Lutz Graf Schwerin von Krosigk finalizes his plans for a tax reform, even though most of the country is under foreign occupation. Allied bombers target the German cities of Wilhelmshaven, Bremen, and Hamburg. The 1st U.S. Army attacks Paderborn, while Allied aircraft harass the retreating German columns. On the Eastern Front, Marshal Rokossovsky's men take the city of Danzig, taking 10,000 prisoners and 45 submarines. In Czechoslovakia, the Soviets cross the Hron and Nitra rivers and head towards the Austrian border. In Hungary, they march to Kosek. In Burma, the 19th Indian Division takes Kyoksai, south of Mandalay. U.S. President Franklin D. Roosevelt arrives at Warm Springs, Georgia. Saturday, March 31st. On the Western Front, the French troops of General Lattre de Tassigny crossed the Rhine River through Speyer, south of Ludwigshafen and Mannheim. All the Allied armies have soldiers in German territory. Patton's 3rd U.S. Army reaches Siegen. Allied Supreme Commander Dwight Ike Eisenhower demands Germany's surrender on the radio.
In elementary wisdom, the 1939, the Soviet Union entered into...
In the course of the month, the Allies have dropped 67,500 tons of bombs on Germany. On the Eastern Front, in Hungary, the Soviets reach the town of Sopron, 60 kilometers or 37 miles from Vienna, Austria. The Red Army takes Ratibor and Kacher, nowadays Rasibors and Kietz in Poland. In the Pacific, the Americans complete the invasion of the Kurama Islands, 17 nautical miles away from Okinawa. They seize 350 suicide attack vessels. In the war at sea, the Allies have sunk 32 German submarines throughout the month. Sunday, April 1st, 1945. In the Pacific, the U.S. invasion of the island of Okinawa, Operation Iceberg, has begun. Admiral Chester W. Nimitz, Commander-in-Chief Pacific Fleet, Vice Admiral Mark Mitcher, in charge of aircraft carriers, and the 10th U.S. Army under the command of General Simon B. Buckner are involved in the operation. The island, only 500 kilometers or 270 nautical miles from Tokyo, has 2 airfields and is an excellent springboard for the planned invasion of Japan. General Mitsuru Ushijima, in charge of the 80,000 men who make up the defense of Okinawa, has moved all of his forces to the Suri sector, where he has built an important line of defense. 50,000 U.S. troops land unopposed along 13 kilometers of beach of the southwest coast near Hagushi. Casualties are so scarce that the Marines call today the Day of Love. On the Eastern European Front, Soviet forces of the 3rd Ukrainian Front march in the direction of Vienna, Austria. The soldiers of the 2nd Ukrainian Front liberate the Sered concentration camp and head off towards Bratislava, Slovakia. In East Prussia, the few surviving ships from the Kriegsmarine, the war at sea, have managed to evacuate about 100,000 Germans in the past 2 weeks. Monday, April 2nd. On the Eastern Front in Hungary, the 3rd Ukrainian Front forces supported by Bulgarian troops occupy the main oil production area of Nagy Kanica and the industrial area of Moson Magyarovar. Karl Sokol, Austrian residence leader during the development of the so-called Operation Radetzky, sends instructions to officers Ferdinand Kass and Johann Reif to get in touch with Marshal Fyodor Tolbolgin of the 3rd Ukrainian Front in order to offer his support and, in so doing, avoid the destruction of the Austrian capital. On the Western Front, Hitler sends a message to Field Marshal Albert Kesselring telling him to replace any commanders who do not believe in victory. In London, Winston Churchill is concerned about the situation in Poland, where it's clear that they are not going to hold elections as Stalin had promised at the Yalta Conference. The British Prime Minister telegraphs General Eisenhower and suggests that the Allied troops shake hands with the Russians as far east as possible. Forces of the 1st and 3rd U.S. Armies meet in the German town of Lippstadt, successfully completing the encirclement operation of the important industrial Ruhr region. The 2nd British Army occupies Munster. In the Pacific, on the island of Okinawa, the U.S. Marines easily advance from north to south, cutting the island into two. In the Philippines, the United States, supported by Filipino guerrillas, land on the islands of Sulu and Sanga-Sanga. They encountered no resistance. In Japan, B-29s bombed the Nakajima factory on the outskirts of Tokyo. Tuesday, April 3rd. On the Western Front in Germany, troops of the U.S. 9th Army capture Recklinghausen, while the 1st occupy Fulda and Kassel. An armored division continues its march towards Gotha. In the east of the Netherlands, the Allies capture the town of Hengelo. On the Eastern Front, the Soviet soldiers reach the outskirts of Vienna. The Southern Army Group, under General Otto Wöhler, is in danger of disappearing. The Russians publish a statement to the Austrian people expressing the Red Army's liberating mission to destroy Nazism. Meanwhile, Hitler has included Vienna in the category of an especially important defensive zone, which means fighting with all available means until the last man alive. Also, according to the Nero Decree, all infrastructure should be destroyed to prevent them from falling into enemy hands. In the United States, the State Department appoints General MacArthur Commander-in-Chief of all ground forces in the Pacific. Admiral Nimitz is given command of all naval forces. On the island of Okinawa, men of the 10th Army have captured the Kadena and Onar airfields and moved through the center and south of the island with relative ease. General Buckner decides to begin an attack on the north of the island. The 6th Marine Division leads the attack on the Ishikawa Isthmus, where Americans first meet strong opposition from the Japanese. Wednesday, April 4th. On the Western Front, in Germany, troops of the British 2nd Army occupy the town of Osnabrück, while the U.S. 3rd Army captures Suhl and Gotha. Soldiers of the 89th U.S. Infantry Division arrive at the Ohrdruf concentration camp, one of the sub-camps of Buchenwald. At the entrance, they find thousands of corpses stacked one on top of another, each with a bullet in the neck. When he visits, General Eisenhower is so affected that he sends photographs to Churchill with copies of movies that have been filmed. The British Prime Minister is so horrified that he circulates the material among members of the War Cabinet. General Student is forced to cancel the offensive against Allied troops in the Ruhr area for lack of fuel. Nevertheless, the Allies are fully aware of his movements thanks to the control of messages from Ultra. On the Eastern Front, with Soviet forces occupying Bratislava, the Russians establish a Czechoslovak provisional government in Košice. In Austria, the resistance inside Vienna, part of Operation Radetzky, struggles to secure the bridges in the city to aid the arrival of the Soviets. The forces of the 2nd and 3rd Ukrainian Front complete the occupation of Hungary. Thursday, April 5th. On the Eastern Front in Košice, the Czechoslovak Provisional Government announces its program and delivers the new democratic principles of the Czech Republic. The priority is the liberation of the country, and it encourages people to undertake an active and concerted struggle against the Germans. In Austria, 3rd Ukrainian Front troops cut the railway line from Linz to Vienna. In Moscow, Foreign Minister Molotov notifies the Japanese ambassador that the USSR will not renew the friendship treaty signed in April 1941. On the Western Front, the French First Army captures the German city of Karlsruhe. In the Netherlands, Allied troops occupy Almelo. In the Pacific, in Japan, the head of the government, General Kuniaki Koiso, resigns. Admiral Kantaro Suzuki is in charge of forming a new cabinet. The Japanese decide to launch Operation Tengo, known as Operation Sky 1. The battleship Yamato, the biggest in the world, along with 9 other ships, set off on a suicide attack against the Allied forces fighting on the island of Okinawa. On the island of Iwo Jima, U.S. forces establish an advanced air base. Friday, April 6th. On the Pacific Front, at the base of Mitajiri in Japan, the Yamato docks to let off 6 sailors before heading towards Okinawa. When it reaches the open sea, the submarine USS Threadfin locates it and begins to circle it. On the island of Okinawa, more than 300 suicide pilots descend upon American ships in a single attack. They manage to sink 2 American destroyers, 2 supply ships, and a landing ship carrying tanks. In the interior of the island, U.S. forces move slowly along the Ishikawa Isthmus. In the south, the formidable defensive line Shuri holds off all American assaults. On the European Eastern Front, the battle for Vienna, Austria begins. German soldiers destroy all the bridges over the Danube River except one. Yugoslav partisans take control of Sarajevo. In East Prussia, after 6 days of intense air and artillery bombardment on the town of Königsberg, Red Army soldiers get through German defenses. On the Western Front, the Polish government in exile in London issues a statement saying that the most important representatives of the Polish resistance have disappeared without a trace after a meeting with the Soviets. Saturday, April 7th. In the Pacific, during Operation Tengo, the battleship Yamato, under Admiral Seiichi Ito, along with accompanying vessels, are approaching the island of Okinawa. The Americans know their position and send more than 300 torpedo planes to pound the Japanese ships, especially the Yamato, which has been given only enough fuel to reach the island. After 2 hours of attacks, the huge battleship, the light cruiser Yahagi, and 4 destroyers are sunk, killing 3,700 sailors and Admiral Ito. The Americans lose 12 aircraft and their pilots. In the vicinity of the island, kamikaze aircraft attack and damage the aircraft carrier Hancock and the battleship Maryland. B-29 bombers escorted by P-51 Mustangs based on the island of Iwo Jima attack the Nakajima aircraft factory near Tokyo. In Europe, on the Eastern Front, German forces continue their resistance by holding up in Breslau, now Wrocław, Poland, on the banks of the Oder River. In Czechoslovakia, the Wehrmacht troops of the Central Army Group, commanded by General Ferdinand Schorner, try unsuccessfully to stop the relentless march of the Soviets. In Vienna, Austria, house-by-house fighting begins. On the Western Front, American soldiers of the 1st Army capture the German town of Göttingen. The 9th Army enters Eisenach and Hamelin. William Canaris, who is imprisoned in the concentration camp of Flossenburg in Bavaria, is judged by a tribunal of the SS, presided over by Otto Thorbeck, and sentenced to death. Sunday, April 8th. On the Eastern Front in East Prussia, in the Battle of Königsberg, now Kaliningrad, the Soviet aerial bombardment is increased, and the German forces retreat to a 3rd defensive ring located in the city center. In Vienna, Austria, during Operation Radetzky, Karl Zokol, Austrian resistance leader, escapes from the soldiers of the SS, but Captain Alfred Huth, Lieutenant Rudolf Karl Raschke, and Major Biedermann are arrested and hanged in public on lampposts in the Floresdorf district of the city. Meanwhile, Soviet troops take control of the main train station. The Second Ukrainian Front forces continue their advance into northern Czechoslovakia. On the Western Front, in Germany, the 7th U.S. Army troops take Pforzheim in the southwest, while British 2nd Army troops occupy Hildesheim in the center. Soldiers of the U.S. 3rd Army discover a hidden cache of jewels and works of art in a mine near Merkers. In the Netherlands, British paratroopers land in the east of the country in support of Canadian forces. In northern Italy, British troops are fighting in the area of Lake Comacchio. Monday, April 9th. On the Western Front, in the concentration camp of Flossenburg, Admiral Wilhelm Canaris, Generals Hans Oster and Ludwig Gehr, and Pastor Dietrich Bonhoeffer are hanged. In the Dachau concentration camp, Johann Elser, a carpenter who had attacked Hitler in November 1939, is among the tens of thousands of prisoners awaiting release. He is assassinated on the orders of Himmler. In Italy, the Allies embark on the final leg of the campaign. American 5th Army forces and the British 8th Army set out to take the Po River Valley, performing a maneuver to encircle the German Army Group C. On the Eastern Front, on the Baltic Sea coast, General Otto Lasch, commander of the fortress Königsberg, now Kaliningrad, orders his troops to surrender. The defense of the city has claimed the lives of about 60,000 soldiers of both sides and 25,000 German civilians. In Vienna, Austria, Soviet troops reach the city center. In Italy, in the port of Bari, an explosion on the ship Charles Henderson, loaded with ammunition, kills 360 people and injures 1,730 others. In the Pacific, on southern Okinawa Island, over 100,000 Japanese are entrenched behind a triple line of defense around Shuri, the ancient capital, in an east-west strip running through the towns of Ojana, Kakazu, Ganeko, Uehara, and Woking. The Marines are fighting against the first line of defense meter by meter in one of the bloodiest battles of the war. Tuesday, April 10th. On the Eastern Front, on hearing of the surrender of the fortress of Königsberg, Hitler sends a message to the few German units operating in East Prussia. General Otto Lasch should be immediately shot as a traitor. But Lasch has been taken prisoner by the Soviets. In Austria, in Vienna, house-to-house fighting continues. Meanwhile, the 6th Army of the Waffen-SS Panzer holds off the Soviets in the area of Wiener Neustadt and Baden. On the Western Front, in London, Prime Minister Winston Churchill gives casualty figures for the Empire since the beginning of the war. Up to February 1945, 216,287 deaths have occurred among the three armed forces and 59,793 civilian casualties in the UK due to air raids and flying bombs, in addition to 30,179 merchant seamen. In total, the death toll exceeds 300,000. In Germany, Hanover falls into the hands of the soldiers of the U.S. 9th Army. The British 2nd Army captures Wildenhausen. In the Netherlands, the 1st Canadian Army occupies Deventer. In Burma, Allied troops under General William Slynn embark on the offensive to take Rangoon before the monsoon starts. In the Pacific, American soldiers capture Jolo on the Philippine island of Sulu and Lamon Bay in southern Luzon Island. Wednesday, April 11th. On the Eastern Front, the Soviet government signs a treaty of friendship and mutual assistance with Tito's Yugoslavia. In Vienna, Austria, Soviet troops capture the parliament building and the town hall. The Russian command announces that since early April, they have taken 142,000 Germans prisoner, including 1,810 officers and 4 generals. On the Western Front, the Americans reach the Elbe River, south of Wittenberg, to within 100 kilometers or 93 miles of Berlin. A growing number of German cities surrender without a fight, while the armies of the Reich disintegrate. General Eisenhower makes Stavka, the Soviet High Command, aware of the fact that Western Allied forces will not take Berlin. American soldiers enter the Buchenwald camp and find distressing images, emaciated corpses piled up, and starving survivors wandering around like ghosts. Third Army troops occupy Nordhausen, Osterreuth, Tettenborn, and Neuhof, while the 7th reaches Schweinfurt in Bavaria. The British Second Army forces enter Celle. In Burma, the Allies capture Piabwe after a fierce battle that kills more than 2,000 Japanese. In the Pacific, on the island of Okinawa, kamikaze attacks by Japanese aircraft damage the aircraft carriers USS Missouri, USS Enterprise, and USS Essex, as well as a further 6 destroyers. Thursday, April 12th. U.S. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt dies at his home in Warm Springs, Georgia, from a brain hemorrhage. He was posing for the painter Elizabeth Shumatoff. He was 63. Vice President Harry Truman assumes the presidency. In Berlin, Germany, Marshal Kesselring, after a meeting with Hitler, would later explain that the Nazi leader was elated by the news. Goebbels, meanwhile, claims that it's the decisive moment. The German High Command believes that the new president, Harry Truman, will be willing to sign an armistice and join them to fight against the Soviets. The 3rd U.S. Army captures Stadtilm near Erfurt, where they find a battery of heavy water. French soldiers enter Baden-Baden. In the Netherlands, the Allies occupy Westerbork, Bremen, and Deventer. Canadian soldiers liberate the Westerbork concentration camp in Hoogholland. In northern Italy, violent clashes occur between Allied and German forces in the Santerno and Reno River area. On the Eastern Front in Austria, the Soviets advance on Graz and capture the Vienna-Lundenburg Road. In Yugoslavia, the Germans evacuate Zenica. In the Pacific, on the island of Okinawa, the Japanese begin the second Kikusui attack. Japanese aircraft and ships are launched against the Americans in a new suicide attack. A manned OHKA bomb manages to sink the USS destroyer Mert Abel. Friday, April 13th. From his bunker in Berlin, Adolf Hitler launches a proclamation to the German forces that are on the Eastern Front. According to the Führer, victory is near. Vienna will soon be German again, and Berlin will never be occupied because enormous artillery awaits the enemy. On the Western Front, in London, Prime Minister Winston Churchill addresses the House of Commons to pay tribute to the memory of a great American friend, Franklin Delano Roosevelt. In Germany, near the city of Gardelegen, SS soldiers fleeing the Allied advance and taking with them more than 1,000 political and military prisoners decide to lock up in a barn all those who cannot keep up and set them on fire. U.S. Third Army troops occupy the town of Jena in the Saale River Valley. In the Netherlands, the Allies capture Assen, Ulst, and Diepenveen. In northern Italy, British troops secure the bridgehead in Bastia. On the Eastern Front in Vienna, Russian airborne troops land on both sides of the bridge in Reichsbrücke. At day's end, the Russians control the Austrian capital. In the coming days, they create a socialist-communist government led by Karl Renner, who declares the country's independence. Saturday, April 14th. On the Western Front, General Eisenhower informs the Joint Chiefs of Staff that the priority of his troops is securing Norway, Denmark, southern Germany, and Austria. The British do not agree. In the northeast of the Netherlands, British troops liberate the Westerbork concentration camp. German troops are entrenched in Arnhem, Zwolle, and other areas of the country. Heinrich Himmler orders the elimination of all prisoners in the Dachau concentration camp north of Munich. The U.S. Third Army occupies Bayreuth and Gera. The Second British Army reaches Bremen. In northern Italy, between the towns of Montisi and Vergato, the 5th U.S. Army launches a new offensive preceded by a heavy bombardment. Italian and British special forces capture the island of Lake Comacchio. Hitler has banned any retreat of the German armies. In the Pacific, on the island of Okinawa, American soldiers hold off numerous Japanese counterattacks, while suicide attacks on American ships continue. Sunday, April 15th. Eva Braun arrives in Berlin from Munich. While saying goodbye to a friend, she says, "I could not live in a Germany without Hitler." On the Western Front, the first Allied armored cars begin to arrive at the concentration camp of Bergen-Belsen, north of Celle. They find thousands of inmates who an officer defines as walking skeletons and more than 10,000 unburied corpses. The forces of the U.S. 1st and 9th Armies have surrounded German Army Group B in the Ruhr region. General Matthew Bunker Ridgway urges Marshal Walter Model to surrender his troops. Model refuses and chooses to disband the Army Group. In the Netherlands, the Canadian forces capture Arnhem, Zutphen, and Zoutkamp. In Italy, Allied troops advancing towards Bologna divide into two columns along the highways connecting the city. On the Eastern Front, the forces of the 1st Belarusian Front and the 1st Ukrainian Front are ready to launch a major offensive on Berlin. 1,600,000 men of the Russian army, with the support of thousands of aircraft, armored vehicles, and artillery, are prepared to raze the German capital to the ground and kill Hitler and his regime. In Czechoslovakia, the Soviets occupy the industrial area of Maastricht-Ostrau in Moravia. In the War of the Pacific, B-29 bombers attack Kawasaki and Tokyo. Monday, April 16th. On the Eastern Front, from their positions on the Oder and Nisa rivers, the Soviets begin the offensive against the German capital, preceded by a heavy artillery attack. The Russian commanders seek to fragment and isolate German troops found inside and around the city and then annihilate them. Later, they move towards the Elbe River. 60 German suicide planes crash into bridges on the Oder River to prevent the passage of Russian troops. Hitler sends what will be his last orders of the day, urging commanders to shoot anyone who tries to leave on the spot. On the Western Front in Germany, American forces liberate the town of Colditz and enter Nuremberg. The Allied command officially decrees the end of the aerial bombing campaign against Germany. In the Netherlands, the Canadians capture Harlingen, Groningen, and Leeuwarden. In northern Italy, German troops have been split and the Allies cross the Argenta Gorge. In Burma, the 5th Indian Division captures Shwemyo. The Allies are 350 kilometers or 217 miles from Rangoon. Tuesday, April 17th. In Berlin, it looks like Hitler's days are numbered. The Western Allies have reached Nuremberg in the west, and in the east, the Soviets, after crossing the Oder River, are marching towards the German capital. The schizophrenic Nazi dictator orders the destruction of all roads leading to Berlin and exclaims, "Before they arrive here, the Russians will experience the bloodiest defeat imaginable." On the Eastern Front, on their way to Berlin, Soviets and Germans clash in the Battle of the Seelow Heights. More than 1.5 million men under the command of Marshal Zhukov attack German positions known as the Gates of Berlin. Facing them there are 100,000 soldiers of the Wehrmacht 9th Army under General Theodor Busse. On the Western Front, 325 German soldiers and 30 generals have surrendered to the Americans. Marshal Model can't be located. British Lancaster bombers, loaded with Tallboy and Grand Slam bombs, attack the island of Heligoland in the North Sea. In the Netherlands, the Allies capture the town of Apeldoorn, southeast of Amsterdam. In the Pacific, in the Philippine Islands, units of the American 10th Corps land on the island of Mindanao. Wednesday, April 18th. On the Western Front, the British Prime Minister Winston Churchill orders Field Marshal Montgomery to forget Berlin and direct the British Second Army troops towards the German port city of Lübeck on the Baltic Sea in order to prevent the Soviets from getting to Denmark. Churchill remains committed to the idea of the Russians occupying as little territory as possible, and he does not trust the promises of Stalin. The 1st American Army enters Dusseldorf. The 9th Army captures Magdeburg, and the 3rd Army sends troops to the border of Czechoslovakia. The German forces on the island of Heligoland surrender to the British without resistance. The Allied High Command reports that since the invasion of Normandy, German prisoners captured to date number 2,055,575. In the Netherlands, the 1st Canadian Corps reach Harderwijk. In northern Italy, the Germans attempt unsuccessfully an offensive with armored vehicles against Allied positions near Argenta. On the Eastern Front, Soviet forces in clashes in the Seelow Heights in Berlin open a gap in the German defensive lines and split the Panzer Army into two. In Burma, Aung San, Burmese Independent Army commander, declares an armed insurrection against the Japanese army and is supported by Allied forces. In the Pacific, on Ieshima Island off Okinawa, the popular American war correspondent Ernie Pyle dies after being hit by Japanese machine gun fire. Thursday, April 19th. On the Eastern Front, troops under Marshal Zhukov and Konev advance on Berlin, engaging in heavy fighting with the German 9th Army under General Busse and further south with the 4th Armored Division. For the Wehrmacht, the situation is hopeless. Red Army soldiers are advancing and breaking enemy defenses at will and have the German capital within their hands. From the bunker, Hitler never stops giving orders, which are contradictory and impossible to carry out. He wants the 9th Army to form a powerful front line, which will act as a huge wave and push the Soviets to the east, when in reality, some German troops are enclosed by the Russians and others are retreating westwards. On the Western Front in Germany, the Americans enter Leipzig, while the British attack Bremen and the Canadians capture the state airfield west of Hamburg. In Italy, a command of the resistance placed several bombs in the hull of the partially wrecked Italian aircraft carrier Aquila. The ship sinks, thereby preventing the Germans from blockading the entrance to the port of Genoa. Troops of the U.S. 5th Army reach the Po River Plateau. In Canada, an HNS-1 helicopter of the U.S. Coast Guard conducts one of the first rescue operations with members of the crew of a Canadian Catalina aircraft that has crashed in the region of Labrador. In the Pacific, American soldiers finally take the center and north of Okinawa Island. Friday, April 20th. In Germany, Soviet tanks arrive in the outskirts of Berlin. The German capital suffers from enemy artillery fire, and the sound of enemy guns can be heard from the Reich Chancellery. There is total confusion in his bunker. The Führer, who is angry and shouting, appoints and dismisses commands and orders executions of people who are not present and whose whereabouts is unknown. Some Nazi leaders accompanying Hitler for his 56th birthday are sure that it will be his last. Among them is Marshal Hermann Göring, who has ordered the destruction of his luxurious home Karrenhall, built on a hunting estate northeast of Berlin, close to Eberswalde. Its treasures, stolen over the years, have been loaded onto 24 trucks and several railway carriages and are heading towards Obersalzberg in Bavaria. Third American Army troops patrol the streets of the city of Nuremberg, which has been a Nazi shrine. General Patton has found the original documents of the Nuremberg Laws, published in September 1935. The laws totally changed the lives of millions of European Jews who were considered a social evil and needed to be removed like a malignant tumor, as Hitler wrote in his book Mein Kampf. Saturday, April 21st. In Berlin, everyone who had gone to congratulate Hitler for his birthday, making promises of loyalty, begin to leave the German capital as if they were fleeing from hell. To the south and west on the roads that are passable, there are lines of cars. Soviet troops begin to annihilate the suburbs of the capital, and Hitler orders Keitel and Jodl to inform General Felix Steiner that the SS 11th Panzer Army should undertake a counterattack and drive a wedge into the Soviet flank in order to restore a defensive line northeast of the city. We will see how the Soviets suffer the greatest defeat ever at the gates of Berlin, Hitler exclaims. But Steiner is not willing to sacrifice his men and ignores the order. On the Western Front, French troops enter Stuttgart and American troops enter Blankenberg and Dessau. Marshal Model commits suicide in a forest near Duisburg. In Italy, Polish and American troops enter Bologna. In Burma, Louis Mountbatten is preparing an assault on Rangoon, which has been delayed several times. Commanding General William Slim's 14th British Army has reached the outskirts of the city, but he is worried that the Japanese are willing to defend it to the last man. In the Pacific, on the island of Okinawa, Japanese kamikaze attacks continue against American ships. A minesweeper and 2 destroyers are sunk. Sunday, April 22nd. In Berlin, Hitler meets Marshal Wilhelm Keitel and Generals Alfred Jodl, Wilhelm Burgdorf, and Hans Krebs, as well as his henchman Martin Bormann. For the first time, he recognizes the situation facing Germany and blames officers of the armed forces who he considers to be inept. His final emotional breakdown comes when Keitel reports that Soviet tanks are in the streets of the city. Angry, shouting over and over again that the war is lost, he announces his intention to stay in the German capital and, when the moment arrives, to shoot himself. Generals Walter Wenck and Theodor Busse have been given an impossible mission, with orders to break through the Russian siege of Berlin. Wenck, aware of the fact that all is lost, strives with his men to open a corridor on the outskirts of the city, making an escape route for trapped civilians. Wilhelm Keitel and Alfred Jodl leave the German capital by order of the Nazi leader. For their part, Marshal Zhukov and Konev send troops to tighten the circle and prevent enemy units from entering or leaving the city. On the Western Front, U.S. Third Army forces march to the south along the valley of the Danube River. In Italy, the Allies reach Ficarolo. The Germans have hastily withdrawn from the Argenta Gorge, abandoning most of their artillery, tanks, and vehicles. On the Eastern Front, German troops in Yugoslavia retreat toward Zagreb. They still control the area of Jasenovac, where there is a concentration camp where they have murdered thousands of Serbs and Jews. In Burma, Anglo-Indian troops attack the towns of Yenangyaung and Tanggu. Monday, April 23rd. Hitler is informed that the center of Berlin is under fire from Russian artillery. Deeply disappointed to see how his closest aides have abruptly abandoned the bunker, angry and at the limit of his patience, he gives constant orders to General Helmut Wiedling, in charge of more than 80,000 soldiers and reservists who defend the German capital, and to the General of the SS, Wilhelm Mohnke, in charge of protection of the government compound with about 1,500 men of the Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler, Hitler's bodyguard. Luftwaffe General Karl Kohler, having been informed by Alfred Jodl that Hitler has decided to commit suicide, goes to Alberg-Salzburg to inform Marshal Göring of the situation regarding the Führer. Göring sends Hitler a telegram in which he proposes as his representative to take control of Germany. If I don't receive a response before 10 o'clock tonight, I will assume you have lost freedom of action. Hitler angrily relieves him of his post and orders his arrest. Martin Bormann sends SS troops to stop Göring and Kohler, who have made the decision to surrender to U.S. forces. Meanwhile, Heinrich Himmler is trying to negotiate a peace agreement with the Allies through the support of Swedish Count Folke Bernadotte, delegate of the Red Cross. In the west, the Americans capture the last German defenders in the Harz Mountains. Further north, the 2nd British Army reached the vicinity of the Elbe River near Hamburg. In Italy, troops of the 5th U.S. Army capture the city of La Spezia, while the British 8th occupy Ferrara. Tuesday, April 24th. In Berlin, the occupants of Hitler's bunker get fewer by the moment. Those remaining call it the morgue and console themselves by getting drunk and throwing parties. Hitler gives orders to burn all documents found in various offices and safes. Grand Admiral Donitz, located in the north, has given instructions for all sailors to abandon their ships and go to Berlin to take part in what he calls the German Battle of Destiny. The forces commanded by Himmler and those remaining operational in the Luftwaffe should do the same. The Führer has fired Dr. Morell, accusing him of wanting to drug him with morphine, and his hysterical behavior is frightening all those around him. Frequently, those close by hear him shouting, "I do not want to live anymore, it's finished." Southeast of Berlin, the Battle of Halbe begins, near the Spreewald Forest, when the 9th Army under General Theodor Busse intends to meet the 12th Army under the command of General Walter Wenck, with the intention of crossing the Elbe River and surrender to the Americans. Marshal Zhukov has realized this and sent troops to cut them off. Meanwhile, Marshal Konev, anxious that his forces will share the glory of having captured the German 9th Army, also joins the fight. Canadian and British troops enter the city of Bremen. Units of the U.S. 1st Army liberate the Dachau camp, while the 7th Army crosses the Danube River and heads for Ulm. Eisenhower is convinced that Nazi fanatics will try to settle in the mountains of Bavaria and western Austria in order to continue fighting. He orders the 3rd American Army to march south. General Patton is directed to take the Czech towns of Budějovice, Pilsen, and Carlsbad with the aim of reaching Prague. Wednesday, April 25th. In Berlin, Germany, Hitler orders the arrest of General Wiedling, whom he accuses of desertion, when in reality he is defending the capital. When Wiedling learns of the Nazi leader's decision, he goes to the bunker to defend his innocence. Hitler, when he sees him, praises his courage and appoints him commander-in-chief of the Battle of Berlin. General Ritter von Grimm, not without problems, flies from Munich to Berlin, accompanied by Hannah Reitsch, a major test pilot and supporter of squadrons of suicide pilots. Upon arrival at the bunker, Hitler tells him of his promotion to Field Marshal and his appointment as the new commander-in-chief of the German Air Force. Meanwhile, Soviet troops are taking the German capital street by street. Allied aircraft bomb the Berghof, home and headquarters of the Führer in Berchtesgaden. On the western bank of the Elbe River, near Torgau, American and Russian soldiers have met. Germany has been divided into two. In Moscow, the meeting of the two forces is celebrated by firing salvos of 124 guns. In New York, people are dancing and singing in Times Square. Truman and Stalin exchanged congratulatory messages. On the Western Front, in Italy, a widespread partisan revolt breaks out, while Allied forces undertake a new offensive. Mussolini leaves Milan disguised as a German soldier and goes to the city of Como on his flight toward Switzerland. The San Francisco Conference begins in California in the United States to initiate the United Nations organization. Thursday, April 26th. In Germany, in Berlin, house-to-house fighting continues. In the bunker, Hitler still thinks he can control the situation. He hopes that General Wenck will arrive with his men in the city and expel the Soviets, and then the Western Allies will join him to defeat the Bolsheviks, the cause of all ills. Goebbels, obsessed with the place he has in history, encourages him to stay in Berlin. This is where we can get a victory, if only a moral one, and avoid humiliation, he says. American troops have crossed the German territory and are located on the border with Austria. The Third Army, commanded by Patton, enters Regensburg. On the Eastern Front, the Second Ukrainian Front forces occupy Brno in Czechoslovakia. In Pillau, Prussia, now Baltijsk, Russia, after several weeks of intense fighting, 20,000 German soldiers surrender to the Russians. On the Western Front, Marshal Pétain is stopped when crossing the border into France from Switzerland. He is tried and sentenced to death for treason and collaboration, but General de Gaulle will commute his sentence. In Italy, U.S. Fifth Army forces capture the city of Verona, while partisans take Genoa and begin the capture of Milan. In the Pacific, B-29s bomb Tokyo. The Japanese government tries to negotiate with the Soviets and maintain friendship and collaboration agreements. Friday, April 27th. In Berlin, Germany, the living conditions of the citizens who inhabit the city resemble those suffered by the Russians in Stalingrad. There is no light, no water, no food, and thousands of people are hiding in basements, shelters, and subway stations. Street fighting is getting tougher every day. Zhukov's troops are attacking from the north, while Konev's forces are moving in from the south. 3/4 of the city is already in the hands of the Soviets, who have reached Alexanderplatz in the city center. The Reich Chancellery is in sight. The Russians are after the big trophy, the Führer, and the army of elderly and children can do little about it. On the Western Front, the Allies refuse to consider requests from Himmler for peace negotiations. The only possibility is total surrender on all fronts. The 7th U.S. Army prepares for the final attack on Munich. The First Army captures Kempten and Straubing. In Italy, in the town of Dongo, a squad of partisans led by Urbano Lazzaro discovers Mussolini and his mistress Clara Petacci in a German convoy going from Milan towards Valtellina. Both are arrested. In Burma, British ships approach the coast to bomb Japanese installations and airfields. Saturday, April 28th. In Germany and Berlin, General Wiedling orders everyone who's in the bunker to move westward. Hitler refuses. The Führer has been informed of Himmler's negotiations with the Allies. He considers Himmler to have no authorization. It's therefore high treason. He orders that he be arrested and that SS Hermann Fegelein, liaison officer and brother-in-law of Eva Braun, present himself immediately. At dusk, Fegelein is located in his apartment, intoxicated and in the company of a foreign woman who the Gestapo accuses of being a spy. He is taken to the bunker where he is executed by direct order of Hitler, who accuses him of desertion. Soviet troops begin an assault on the Reichstag, attacking across the Moltke Bridge. The Germans respond with fierce counterattacks. In the Ministry of the Interior and the Kroll Opera, the resistance of the SS soldiers is fierce. On the Western Front, in Italy, the Republic of Salo collapses, as well as the German resistance. Walter Audicio, a communist member of the Corps of Volunteers for Freedom, together with several partisans, shoots the Duce and his mistress Clara Petacci. Later, their bodies are hanged in the Piazza Le Loreto in Milan, where not many days before a group of partisans had been shot. British 8th Army troops capture Venice and the 5th U.S. Army the town of Brescia. General Heinrich von Wietinghoff wants to sign a ceasefire with the Allies. Sunday, April 29th. In Berlin, Hitler writes his political will in which he blames international Judaism for the outbreak of the war and appoints Grand Admiral Karl Donitz as his successor. Later, he marries Eva Braun, now Eva Hitler. General Wiedling informs Hitler that the Soviets are just a few meters from the bunker and that there are no weapons to defend the area around the Chancellery. The Nazi leader never ceases to transmit messages asking where the frontline troops of General Wenck and the 9th Army are. The British capture these desperate messages. On the Western Front, U.S. 7th Army troops enter Munich and the French 1st Army captures Friedrichshafen. British forces cross the Elbe River in Hamburg. In the Netherlands, Allied planes launch Operation Manna, and 6,000 tons of food is delivered to the starving population behind the German lines in Rotterdam and The Hague. In Italy, in Caserta, at the headquarters of General Alexander, as a result of secret talks between General Karl Wolff, veteran commander of the SS, and Alan Dulles, head of the U.S. Office of Strategic Services in Switzerland, General Heinrich von Wietinghoff, Commander-in-Chief of German forces in Italy, signs an unconditional surrender. On the Eastern Front, in Vienna, the Soviets establish a provisional government. Monday, April 30th. In Berlin, in the morning, 2 battalions of the 150th Russian Assault Infantry Division capture the Reichstag. Lieutenant Berest and 2 sergeants of the Red Army hoist the Soviet flag over the equestrian statue that represents the triumph of Germany. In the early afternoon, Hitler, along with Eva Braun, says his goodbyes to his secretaries and to the people in the bunker who make up his inner circle, Bormann, Joseph and Magda Goebbels, and Generals Bergdorf and Krebs, as well as his aide Otto Guncha and his valet Heinz Linge, among others. His last wish is that they burn their bodies after death, as he does not want them to be exhibited in Moscow as hunting trophies. Soon after the sound of a gunshot is heard, Linge and Bormann quickly enter the room to find Hitler with a gunshot in the right temple, and next to him, Eva Braun lies dead, giving off a strong odor of prussic acid. Their bodies are wrapped in blankets and transferred to the Chancellery garden, doused with gasoline and set on fire. All present go back into the bunker. Neither Otto Guncha nor Heinz Linge, to whom Hitler had given the order to get rid of their bodies, fulfilled their tasks and they quickly fled the scene. Eisenhower informs the Soviet staff that Allied forces will not enter Austria beyond Linz and the Enns River. Churchill does not accept this and wants the Allies to take Prague and Czechoslovakia in order to prevent the spread of communism. But General Marshall is not willing to risk the lives of U.S. soldiers for purely political reasons. Tuesday, May 1st, 1945. In Germany, Hamburg radio announces Hitler's death, fallen at his command in the Reich Chancellery, fighting to the last breath against Bolshevism. Grand Admiral Karl Donitz becomes the new head of state. In Berlin, General Hans Krebs appears before General Vasily Chuikov with a white flag. He informs him of Hitler's suicide and proposes to negotiate surrender. Chuikov demands unconditional capitulation. In the Führer bunker, a deranged Goebbels refuses to accept the Russians' conditions. He and his wife Magda kill their 6 children using poison and subsequently commit suicide in the Chancellery Gardens. His aide, Gunther Svagerman, pours petrol over their bodies and sets them on fire. A few hours later, General Wilhelm Bergdorf also decides to shoot himself. General Helmuth Widling orders to end all of the resistance. In the meantime, Generals Buss and Wenck and the remainders of the 12th and 9th Wehrmacht armies continue to march along the Elbe River, managing to evacuate 13,000 civilians. They both surrender their forces before the Americans. Soldiers from the 7th U.S. Army capture the German Field Marshals Wilhelm von Lieb, Wilhelm List, and von Rundstedt. In Italy, New Zealander troops occupy Udine, northeast of Venetia, and converge with Tito's men in the Trieste area. In Burma, the British close in on Pegu as they advance through the Setang Valley. The monsoon rains slow down the march of the troops towards Rangoon. Northeast of Borneo, 10,000 men of the 9th Australian Division land on Tarakan Island, where the Japanese put up little resistance. Wednesday, May 2nd. In Germany, General Helmuth Widling, commander of the Berlin defense area, surrenders the city and his troops to General Vasily Chuikov. The German soldiers and officers that have managed to survive the battle for the capital and the staff of the Führer bunker, led by General Wilhelm Mohnke, try to flee by any means to the areas under American occupation. Martin Bormann, head of the SS Ludwig Stumpfegger, and Arthur Axmann, leader of the Hitler Youth, join them. However, most attempts to cross the Soviet lines fail because the Red Army has been alerted about the fugitives. Marshal Georgy Zhukov visits the Reichstag and orders photographer Yevgeny Kaldy to take a picture of Lieutenant Alexei Kovalev hoisting the Soviet flag over the building. It will be better than the one from Iwo Jima and Stalin will like it, he says. The 2nd British Army enters Lubeck and takes Wismar on the Baltic coast. The Canadians occupy Oldenburg. The 3rd U.S. Army reaches the Inn River near Passau and Neuhaus. The 7th Army approaches the Austrian city of Salzburg, while the French take Götz. In Oberammergau in Bavaria, the scientists working at the Peenemünde Research Center surrender to the Allies. Doctors Herbert Wagner and Werner von Braun and General Walter Dornberger are transferred to Paris, and from there they are taken to the United States. In Burma, Operation Dracula, the offensive on Rangoon, rages on. The 16th Indian Division lands at the mouth of the Rangoon River with naval support and advances without meeting any resistance, like the Gurkha paratroopers that were deployed the previous day. Thursday, May 3rd. In Germany, Grand Admiral Hans Georg von Friedberg, Karl Donitz's successor as head of the Kriegsmarine, and General Hans Kinzel Chief of Staff of the Northwestern Armies, turn up at Marshal Montgomery's headquarters in Lindbergh Hart, south of Hamburg, to negotiate the surrender of 3 German armies. Montgomery only accepts the capitulation of those fighting in the western area. The armies of the East must surrender to the Soviets. Karl Donitz sets up his government's headquarters in Flensburg. The new chancellor, Count Johann Ludwig Lutz Graf Schwerin von Krosigk, will be in charge of making contact with the Western Allies to propose a continuation of the war against the Soviet Union. The 7th British Army pushes the German troops towards the Kiel Canal. Units from the 3rd U.S. Army march towards the Austrian city of Linz. In Czechoslovakia, the Soviets advance northeast of Brno and southeast of Moravska Ostrava. In Burma, after 38 months of Japanese occupation, the Allies occupy Rangoon, Syriam, and Prome. In the Pacific Theater, on the island of Okinawa, the Japanese launch a powerful counterattack with artillery support, while bloody kamikaze attacks against the American fleet sink 3 destroyers. In the Philippines, the Marines meet fierce opposition on Negros Island. On Mindanao, new landings take place in the Gulf of Davao near Santa Cruz. On the southeastern tip of Luzon Island, on the Bicol Peninsula, the Japanese still resist. Friday, May 4th. In Germany, Karl Donitz and Admiral Hans-Georg von Friedeberg order the immediate end of the submarine war in all seas. However, some commanders follow a slogan that has been spread by word of mouth, Regenbogen or Rainbow, which consists in leaving their ports to scuttle their vessels. In the operation, 232 submarines are sunk in the Baltic and the North Sea. In Marshal Montgomery's Lundberg Hart headquarters, the German delegation signs the surrender of the forces deployed in the Netherlands, the northwest of Germany, Schleswig-Holstein, and Denmark. In Baldham, Field Marshal Kesselring informs the Allies that he is willing to send members of his staff to Salzburg to negotiate the conditions for capitulation. Eisenhower replies, saying that only the surrender of Army Group Center, South, G, and E will be accepted. A few hours later, the German representatives begin talks with Generals Devers, Pacht, and Halslip. In the early evening, the surrender of the troops stationed along the Austrian, Czech, and Swiss borders is announced. In Innsbruck, Austria, German General Erich Bradenberger and American General Edward Brooks signed the unconditional capitulation of the 19th and 24th Wehrmacht armies. In Wageningen, in the Low Countries, in the De World Hotel, 15 kilometers west of Arnhem, the first round of talks take place to discuss the surrender of all the German forces stationed in the Low Countries. In the United States, during the United Nations Conference in San Francisco, the Soviet Foreign Minister Vyacheslav Molotov tells American Secretary of State Edward R. Stettinius that the future of Poland has been settled. Saturday, May 5th. In Berlin, the bodies of Hitler, Eva Braun, and the Goebbels family are found by Soviet counterespionage, NKVD agents near the Third Reich Chancellery and are transferred to Magdeburg. The Red Army and the Wehrmacht are still fighting in the area between Wismar and Scherwen in East Prussia, and the coastal strip between Danzig and Königsberg. In Czechoslovakia, the Czech resistance stages the Prague Uprising. In the course of the day, 2,000 barricades are built throughout the city, and the main bridges over the Vltava River are taken over by the insurgents. Field Marshal Ferdinand Schorner, commander of Army Group Center, orders the city garrisons to suppress the rebellion. The SS soldiers that are captured by the partisans are hung from lampposts and burned alive. In Greece, the surrender takes place of the last German garrisons on the islands of Crete, Milo, Leros, Kos, and Piscopi. American troops enter Linz in Austria. On the Western Front, in Baldham in southern Germany, all the Wehrmacht forces stationed between the mountains of Bohemia and the Upper Inn, led by Hermann Forch, surrendered to American General Jacob L. Devers. Grand Admiral Karl Donitz requests a 4-day window of time to organize the capitulation. General Eisenhower gives him 48 hours. Sunday, May 6th. General Nikov, commander of the German forces in Breslau, nowadays Wrocław, Poland, accepts the conditions for surrender imposed by the Soviets. In Czechoslovakia, units from the 3rd U.S. Army occupy the city of Pilsen, while others march towards Prague. General Patton is ordered to stop the advance because, according to the Allies' agreements, the country is to be liberated by the Red Army. Karl Donitz replies to Eisenhower that the chief of operations of the OKW, General Alfred Jodl, will fly to Reims to sign the surrender. Additionally, Donitz announces that Himmler has been discharged from all his government positions, the Schutzstaffel has been completely abolished, and all forms of resistance have been prohibited for SS members. The Germans have tried to delay the capitulation because, for every hour that passes, thousands of civilians and soldiers flee from the Eastern Front towards the lines of the Western Allies. In the Low Countries, in Wageningen, Canadian General Charles Fuchs and Prince Bernard accept the surrender of General Johann Blachowicz. In Burma, the Allies march from Rangoon towards the north to converge with the Indian divisions in Daegu. In the Pacific, on the island of Okinawa, fierce Japanese resistance near the Machinto airfield forces the 1st Marine Division to slow down its advance. South of Maeda, a regiment from the 77th Division makes headway, while fighting breaks out between the Americans and Japanese units that have infiltrated the Tanabaru sector. Monday, May 7th. General Alfred Jodl flies from Flensburg, Germany to Reims in France to sign before the Western Allied commands the surrender of all the German forces that are still fighting. Initially, Jodl intends to agree to the capitulation only of the forces battling the Western Allies, but Eisenhower demands total surrender. General Jodl, after discussing the matter with Donitz, signs the total and unconditional surrender of all German troops on all fronts. It will take effect on the coming day, the 8th of May. When the Soviet High Staff is informed that General Jodl has surrendered to the British and the Americans, they consider it a partial capitulation and demand that the German commands surrender to the Red Army. In France, the German naval base of Lorient and its 25,000-strong garrison, led by General Wilhelm Farnbacher, which had been resisting behind enemy lines, gives in. The Extraordinary State Commission of the Soviet Union informs of the systematic killing of over 4 million Polish, Russian, French, Belgian, Dutch, Czechoslovak, Yugoslav, and Romanian citizens, among others, in the Auschwitz concentration camp in Poland. In the Pacific Theater, in the Philippines, on Mindanao Island, American units managed to take position in the village of Tolomo, despite the strong Japanese opposition. Soldiers from the 31st Division reached the Maramag airfield. Tuesday, May 8th. In the Western countries, Victory Day is celebrated. King George VI and Prime Minister Winston Churchill in the United Kingdom, Charles de Gaulle in France, and President Truman in the United States deliver radio speeches promising their citizens a future of peace. In Canada, the celebrations are marred by riots in Halifax that see the looting of the ships anchored in the port. In France, the garrison of Saint-Nazaire on the Atlantic coast surrenders. In the city of Prague, the partisans reach an agreement for the capitulation of the German forces. In Yugoslavia, Tito's troops enter Zagreb. In the north of Latvia, Wehrmacht units that had been fighting in isolation for months surrender. In the Pacific, on the island of Okinawa, heavy rainstorms hinder land operations. To mark Victory Day on the European fronts, and to make the Japanese know that they are now fighting on their own, every artillery piece and warship fires a salvo at midnight. In the Philippines, the Americans land on Samar Island. On Negros, they make some progress against the cutthroat enemy resistance. Wednesday, May 9th. In Germany, in Marshal Georgy Zhukov's headquarters in Karlhorst in Berlin, capitulation is signed by General Hans-Jürgen Stumpf as representative of the Luftwaffe, Marshal Wilhelm Keitel as Chief of Staff of the OKW, and by Admiral Hans-Georg von Friedberg as head of the Kriegsmarine. The Allied delegates, Arthur Tedder, de la Tri de Tassigny, and Karl Spaz, joined Georgy Zhukov. In Moscow, Victory Day is celebrated with the firing of 1,000 salvos. Later that day, Stalin comments, "In this war, Russia provided the blood, America provided the money, and Britain provided the time." The civilian and military losses on both sides come to millions. Marshal Hermann Göring, after being freed by the Germans from his Mountaindorf castle, is captured by American soldiers near the Austrian towns of Saalfelden and Rastatt. In France, the German garrisons in the ports of Rochefort, La Rochelle, Palais, and Dunkirk surrender. In Burma, Allied troops march along the Arakan coast and occupy Sandawe. Thursday, May 10th. In Europe, Allied troops from the East and West meet at different points in Central Europe. Between the German and Czech towns of Chemnitz and Rokycany, the Soviet soldiers of the 1st Ukrainian Army and the Americans of Patton's 3rd Army converge. The Russians control Prague after 5 bloody days of street fighting in which more than 5,000 civilians have been killed. Zdeněk Fierlinger, president of the Czechoslovak government in exile, announces the creation of the Second Czechoslovak Republic. In Austria, Russians and Americans meet in Linz. In Norway, Quisling, minister-president under German occupation, is arrested along with several members of his cabinet. In the United States, the government makes public the plans to withdraw the American soldiers in Europe. The Secretary of Defense informs that the American casualties amount to 800,000 soldiers, out of which 110,000 have died. In the Pacific, on the island of Okinawa, the Marines stage an attack on the Asa River estuary and manage to establish a bridgehead. Other units make minor advances on the Shuri Line. In the meantime, the Japanese suicide attacks against the American fleet continue. In the Philippines, in the northern part of Mindanao, new landings of American troops take place. In the Davao area, units from the 19th Division start cleansing operations to liquidate the Japanese pockets of resistance. Friday, May 11th. In Europe, some German pockets of resistance remain. In the east, the 1st and 2nd Ukrainian fronts neutralize some of the Wehrmacht's detachments that are still fighting. The last troops of Army Group Center, cornered in the east of Prague, surrender to the Soviets. In Austria, all resistance comes to an end, while in Croatia, some soldiers from Army Group Ostmark refuse to give in and continue to battle the Yugoslavs. The Allies have liberated all of the German concentration camps. Despite the medical support and the food that is being delivered, thousands of inmates are still dying from disease. In the Baltic Sea, the Soviets complete the occupation of the Danish island of Bornholm, where they had landed on the 9th of May. Some 12,000 Wehrmacht soldiers are taken prisoner. In China, nationalist troops stopped the Japanese offensive of Chekian. In the Pacific, on the island of Okinawa, a coordinated attack is launched by the 19th U.S. Army on the Shuri Line, with support from the 3rd and 24th Marine Corps. South of the Asa River, the men of the 6th Division advance and reach the outskirts of Ami. At the same time, soldiers from the 1st Marine Regiment are forced by the Japanese resistance to slow down their march in the Shuri Castle, seat of the Imperial Command. Saturday, May 12th. In Czechoslovakia, American troops hand over General Andrei Vlasov to the Soviets. He was former commander of the Russian Liberation Army ROA and head of the Committee for the Liberation of the Peoples of Russia. He is sent to Moscow, where he will be tried and sentenced to death, along with 11 of his officers. He will be hanged on the 2nd of August, 1946. In the United States, the government terminates the Lend-Lease convoys to the Soviet Union. In the Pacific, in the Battle of Okinawa, the American attack continues on the Shuri fortified line, which cuts across the southern part of the island. Southeast of Ami, the Japanese push back the Marines to Sugarloaf Hill, a strategic point on the line. At the same time, the 1st Division occupies most of the Takeshi Ridge at the expense of high casualties. In one of the kamikaze attacks, the USS New Mexico suffers serious damage. In the Philippines, on Luzon Island, units from the 11th U.S. Army Corps converge near the town of Ipo, north of Manila, and take several ridges. American aviation and artillery bomb the island of Samar, where the Japanese cannons that are hammering the neighboring island of Mindanao are located. Sunday, May 13th. In Yugoslavia, Alexander Lor, surrounded by partisans, has been forced to capitulate. However, some units continue to resist in the north of Slovenia, west of Maribor, along the Austrian border. In Czechoslovakia, all German resistance has stopped, even if some soldiers are trying to escape to the west to surrender to the Americans. Tito's forces complete the occupation of Trieste. Marshal Wilhelm Keitel, who had signed the capitulation of the Wehrmacht to the Red Army, is arrested in Flensburg, Germany by British soldiers. In the Pacific, on the island of Okinawa, fierce combats rage along the Shuri Line. The naval aviation of Vice Admiral Mitcher targets the airdromes on Kyushu Island, the 3rd largest in Japan. A kamikaze attack damages the carrier Enterprise, forcing it to head back to the Puget Sound shipyards in the United States. On the island of New Guinea, Australian soldiers seize Wewak. In the Philippines, on the island of Mindanao, the Americans occupied Del Monte Air Base. On Luzon, they managed to take the Balet Ridge and clear the way to the Cagayan Valley. The German submarine U-858, which was carrying Luftwaffe officers and military documents to Japan, surrenders to a squadron of American warships. The Japanese officers commit harikiri, while the Germans are made prisoner and sent to Washington. Monday, May 14th. In Yugoslavia, in the Battle of Poljana, German troops and fighters from the fascist movement Utasha, Croatian Revolutionary Movement, engage in combat with Josip Tito's partisans. As the fighting draws to a close, thousands of German soldiers and Serbian, Slovene, Croatian, and Montenegrin nationalists are shot by the partisans and buried in mass graves in what has come to be known as the Bleiburg Massacre. The creation of the independent Republic of Austria is announced by Vienna Radio. In the United States, the scientists and aviation experts from Los Alamos National Laboratory that make up the Committee for the Selection of Nuclear Targets in Japan draw up a report where they recommend the cities of Kyoto, Hiroshima, Yokohama, and the Kokura Arsenal as possible objectives. Hiroshima becomes one of the most likely objectives because the fact that it's surrounded by hills would increase the effect of the explosion. In the Pacific, B-29s bombed the city of Nagoya in the most intense attack carried out up to date over Japan. The planes dropped thousands of tons of napalm bombs and ravaged most of the city. In the Battle of Okinawa, the Americans occupied the Yonabaru airfield. On Luzon Island, units from the 1st U.S. Corps gained ground north of Balete, while the men of the 11th reached the outskirts of Ipo, which has been turned into a fortress by the Japanese. Tuesday, May 15th. Yugoslavia celebrates Victory Day after the surrender of more than 150,000 German soldiers. American soldiers arrest Ernst Kaltenbrunner. This Austrian lawyer and SS general, successor of Reinhard Heydrich as head of the Gestapo and the Reich Main Security Office, was a close collaborator of Heinrich Himmler and one of the cruelest men of the Nazi regime. Otto Skorzeny hands himself over to the Americans and is transferred to Salzburg, Austria in an armored convoy. In Burma, Indian troops advance from Rangoon to Prome. In the Gulf of Bengal, American ships and aircraft target Japanese positions on the island of Andaman. In the Pacific, on the island of Okinawa, the Americans continue their slow march on the Shuri Line, where they suffer powerful Japanese counterattacks. The bloodiest combats are waged on Sugarloaf Hill, where a Marine detachment is forced to withdraw after suffering a high number of casualties. In the Philippines, on Luzon Island, some units of the 11th U.S. Corps prepare to assault the Ipo Dam north of Manila. On the island of Mindanao, the 24th U.S. Division travels through the northeast from Davao to join the Philippine guerrillas. The cleansing operations continue in the Talomo Valley. Wednesday, May 16th. In the English Channel, British troops liberate Alderney, one of the Channel Islands, west of the French Cotentin Peninsula in Normandy. They take 3,200 German prisoners. In the Arctic Ocean, Allied ships that are escorting convoys accept the surrender of 33 German submarines that are taken to Loch Erriboll in Scotland, a deep anchorage sound used by the Royal Navy. The surrender of these U-boats marks the end of the Battle of the Atlantic. In Burma, General William Slim and Aung San, leader of the nationalist movement, hold a meeting in Meiktila. In Slim's opinion, and despite Aung's anti-British views, he stands out as a possible candidate to lead the country after the war. In the Pacific, on Luzon Island in the Philippines, the 24th U.S. Army announces that the entirety of the Bicol Peninsula is under their control. In the sector of the 11th Corps, the 152nd Infantry Regiment stages an attack on Woodpecker Ridge with artillery support, managing to reach the summit. In the Battle of Okinawa, the 6th Marine Division launches an assault on Sugarloaf Hill with 2 of its regiments. In the sector of the 1st Marine Division, Japanese anti-tank artillery wreaks havoc on the American armored columns that were trying to cross the Wana Valley. The 96th reaches the surroundings of Yonabaru. Thursday, May 17th. In the Pacific, on the island of Okinawa, in the sector of the 10th U.S. Army, General Simon Bolivar Buckner, Jr. takes charge of all the land forces, while Vice Admiral Harry W. Hill replaces Admiral Turner as head of Task Force 51. After an intense artillery and aviation bombardment, the soldiers of the 6th Marine Division launch a new assault on Sugarloaf Hill. Other units attack Ishimi Hill by surprise west of the village of the same name. On the Marshall Islands, the aviation of the American carrier Ticonderoga from Clifton Sprague Squadron targets Japanese coastal facilities on the Malolap Atoll and on Taroa Island, inflicting heavy damage. B-29s bomb the city of Nagoya on Honshu Island and the airfields of Shikoku and Kyushu, the westernmost islands of the Japanese archipelago and a base for kamikaze attacks. In the eastern part of the Celeb Sea, off the northern coast of Borneo, Dutch and Australian troops land on Tarakan Island, where one of the largest oil fields of the Dutch East Indies is located. The Japanese put up fierce resistance. In the Philippines, on Luzon Island, after a heavy artillery barrage, the 43rd Division takes the Ipoh Dam, Manila's main water supply. Friday, May 18th. In Moscow, Stalin publicly accuses the leaders of the Polish resistance of being nothing but a group of agitators who will receive a similar treatment to that used by the British to defend their empire. In Ireland, in Dublin, Prime Minister Eamon de Valera announces the launch of an international aid program that will send $12 million worth of food and clothing to the war-torn European countries. In Flensburg, Germany, Admiral Karl Donitz, in his daily addresses to the Wehrmacht, voices his indignation about the revelations of the existence of the Nazi death camps and tries to disassociate the German army from the atrocities. In China, the nationalist forces expel the Japanese from Fuchao in the Fujian province. On the island of Okinawa, the 6th Marine Division succeeds in its attempt to take Sugarloaf Hill and two other important positions, the so-called Half Moon and Horseshoe Hills. The American destroyer Longshaw runs aground in a coral reef south of the Naha airfield. Despite the help from other vessels, the wrecked ship becomes easy prey for the Japanese artillery, which soon manages to sink it. In the eastern part of the Celeb Sea, Australian forces drive the Japanese out of the island of Tarakan. Saturday, May 19th. In the Pacific Theater, the island of Okinawa has turned into an inferno for the 5th Fleet and the 10th U.S. Army. General Ushijima's defense plan has proved to be highly effective. Every hill and ridge has become a deadly trap for the American soldiers. For his part, General Simon Bolivar Buckner Jr. has almost 100,000 men stationed on the island, but he refuses to listen to the advice of the officers that fought in Guadalcanal, Guam, and Peleliu, and thus the Battle of Okinawa is becoming the longest and bloodiest battle in the military history of the United States. B-29s bomb the Japanese city of Hamamatsu. American aviation controls the airspace. Japan is completely defenseless and its population is growing increasingly war-weary. In the Philippines, on Luzon Island, the Imperial troops stop all resistance in the Ipoh sector north of Manila. The 15th Division of the 1st U.S. Army Corps liquidates the enemy pockets north and west of Santa Fe. In Europe, Alfred Rosenberg, former minister of the occupied Eastern Territories and one of the main authors of the racial superiority ideas and responsible for the deportation and death of millions of people, is arrested by the American military police in the town of Flensburg as he was fleeing towards Holstein. In the Middle East, French troops arrive in Syria and Lebanon. Arab nationalists organize demonstrations against French occupation. Sunday, May 20th. In Europe, on the Dutch island of Texel, the arrival of Canadian troops puts an end to the last battle on European soil. The Georgian uprising on Texel had begun on April 5th, when former Red Army soldiers from Georgia that had been forced to fight in the Konigin Tamara or Tamara Queen Battalion mutinied. The rebels had vested their hopes on the arrival of the Allies, but they were late to come, and most ended up being executed by the Germans. The Canadians stopped the massacre. General Orostovich Berzarin, commander of the Soviet occupation army in the German capital, names Arthur Werner mayor of Berlin. Later that day, the Western Allies will sanction the decision. In the Middle East, in Syria, the Gendarmerie stages an uprising against the French forces. The Syrian and Lebanese delegates leave the negotiating table and demand total independence as promised by the French Free Authorities in 1941. The Japanese armies start to withdraw from Chinese territory with the view to regrouping their forces in Japan to repel an expected Allied invasion. In the Pacific, on the island of Mindanao in the Philippines, American soldiers supported by guerrillas march to the north and reach the outskirts of Balay. On the island of Okinawa, the Americans make some headway in the fierce battle against the Japanese resistance, which is fought in tunnels and caves using flamethrowers and explosives, or walling the entrances of the underground passages where the Japanese are hiding. Monday, May 21st. In Germany, both the Russians and the Western Allies try to hunt down as many Nazis as they can. Highest on this list is Heinrich Himmler. He had disappeared at the beginning of the month, along with some of his collaborators after meeting Karl Donitz. The intelligence services of different countries are trying to trace his steps, and the Danes inform that he has been spotted in the city of Flensburg. The Nazi criminal has radically changed his appearance. He goes under the name of Heinrich Hittinger, a sergeant of the Wehrmacht secret police, Geheimfeldpolizei, an error that costs him his arrest by British soldiers. Without being recognized, he is transferred to a camp near Lüneburg. For his part, Hermann Göring, after having been interrogated by the Americans for the past 10 days, is sent from the Augsburg prisoner of war camp to the Mondorf-les-Bains Palace Hotel in Luxembourg, where other high-ranking Nazis await trial. In the coastal town of Blackpool in the northeast of England, Labour Party delegates agree on breaking off the coalition with the Conservatives, rejecting Churchill's proposal of maintaining it until the end of the war against Japan. In the Pacific, on the island of Mindanao in the Philippines, Balay is taken by soldiers from the 31st U.S. Division. Tuesday, May 22nd. In Germany, the British soldiers that have arrested Himmler, unaware of his real identity, are surprised at his arrogance during the interrogations. Captain Thomas Sylvester pressures him to the point where Heinrich Himmler reveals his real identity and asks for an interview with General Eisenhower or Marshal Montgomery. In the United States, President Truman informs Congress about the Lend-Lease Act. He announces that up to March this year, the British have received supplies worth $12.76 million, while $8.4 million have gone to the Russians. In the Pacific, on the island of Mindanao in the Philippines, the Americans occupy Kalasungay and Tambongan, while some units march to the east of Talomo. On Luzon, the Allies reach the southeast of Santa Fe. In the Battle of Okinawa, heavy rainfall turns the roads into swamps, where the American tanks are getting bogged down. The Allied soldiers, drenched by the rain, have to survive in dire conditions, surrounded by garbage and the decomposing bodies of enemy soldiers. This situation allows the Japanese to evacuate their wounded and to transfer material. The men of the 6th Division reach the northern bank of the Asato River. Wednesday, May 23rd. In Germany, the British conduct a medical examination on Heinrich Himmler. One of the doctors makes him open his mouth and finds something strange in it. As he tries to extract it, Himmler bites him and jerks away, breaking a cyanide capsule that he was hiding between his teeth. Minutes later, the all-powerful strongman of the Nazi regime lies dead. The soldiers photograph his body and make a death mask out of Himmler's face to make a record of his death. Enveloped in a camouflage mantle, the corpse is incinerated and the ashes spread in an unknown location in the Lüneburg Heath, one of the largest woodlands in Germany between Hamburg, Bremen, and Hanover. The Allied High Command orders the arrest of all the members of Donitz's government. Admiral von Friedberg, after being captured, commits suicide in Murwick in Flensburg. In Kandelsberg, west of Nuremberg in Bavaria, the Americans arrest the former head of Nazi anti-Semitic propaganda, Julius Streicher. In Glucksburg, Albert Speer is arrested. In London, the British coalition government, formed in the first months of the war, is dissolved. Churchill creates an acting government, which will be in charge of organizing new elections.
It is not surprising that on such long fronts, and in the existing disorder of the enemy.
In the Pacific, on the island of Okinawa, American soldiers, after having crossed the Asato River and occupied the ruins of Naha, engaged the Japanese on Mukchisi Hill. Thursday, May 24th. In the Pacific, in the Battle of Okinawa, the Japanese launch an intense kamikaze and bombing attack. The suicide pilots selectively target American aircraft carriers. Japanese paratroopers are dropped on the Yontan airfield near the town of Sobe on the western coast of the island, destroying numerous American planes and infrastructure before being surrounded and annihilated. The American commands attempt to neutralize the Kyushu Island airdromes, which are used as a base from which to launch kamikaze attacks on the fleet operating in Okinawa. B-29s drop over 3,000 tons of bombs on the Tokyo city center and the industrial area south of the capital. On the island of New Guinea, Australian soldiers liquidate the last Japanese pockets of resistance in Wiwa. In Europe, in the city of Salzburg, Austria, Marshal Robert Ritter von Grimm commits suicide after being arrested by American soldiers on the 8th of May. His last words before taking cyanide are, "I'm the head of the Luftwaffe, but with no Luftwaffe." In Paris, General de Gaulle decorates Montgomery with the Legion of Honor Cross. Friday, May 25th. In Washington, the combined chiefs of staff, convinced that the naval and air bombing of Japan will not force the country to surrender, authorize Operation Downfall, the invasion of the Japanese island chain, and planned by Admirals Chester Nimitz, Ernest King, and William D. Leahy, as well as Generals Douglas MacArthur, George Marshall, and Hap Arnold. The operation is comprised of two interconnected offensives. Olympic, the invasion of the island of Kyushu, set for the 1st of November, and Coronet, the occupation of the island of Honshu in April of 1946. In the Pacific, on the island of Okinawa, the Japanese staged fierce nighttime counterattacks on the town of Yonabaru. Soldiers from the 4th Marine Regiment, after heavy combat, managed to liquidate the Japanese underground tunnel system around Machishi. Kamikaze attacks sink the destroyer USS Bates, 3 troop ships, and a minesweeper. The suicide pilots have been ordered to look for carriers and throw themselves against them. B-29s escorted by Mustangs strike Yokohama and shoot down 26 enemy aircraft. In Europe, in a cave near the German town of Kongasee, soldiers from the 7th U.S. Army find part of Hermann Göring's personal loot. This is the second cave they find that is full of golden crockery, statues, and all sorts of jewels, as well as expensive paintings. All these artifacts had been stolen during the war from various countries occupied by the Nazis. Saturday, May 26th. The Allied commands moved the SHAEF, or Supreme Headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force, from the French town of Reims to Frankfurt am Main in Germany. In London, Winston Churchill announces the makeup of the provisional government and starts the elections campaign. In China, during the general retreat, the Japanese evacuate Nanning, the capital of the Guangxi province. Chinese troops retake the city immediately. Some 200,000 Japanese soldiers have been trapped in western Indochina, Thailand, Malaysia, and Burma, where the Allies take Basian, 150 kilometers west of Rangoon. In the Pacific Theater, on the island of Luzon in the Philippines, soldiers from the 1st U.S. Army enter Santa Fe after having neutralized the Japanese garrison. The men of the 11th Corps, after having cleared most of the way to Gagua, meet heavy resistance on the outskirts of the town. On Okinawa, land and naval artillery, along with aviation, bomb the Japanese forces withdrawing from the Shuri Line, while a regiment from the 7th Division advances towards the southern highlands. Suicide pilots damage 2 American torpedo boats and other small vessels. Sunday, May 27th. In the Pacific Theater, the Australian armies have managed to occupy most of the island of Borneo, while Japanese planes attack their positions on the neighboring island of Tarakan. In the Philippines, on Luzon, soldiers from the 1st U.S. Army Corps complete the takeover of Santa Fe. On the island of Mindanao, the bloody clashes continue in the Davao Mountain region. In the Battle of Okinawa, the American advance comes to a standstill at Dick Hill, where the Japanese are putting up a fierce resistance. In the Naha sector, on the south of the island, the Marines eliminate the last enemy positions. The Japanese launch Operation Kikusui No. 8, massive kamikazes attack against the American fleet. 60 planes from the Navy and 50 from the Army participate in the offensive. Only 2 of the aircraft manage to strike the destroyer Brain. Admiral William Frederick Halsey, Jr., head of the 3rd U.S. Fleet, is put in charge of the naval forces that are targeting Japan. The 6th Chinese Army is transferred by plane from Burma to China. It's the first time that such a troop movement is undertaken by air. Monday, May 28th. In Germany, in the town of Flensburg, British soldiers arrest William Joyce, radio broadcaster and Nazi propagandist, also known as Lord Haw Haw. He will be taken to England and executed in 1946, accused of high treason. William Joyce, born in the United States and a passionate admirer of Hitler, addressed the British population during the war in zealous radio speeches defending the Nazi regime.
That is the Germany that we know.
The Royal Navy announces the end of the convoy system in the Atlantic, the Arctic, and the Indian Oceans. As the Battle of the Atlantic draws to a close, ships begin to turn on their navigation lights once again. Queen Wilhelmina of the Netherlands returns to her country. In Syria, in the Middle East, clashes break out between pro-independence groups and the French army. In Burma, the 12th British Army sets up its headquarters in Rangoon. In the Pacific, on Luzon in the Philippines, the 11th U.S. Army takes the Guagua Dam, which has been evacuated by the Japanese. On the island of Okinawa, soldiers from the 6th Marine Division reach the Karuba River estuary. A kamikaze attack manages to sink the destroyer USS Drexler. Before taking off from the Kanoya Air Base on the island of Kyushu, Frigate Sub-Lieutenant Toshiro Washimi, a 23-year-old suicide pilot, writes a haiku. My mother instilled in me tenderness and honesty. I will now be dispersed fragrantly in the skies of Yamato. Great peace. Tuesday, May 29th. In the Pacific, in Japan, Vice Admiral Jisaburo Ozawa, nicknamed the Gargoyle or Onigawara due to his unusual tallness, accepts to become Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Navy. He will be the last man to hold this position. B-25 bombers target Tokyo, while B-29s drop incendiary bombs on the city of Yokohama, starting a massive fire that destroys most of the waterfront area. Taiwan is bombed by B-24 aircraft. In the Battle of Okinawa, 2 battalions from the 6th Marine Division gain ground southeast of Naha. Units from the 1st Division take the Shuri Ridge, south of the Wana Valley, and occupy the castle that has been abandoned by the Japanese. At the same time, the men of the 24th Army Corps keep harassing enemy positions near the town of Karadera. A Japanese suicide pilot strikes the British carrier Formidable, inflicting severe damage. In the Philippines, on Luzon, Philippine guerrillas liberate the municipality of Cervantes. On the island of Mindanao, soldiers from the 24th U.S. Division march towards Mandog, the last Japanese pocket of resistance in the north of the Davao Plains, which is being constantly bombed by American aviation. In the Middle East, French troops cut the nationalist uprising in the cities of Damascus and Hama, where the mayor requests a British intervention to arbitrate an armistice. Wednesday, May 30th. In London, Winston Churchill continues to receive shows of backing and support by thousands of people overjoyed with the end of the war and the defeat of the Nazis. However, Churchill is now concerned about the Soviet menace. The withdrawal of American troops from Europe, the breaching of the Yalta agreements by Moscow, the situation in Poland and in the Balkans, along with other issues, push him to send President Truman where the Prime Minister talks about an Iron Curtain. On the same grounds, he requests that a summit with Stalin be organized. British bombers totally destroy the Peenemünde facilities in Germany, where the V-1 and V-2 missiles were being produced. In the Pacific Theater, in the Philippines, all Japanese resistance comes to an end on Negros Island. In the Battle of Okinawa, the men of the 24th U.S. Corps enter the ruins of Shuri. The 7th Division crushes the enemy opposition in Karadera, while the 6th Division keeps fighting in the Kokuba estuary. In the Middle East, the government of Iran formally asks for the withdrawal of the American, British, and Soviet troops from its territory. The city of Damascus in Syria is once again bombed by the French aviation. In the course of the submarine war, the German U-boats have sunk 2,603 Allied freighters and 176 warships, inflicting over 50,000 deaths. Conversely, the Kriegsmarine has lost 690 submarines and 32,000 crew members have been killed, taken prisoner, or have disappeared. Thursday, May 31st. The commission that is in charge of deciding when and where the atomic bomb will be dropped meets in Washington. President Truman believes that the attitude of the Japanese government leaves no other option but to use the new weapon. The invasion of Kyushu Island in November and Honshu in the coming spring might cost the lives of 1 million American soldiers, and in view of this, the atomic bomb will be dropped. Robert Oppenheimer warns that the explosion will produce a blinding light and a mushroom cloud that will be between 3,000 and 6,000 meters high, or 9,800 to 19,700 feet. Secretary of War Henry Stimson concludes the meeting, saying that the use of the bomb must represent a psychological shock for the Japanese population so as to force the government to surrender immediately. In the Pacific Theater, the city of Osaka in Japan is ablaze after being targeted with incendiary bombs by the American aviation. The B-29s have dropped 24,000 tons of ordnance over Japan in the month of May. In Europe, SS General Odilo Globocnik is arrested by British soldiers from the 4th Hussar Regiment in the Moslacher Alm woodlands in Carinthia, in the south of Austria. Once again, a high-ranking member of the Nazi regime shows his cowardice by committing suicide with a cyanide capsule. He was responsible for the deaths of approximately 2 million people, most of them Jews. Friday, June 1st, 1945. U.S. President Harry Truman informed Stalin that Churchill has agreed to hold a new conference among the three. The selected venue is Potsdam, on the outskirts of Berlin, and will take place in mid-July. The British Prime Minister wants to bring the date of the conference forward due to the continuous failure of Yalta agreements on the part of the Russians in their attempt to occupy Denmark, halted by the intervention of Field Marshal Montgomery and abuses in Austria, among other issues. Churchill informs Truman of his belief that Stalin and his government are pursuing a policy of fait accompli, which should be nipped in the bud. In Austria, the Cossacks, found in the town of Lienz and the prisoner of war camp at Pegetz, after being informed by British troops that they are to be repatriated to the city of Jungenburg in the Soviet-occupied zone, decide to gather together with their families to pray. Most of these men have fought under General Timothy Dominuk alongside the Germans on the Eastern Front, and are aware of the end that awaits them if they fall into Russian hands. During the service, British soldiers surround them with tanks and begin to herd them into trucks and rail cars, causing a pitched battle during which nearly 700 Cossacks are killed. The event will be remembered as the Massacre of Pegetz. In Burma, forces under General William Slim have forced the Japanese to retreat eastward. In the Pacific, on Okinawa Island, General Ushijima, after the loss of the castle and the town of Shuri, orders his troops to fall back to the Oroku Peninsula and the mountains of Mezado, Kuza, and Yaechu, on the southern tip of the island. American bombers attack the Japanese city of Osaka, dropping over 3,000 firebombs. Saturday, June 2nd. In Germany, the Soviets have carefully studied the remains of Hitler, Eva Braun, and Joseph Goebbels and his family, who have been buried temporarily in a forest near the town of Rathenau in the vicinity of Brandenburg. Many years later, in March 1970, the then president of the KGB, Yuri Andropov, asks the Politburo to authorize the destruction of the remains of Hitler and several others who were found buried beginning in February 21, 1946, at a secret location in a military base within the Soviet sector of Germany. The exact location is number 36 Westenstrafe in the city of Magdeburg. The exhumation and destruction of the remains was carried out on April 4, 1970, by means of incineration in the city of Schönebeck, and the ashes thrown into the Biederitz River. In the Russian archives, there are parts of the jaw and skull fragments of Hitler stored at the Central Archive of the SFB, or Russian National Security Service. At the Vatican, Pope Pius XII, in a radio message, calls on the German people to abandon Nazism and rebuild their country. In the Middle East, French forces vacate Syria and Lebanon, leaving the British in control. In the Pacific, in the Philippines, on the island of Luzon, American soldiers begin to tackle the last points of Japanese resistance in the Ipoh sector. Airplanes from the aircraft carriers of Task Force 38 bombard the airfields in the south of Kyushu Island, from where most kamikaze planes are taking off. Sunday, June 3rd. In the Pacific, Marine forces take Ihayajima Island in the Ryukyus. The Japanese launch Operation Kikusui No. 9 against the American fleet, which is off Okinawa Island. In the interior of the island, more than 6,000 naval infantry under the command of Admiral Minoru Ota are cut off from the Oroku Peninsula, where Marines of the 6th Division disembark on its north coast. In the Philippines, on Luzon, soldiers of the 37th U.S. Division mop up the weak Japanese resistance to the north of Santa Fe. For the second consecutive day, American planes bomb airfields in the south off Kyushu Island. The U.S. government orders the transfer of 200,000 soldiers from the European front to the Pacific. In Europe, General Eisenhower orders the distribution of copies of maps of the minefields laid by the Germans in various countries. They have been found by U.S. soldiers of the 7th U.S. Army in military premises in the Bavaria region. The Greek government declares war on Japan. In Paris, General de Gaulle is critical of British actions in Syria and Lebanon. Monday, June 4th. In Britain, the coalition government of Conservatives and Labour begins to split, and there are clashes on policy as to how best to develop the country in the post-war period. The Labour Party are advocates of nationalizing industries, an issue upon which the Conservatives differ greatly. Clashes between the leaders of both parties become personal, hurtful attacks. Churchill suggests that voting for the Labour Party will lead to the creation of a socialist system in Britain. His comments are condemned by the leaders of the Labour Party, who accuse him of having made himself out to be the only star of the victory over Germany, taking advantage of the sacrifice of others, thus gaining the sympathy of the people and therefore a distinct advantage in the election campaign. Churchill telegraphs Truman, insisting that he bring forward the conference with Stalin. Among other things, he says, "I'm sure you understand why I'm worried about finding an earlier date, for example, the 3rd or 4th of July. I note with deep distrust American military withdrawal allowing the penetration of Soviet power right to the core of Western Europe and the descent of an iron curtain between us and those found further east." In the Pacific, on Okinawa Island, the front line extends from the southern outskirts of Naha to the foothills to the south of Shuri Mountain, reaching the east coast of the island. Soldiers of the 6th Marine Division, who landed on the north coast of the peninsula of Oroku, engage in fierce fighting with the Japanese and manage to take part of the local airfield. Tuesday, June 5th. In Berlin, there is a meeting of senior Allied commanders at the headquarters of the Soviet delegation. The participants are Marshals Georgy Zhukov and Bernard Montgomery, and Generals d'État Signy Jean Delattre and Dwight Eisenhower. The 4 Allied powers sign the Act of German Defeat. The country will be divided into 4 occupation zones, as will the German capital. A military governor will manage each zone. The Russians announce they will give Eisenhower and Montgomery the highest Soviet award, the Order of Victory. Churchill denies the charge of General de Gaulle that they are encouraging civil war in Syria. In the Pacific, on Okinawa Island, a devastating typhoon causes terrible damage to numerous American vessels. The Mississippi battleship and heavy cruiser Louisville are seriously damaged by a kamikaze attack. In the south of the island, the last U.S. troops reach the Japanese defense line around the town of Kuza. In the Philippines, on the island of Luzon, American soldiers with air support occupy Aritao in the Nueva Vizcaya province. 473 B-29 bombers attack the Japanese city of Kobe. Half of the town is devastated. Also, other aircraft squadrons drop mines in the waters around Honshu and the Kyushu Islands. Wednesday, June 6th. Both the U.S. government and that of Japan are worried about the imminent arrival of a large-scale invasion of the 4 main Japanese islands, namely Kyushu, Shikoku, Hokkaido, and Honshu. American planning, as it is developing, shows that millions of men will be needed. For their part, the Japanese have their troops scattered all over Asia, using thousands for suicide missions, and as specified in the Voluntary Military Service Act, are mobilizing the entire population in a program called The Glorious Death of 100 Million. For this reason, the Prime Minister Kantaro Suzuki is seeking ways to negotiate peace. The dilemma facing the U.S. government is terrible. Stimson, Marshall, and Arnold are not in favor of a protracted war with an uncertain end. In addition, the attitude that Stalin could adopt if the Soviets are finally involved in the fight against Japan is a mystery. On Okinawa Island, Japanese troops are surrounded by soldiers of the 6th Marine Division in a circle of about a kilometer in diameter. The forces under Admiral Ota Minoru have suffered over 1,500 casualties in their attempt to hold the Aruko area. Ota sends a message to his superiors in Tokyo in which he states that they are doing everything they can to keep their positions, but their forces are at a huge disadvantage. He expresses his apologies to the emperor for his failure and requests that the utmost consideration be given to the families of his men who are giving their lives in defense of the motherland. In the Philippines, on the island of Luzon, Americans are moving through the Cagayan Valley with little resistance. In Mindanao, they are preparing to attack the town of Mandong. Thursday, June 7th. King Haakon returns to Norway on the 5th anniversary of his departure. King George VI and Queen Elizabeth visit the island of Guernsey, the Anglo-Norman island in the English Channel. On arrival, they are greeted by thousands of people. In various towns and cities of Germany, the Allied command forces the Germans to watch films that have been made in the concentration camps of Bergen-Belsen and Buchenwald. In the Far East, Chinese troops harass the Japanese, who retreat to Paoking in Hunan, the starting point of their spring offensive. In Guangxi, 3 Chinese armies are preparing to attack the Japanese and liberate the area of Hong Kong. In the Pacific, B-29 bombers attack the Japanese city of Osaka. The ships of the American fleet continue mining the waters near the main islands of Japan. The first Allied freight ship enters the port of Wewak on New Guinea Island for the first time in 3 years. On Okinawa Island, in the Oroku Peninsula, the Japanese fight fiercely to curb attacks by soldiers of the 6th Marine Division. The 1st Division moves to the south of the island. In the Philippines, on the island of Luzon, the Americans take Bambang in the middle of the island and move northeastward toward the Cagayan Valley. Friday, June 8th. In Tokyo, the Japanese government decides to continue the war until the end. Nevertheless, the Prime Minister Kantaro Suzuki and those in favor of negotiating for peace are aware that their country is facing extinction. The authorities order that any capable person, man, woman, or child, should be instructed to fight the enemy in the event of invasion. On Okinawa Island, the Americans advance to the southern end of the island towards the Japanese fortifications of Kuza Hill and Kunishi Ridge. Japanese resistance is fierce. The caves and grottos serve the Japanese as unusual shelters to withstand the aerial and artillery bombardments. The only solution to flush them out of their hiding places is to use groups of American soldiers, typically composed of 4 men. In some cases, they are aided by M4 Sherman tanks equipped with flamethrowers, but these are usually under the command of a soldier at the back. The assault on the Japanese hideouts is preceded by hand grenade attacks, and then using men armed with submachine guns and flamethrowers. In the Philippines, on Luzon Island, the men of the 37th U.S. Division liberate the town of Solano. In Burma, during a press conference, the American Secretary of War, Henry Stimson, announces that since the war in Europe has ended, British forces should take total charge of all the military responsibilities there. Saturday, June 9th. In the Pacific, American planes attacked the Japanese cities of Osaka, Kobe, and Nagoya. Tokyo Radio reports that because of the bombing in the last 3 months, more than 5 million people have had to be evacuated. On Okinawa Island, the Marines are within reach of Kunishi Ridge in the south of the island, which has been fortified by the Japanese to protect access to Kiyama. In the Philippines, on the island of Luzon, American soldiers take Bagabag near the Cagayan Valley, intending to block roads and isolate the Japanese who are concentrated in the Sierra Madre on the northeast coast of the island. In Mindanao, units of the 24th Division take Mandong, the last major stronghold of enemy defense. In Europe, in the Yugoslav city of Belgrade, now the capital of Serbia, Allies and Yugoslav representatives sign an agreement regarding the future status of the Free Territory of Trieste, covering the port city of Trieste and a small portion of the Istrian Peninsula. In the UK, the RAF is presented with the new de Havilland DH-100 Vampire aircraft, the second to be jet-propelled following the Gloucester Meteor. The Soviet authorities allow soldiers to steal and take home from Germany everything that can be carried by bicycle, motorcycle, or car. Sunday, June 10th. Stalin does not want German population in areas under Soviet control and asks millions of Soviets to return to their lands in the east. In Frankfurt, Germany, Marshal Zhukov confers the Soviet Order of Victory Medal on Field Marshal Montgomery and General Eisenhower. In the morning, in a radio broadcast, Montgomery states that the German people must understand that they have not only lost the war, but they are guilty for having started it, as was the case in 1914. He suggests that this message be passed on to future generations. In Prague, Czechoslovakia, opposition to Soviet interference in the country and state institutions increases. Russian commanders deploy 3 divisions to the capital. In the Pacific War, on Okinawa Island, heavy fighting continues in the Oroku Peninsula, where the 6th Marine Division is suffering numerous losses. Japanese troops will not accept surrender. In the south, the forces of the 1st Division, with support from artillery, aircraft, and armored vehicles, begin a major offensive against the last line of Japanese defense and manage to take a hill between Mount Yaeju and Kuusa. The last offensive of the Allies in the Southwest Pacific continues, with the aim of taking the Dutch East Indies, the southern Philippines, Sarawak, and British Borneo. The 1st Australian Corps, under General Leslie Morshead, faced Japanese troops occupying the island of Borneo, and he is supported by the American 7th Fleet under Admiral Thomas Kincaid. The Japanese deployed in the south and east of the island are under the command of Vice Admiral Michiaki Kamada, and those in the northwest are under the orders of General Baba Masao. Monday, June 11th. In Washington, the government analyzes another of the great dilemmas of its confrontation with Japan, the figure of Emperor Hirohito. For most of the public, the Japanese emperor is considered a war criminal for his active involvement in the conflict. Therefore, any concession by the Allies to allow him to continue in office could be seen as a sign of weakness on the part of President Truman. However, for many of the American president's advisors, it is considered important to save the emperor as an institution, essential to the unification and reconstruction of Japan. In the Pacific, on Okinawa Island, an assault by the 1st Marine Division against Kunishi Ridge fails. A regiment of the 96th Division takes Kuusa, but has to abandon it following a Japanese counterattack. The fortified caves where Japanese are hiding are subjected to devastating American artillery fire. In the Philippines, on the island of Luzon, soldiers of the 37th Division try to clear the Oriong Pass, while other units head north to the Lamut River. In Europe, in the Sudetenland region of Czechoslovakia, communist troops force more than 700,000 Germans to move westward. The German communist leader Walter Ulbricht, who had been a refugee in Moscow for the last few years, returns to Germany with the mission of getting leftist political forces together to form a government in the eastern zone of the country. Tuesday, June 12th. In Japan, Prime Minister Kantaro Suzuki is looking for ways to avoid unconditional surrender and so reduce the risk of a military coup led by the most extremist members of the army. He tries to ask Stalin to act as a mediator, but the Soviet leader does not show much interest in responding to his request because he is thinking about taking a good part of the lands of the Far East should his forces enter the Pacific War. On Okinawa Island, troops of the 6th Marine Division finally break Japanese resistance in the Iroku sector. The Japanese try to flee across the Kokuba River, and American soldiers literally hunt them down in the sugarcane fields and wetlands found in the south of the peninsula. During the night, troops of the 1st Division occupy the western part of the Kunishi Ridge. On the island of Luzon, Japanese resistance on the hill in the Oryong Pass is thrown back by American soldiers of the 145th Infantry Regiment, who occupy the town of the same name and take up positions from where they control the city of Balit. The islands of Visayas, including Samar, Negros, Panay, Leyte, Cebu, and Bohol, between Luzon and Mindanao, are secured by American troops. In Europe, in London, General Eisenhower receives the Order of Merit of the French and the freedom of the city. In Canada, William Lyon Mackenzie King is re-elected Prime Minister. Wednesday, June 13th. In the Pacific War, Australian troops occupy Brunei in the north of the island of Borneo. In the southeast of Okinawa Island, fighting continues on the Kunishi Ridge, where a regiment of the 1st Marine Division, at the cost of many casualties, takes several Japanese positions. The Japanese fortified caves in the Yaju and Kauza Mountains, as well as the hills designated as 115 and 153, are destroyed one after another with the flamethrowers by soldiers from the 24th American Corps. Admiral Minoru Ota, in charge of the forces defending the Iroku Peninsula, commits suicide by a ritual known as seppuku, disembowelment, because of the failure of his mission. In the Philippines, on the island of Luzon, an American armored column manages to get through the Oryong Pass, but is forced to halt its advance due to a strong Japanese counterattack. In China, Japanese troops are preparing to evacuate Guilin and Liuchao, and so the first phase of the Chinese operation against the area of Hong Kong Canton proves unnecessary. In Europe, in the autonomous region of Venezia Giulia, claimed by both Italy and Yugoslavia, a United States military government is established. Thursday, June 14th. In Europe, American commanders order that all scientific teams and their researchers be removed as quickly as possible to the west from the regions that will be handed over to the Soviets but are temporarily in the hands of the Allies. Meanwhile, intelligence services are trying to track down the leaders of the Nazi regime who are still alive. British soldiers arrest former Foreign Minister Joachim von Ribbentrop at a small hotel in the German city of Hamburg. In Burma, in the city of Rangoon, a military parade takes place to celebrate the recapture of the city. Admiral Mountbatten meets with his general staff, and September 9th is set as the date for the launch of Operation Zipper, the retaking of the Malay Peninsula. In China, Chiang's troops take the city of Ishan after 5 days of fighting. In the Pacific, the Joint Chiefs of Staff ordered General MacArthur, Admiral Nimitz, and General Arnold to coordinate plans for the occupation of the Japanese islands of Honshu, Hokkaido, Kyushu, and Shikoku should there be an unexpected capitulation. On Okinawa Island, American soldiers conduct cleanup operations on the Iroku Peninsula. The Kuza and Yaji Mountains and Hills 153 and 115 are now controlled by the Marines. In the Philippines, on the island of Luzon, soldiers of the 37th Division, reinforced by an armored column, move on Echagüe. Other troops from Santiago progress to Cagayan. Friday, June 15th. In London, after 9 years, 6 months, and 30 days, King George VI dissolves Parliament as a prelude to the upcoming general elections, the first since 1935. In the Pacific, B-29s drop 3,000 tons of bombs on the Japanese city of Osaka. The submarine USS Flying Fish sank off the coast of Korea 10 small armed Japanese sailing boats. On Okinawa Island, Marines continue to destroy the positions of the Japanese in their fortified caves in the Kuza and Yaeju Mountains. The fighters on the Kunishi Ridge are losing hundreds of men because of strong resistance from the Japanese. The 1st Marine Division, heavily decimated by recent fighting, is reinforced by the men of the 8th Regiment of the 2nd Division. In the Philippines, in the north of the island of Luzon, guerrillas take Cervantes. In the Cagayan Valley, the soldiers of the 37th American Division continue their advance and destroy a major Japanese position near Cabatuan in Nueva Ecija province. In the Dutch East Indies, Australian troops take the islands of Labuan and Muara at the top of Borneo. Saturday, June 16th. In Moscow, Lavrenti Pavlovich Beria, Chief of Police and Chief of the Secret Service, the NKVD of the USSR, informed Stalin of the evidence that has been collected concerning the death of Adolf Hitler. In Belgium, Prime Minister Achille van Acker resigns together with his cabinet due to the proposed return to the country of King Leopold III, who had been liberated by U.S. troops in early May. The controversy over the king's conduct during the war causes tensions, forcing him to postpone his return and remain in exile for the next 6 years in Pregny-Chambessy, near Geneva in Switzerland. His brother, Carlos, has been regent since 1944. In China, Chiang Kai-shek's troops advance on a broad front in the province of Guangxi, driving back the Japanese. In the Pacific, in the Caroline Islands, ships of the Royal Navy bombard the Japanese base of Truk. On Okinawa Island, fighting continues in the south of the island. Sunday, June 17th. In Moscow, the Soviet authorities announced the death of the Swedish diplomat Raoul Wallenberg. A tireless worker, he risked his life to save thousands of Hungarian Jews from the Holocaust. Vilmos Bohm, a Hungarian politician and Soviet intelligence agent who accused him of being an American spy, had denounced him. The then Commissioner of Defense, Nikolai Bulganin, ordered his arrest, and he was taken to Moscow, where he had been imprisoned in the Lubyanka prison. In China, Japanese troops located in the south of the country begin to retreat northward in long columns between the Yellow and Yangtze rivers. General Arnold decides to appoint General George Edward Stratemeyer, commander of the Air Force in the Chinese Theater of Operations based in Chongqing. He replaces General Chennault. In the Pacific, the U.S. military has intercepted messages from the Japanese Prime Minister Suzuki Kantaro to his ambassador in Moscow to try to arrange for Stalin to act as mediator in a peace agreement. The U.S. High Command tries to exploit this information by conveying a message to Emperor Hirohito, asking him to impose his authority and get his government to accept the unconditional surrender of Japan. On Okinawa Island, American soldiers discover the body of the commander of the naval base on the island, Admiral Minoru Ota. In the Philippines, on the island of Luzon, American troops take the Nagulian Road. American bombers attack the city of Kagoshima, Omuta, Hamamatsu, and Yokkaichi. Monday, June 18th. In the Pacific, on Okinawa Island, General Simon Buckner leaves his headquarters in the north of the island to observe the progress of the troops under his command. While inspecting the front line of the 8th Regiment of Marines, he is hit by enemy artillery fire and dies. He is replaced by General Roy Geiger, who temporarily becomes the only Marine to command a U.S. Army group. On the island of Borneo, Australian troops reach Tutong in the Brunei part of the island. In the Philippines, on the island of Mindanao, all Japanese resistance ends. The soldiers are exhausted and lack supplies. On the island of Luzon, the Americans continue their advance along the Cagayan Valley, where soldiers manage to cross the Hagen River and take the airfield. American bombers undertake a series of heavy air attacks on 23 major cities in Japan. Emperor Hirohito orders Prime Minister Suzuki to discuss with the government the process of opening peace negotiations with the Allies as soon as possible. In the United States, General Eisenhower delivers a speech in Congress while a series of events are held in his honor. In Europe, the British government begins to demobilize its troops at the rate of 30,000 soldiers daily. Tuesday, June 19th. In the Pacific, on Okinawa Island, using propaganda leaflets and loudspeakers, the Americans encourage the remaining Japanese soldiers on the island to surrender. Only 343 soldiers are taken. The remaining Japanese forces retreat in disarray or continue fighting the Marines. In Taipei, or Taiwan Formosa, 14 airmen of the U.S. Air Force who are prisoners of the Japanese are executed by firing squad. In the Philippines, on the island of Luzon, in the course of their progress through the Cagayan Valley, Americans take the city of Ilagan. On the island of Borneo, Australian troops from the 9th Division advance to the Seria oil fields, which the Japanese have set on fire. The flames can be spotted from 100 kilometers or 62 miles away. In the United States, in New York, more than 4 million people applaud General Dwight David Ike Eisenhower. In San Francisco, Allied representatives condemn the Franco regime and prohibit Spain from entering the United Nations as long as the dictatorship of General Franco is in place. In France, General de Gaulle, during a conference, officially recognizes the difficulties of the situation in Syria and Lebanon. Wednesday, June 20th. In Japan, in the absence of a government initiative, Emperor Hirohito calls together the members of the Supreme War Council and tells them, "We must consider the decision to end the war as soon as possible." With this unusual intervention, the emperor asks them to intensify their efforts to end the war by diplomatic means and thus bring the suffering of the people to an end. Foreign Minister Shigenori Togo tries to find a path that will lead to a negotiated peace. But the Americans, although aware of these efforts, have already reached a decision. Both Truman and Churchill have lost confidence in Stalin. Japan will be punished with the use of the atomic bomb and thus prevent any intervention by Soviet forces in the Pacific War. In the Philippines, U.S. 8th Army commanders announced the end of the fight to recapture the islands of Negros, Panay, Cebu, Palawan, Bohol, and Mindanao West. On the north coast of the island of Luzon, Philippine guerrillas from Apari reached the Tuguegarao Peninsula along the Cagayan River. Aircraft from the American fleet bombard Japanese positions under the control of Admiral Shigematsu Saikebara on Wake Island. In China, the Communists, led by Mao Zedong, break off negotiations with the nationalists of Chiang Kai-shek. Thursday, June 21st. In the Pacific, on Okinawa Island, Marines have managed to reach the entrance of the cave containing the Japanese command post in Mabuni, in the south of the island. Inside, they find Generals Mitsuru Uchijima and Isamu Cho, an ultra-nationalist who had convinced Ushijima into launching the disastrous attack against Americans on the previous 5th of May. The Japanese have lost all of their important positions. After 82 days of fighting in the bloodiest battle of the Pacific, for the Americans the island is safe territory, but the resistance of some Japanese continues to hold out for some time. Allied losses amount to 12,500 dead. The Japanese have lost 133,000 soldiers, and another 95,234 civilians have died as a result of constant bombardment and being caught in crossfire. In 1995, the government of Okinawa Island erected a monument in the southeast of the island with the names of the civilians and servicemen who died during the battle. In total, there are 240,734 registered names of those who perished in the inferno. Kamikaze planes launched their latest attack on American ships that are in the vicinity of the island, and the battleship Nevada is severely damaged. In total, 13 aircraft carriers, 10 battleships, and 100 destroyers of the American fleet have been damaged or sunk during the course of the Battle of Okinawa. 2,409 Japanese kamikaze pilots have lost their lives. Friday, June 22nd. In the Pacific, on Okinawa Island, Generals Mitsuru Ushijima and Isamu Cho commit suicide by seppuku, harikiri, in their headquarters on Hill 89 in Mabuni, rather than surrender to the Americans. Colonel Hiromichi Yahara has been ordered to try to get to Japan and report to the Imperial garrison on the strategy employed in the defense of the island. He cannot accomplish his mission as he is captured by U.S. troops while posing as a Japanese English teacher. B-29 aircraft dropped 3,000 tons of bombs on the Japanese munitions factories in Kobe, Nagoya, Osaka, and Okayama. Tarakan Island off the northeast coast of Borneo is declared safe territory by Australian commanders after they finish off the last of the Japanese resistance groups. On the island of Borneo, Australian troops complete the occupation of the region of Sarawak. In the Philippines, on the island of Luzon, U.S. soldiers move north and take Tamauni, while the Japanese manage to get rid of Philippine guerrillas from Tuguegarao. In China, nationalist troops reach the outskirts of Luqiao, which has been set on fire by the Japanese before their flight. Saturday, June 23rd. In the Pacific, on Okinawa Island, General Geiger, interim successor to the late General Buckner, is replaced by General Joseph Stilwell in charge of the 10th Army. During the battle, the U.S. Fifth Fleet never loses control of the waters of Okinawa, but has paid a heavy price. On the island, there are amazing scenes where thousands of people, including mothers with children in their arms, do anything to get away and avoid being taken prisoner by the Americans. Japanese government propaganda has convinced them that the enemy will murder them indiscriminately. In the Philippines, on the island of Luzon, American paratroopers are dropped over the airfield south of Apari on the north coast. The paratroopers make contact with the Philippine guerrillas and move south to join the men of the 37th Division. In the United States, in San Francisco, the Conference Coordination Committee completes the text of the Charter of the United Nations. Representatives of the Chinese, Americans, British, and Soviets give their agreement to support the entry of Poland into the organization. Meanwhile, in Moscow, there is an attempt to get an agreement for the future composition of the Polish government. The Anglo-Americans, who oppose a communist government proposed by the Lublin Committee, get an agreement that 3 members of the Polish government in exile in London, including former Prime Minister Stanislaw Mikhajlowicz, will become members of the new government. Sunday, June 24th. In the Pacific, Australian troops take possession of the oil facilities in Syria on the island of Borneo. Meanwhile, Allied planes continue to bomb the strategic Japanese positions on the island. In Thailand, British bombers destroy the 2 bridges over the River Kwai that had been built by enslaved Allied prisoners as part of the railway line linking the country with Burma. In Moscow, in Red Square, there is a grand victory parade, at the front of which Marshal Zhukov is seated on a white horse, from where he receives tribute from the troops in the presence of Stalin. The captured Nazi flags and banners are dragged across the square and thrown on the ground in front of the Lenin Mausoleum. During his speech, the Marshal states that the Red Army has shown itself to be the most powerful in the world, but its leaders must not become conceited or overconfident. Meanwhile, Japanese government officials try to negotiate unsuccessfully an extension to the Neutrality Pact signed in 1941 and mediate for a peace agreement negotiated with the Americans. The last 4 Arado AR-234 Blitz aircraft land at the Cherbourg airfield in France, having flown from Sola in Norway. These are the first jet bombers and have been seized from the Germans. Together with the other 34, they are loaded onto the British aircraft carrier Reaper and taken to the United States. Monday, June 25th. In Europe, in Austria, the administrative division of the country takes place. The United States, France, and the United Kingdom merge their respective areas as quickly as possible in order to counteract the influence of the Soviet sector. As a result of this merger, the Austrian people take control of the country, and this results in the creation of the Second Austrian Republic. Joseph Darnand, French politician and leader of the French militia, a group of right-wing Nazi collaborators, is captured by the Americans after the German capitulation in Italy. He will be delivered to the government of General Charles de Gaulle. British Second Army soldiers who were in Germany return to the UK. In India, the Simla Conference begins with a meeting between Viceroy Archibald Wavell and major Indian political leaders in order to agree and approve the Wavell Plan for self-government in India. Indian National Congress leaders refuse to participate. On the Pacific Front, on the island of Borneo, Australian forces complete their occupation of the Miri oil field. In the Philippines, on the island of Luzon, U.S. forces take Gataran, Penablanca, and Tuguegarao. Japanese forces are concentrated in the Sierra Madre. The Imperial High Command announces the end of the Okinawa campaign. Tuesday, June 26th. In San Francisco, in the United States, the UN conference comes to an end. The Security Council is to maintain peace among nations with each of the 5 great powers having an effective power of veto. The United Nations Charter is signed by the representatives of 50 countries, but will not be ratified until October 24th. Field Marshal John Christian Smuts, Prime Minister of the Union of South Africa and Counselor to the King of England, who has participated in both the First and Second World Wars, has been one of the major driving forces behind this new international organization and the only person who over the years has been able to sign the charters of both the League of Nations and United Nations. In the Pacific, on the island of Luzon in the Philippines, paratroopers moving from the north meet up with soldiers from the 37th Division. On Kume Island, west of Okinawa, Marines are landed in order to install a radar station. American planes bomb the Japanese cities and industrial centers of Akashi and Nagoya. In China, nationalist troops take the airport of Liuchao. In Europe, in Prague, Czechoslovakia, the lawyer Emil Hacha dies. He was the only president of the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia under the Third Reich. Wednesday, June 27th. In London, Prime Minister Winston Churchill begins his election campaign. During a public meeting, he says he will retire from active politics if his party does not win by a large majority in the forthcoming election. There is no use in people thinking that I will remain active unless I am backed by a large majority when I return to the House. He adds, "These elections are of the utmost importance. We are playing with the future of our country. If we fragment and no political force gets a sufficient majority, we will be weak. We can only maintain our place in the world if we stick together." U.S. Secretary of State Edward Riley Stettins, Jr., after playing a decisive role as president of the American delegation at the formation of the United Nations at the San Francisco Conference, is required by President Truman to resign from this office and accept the position of U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations. General Henry H. Arnold, after his tour of the Pacific, states that B-29s are operating from Okinawa Island for the first time. In the Pacific War in the Philippines, Japanese forces are scattered over various islands. Weakened by lack of supplies, most of them have been cut off from any possible external aid, and the Americans have entrusted their capture to the Philippine guerrillas. The only coherent group of any military value are the forces under General Yamashita, who are currently located in the north of the island of Luzon in the Sierra Madre, consisting of 2 divisions of soldiers who are starving and exhausted. Thursday, June 28th. In the Pacific, in the Philippines, General MacArthur is quick to announce the end of Japanese resistance on Luzon, something that is not quite true. Soldiers of the 7th Army have been given responsibility for finishing off the core of Japanese hidden in the Sierra Madre, where it is estimated that there are 11,000 men, and in the Ufago-Bantak sector, and in the Cordillera region, where it is believed that there are a further 12,000 Japanese. On Borneo Island, Australian troops occupy Kuala Belait to the southwest of Brunei. B-29 aircraft drop mines on various Japanese ports and incendiary bombs on the cities of Nobeoka, Okayama, and Moji. In Washington, the War Department orders the production of 150 million incendiary bombs to be used over the next 12 months against Japanese industrial targets. In Moscow, Stalin orders that planning of the war against Japan take place in the utmost secrecy, because a non-aggression pact signed between the 2 countries is still in effect, and the Japanese government wants it to be renewed. In Warsaw, Poland, the Polish government of national unity is formed. Its communist orientation has the approval of Stalin. Edward Osoboka Morawski is appointed prime minister. Friday, June 29th. In the Pacific, the Japanese government offers the Soviets fishing rights in various maritime zones in exchange for an agreement on the supply of oil and the renewal of the non-aggression pact between the 2 countries. The Japanese continue to demonstrate their cruelty to prisoners. On the island of Borneo, the population of Ranao is witness to the infamous death marches of Australian prisoners from the Sandakan camp. On the first march, there are only 6 survivors from the 476 starters. On the second, 183 survive of a total of 536 who had been forced to begin the march on May 29th. In the end, the Japanese murdered all survivors of these marches before withdrawing. In the United States, President Truman approves the planned invasion of Japan prepared by the Chiefs of Staff. Its implementation involves mobilizing 5 million soldiers who will take part in Operation Olympic, the landing on Kyushu Island beginning on November 1st, and Operation Coronet, the occupation of Honshu Island in early March 1946. Aircraft of the RAF and ships of the Royal Navy would support the American forces. In Europe, in Czechoslovakia, the new government signs a treaty with the Soviet Union, ceding the sub-Carpathian region of Ruthenia, which is incorporated into the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic. Saturday, June 30th. In Europe, because of the war, millions of people have been displaced from their homes. In the East, the Soviets are, little by little, imposing their rule over the inhabitants of the occupied countries and seizing their property and food supplies, while some of their people are trying to flee westward. Meanwhile, with continuous requests from Stalin, about 6 million Russians are beginning to return to the Soviet Union, including more than 40,000 Cossacks sent by the British to a certain death, as they are considered to be enemies of the people. The governments of the United States, Canada, and Australia are prepared to accept a certain number of displaced people. Meanwhile, most of the Jews who have survived the Holocaust have decided to emigrate to Palestine. To all of these are to be added the most innocent of victims, the thousands of children, orphaned, traumatized, uprooted, and wandering the streets of towns and villages as a sign of human barbarism. In the words of Winston Churchill, Europe is a mountain of rubble, an ossuary, and breeding ground of pestilence and hate. In the United States, President Truman appoints former Senator and Supreme Court Judge James Francis Burns as Secretary of State. In China, Chiang's troops take Liuzhou. In the Pacific War, during the course of this month, U.S. planes have dropped 42,000 tons of bombs on various targets in Japan. In Tokyo, there is an emergency meeting of the government of Prime Minister Suzuki to study the probable invasion of Japan. Cleaning up operations have finished on Okinawa Island. Sunday, July 1st, 1945. In the Pacific, on the east coast of the island of Borneo, after an intense Allied bombing raid, the final stage of Operation Oboe begins. More than 30,000 soldiers of the 7th Australian Division, commanded by General Milford, together with Dutch troops protected by U.S. ships, conduct an amphibious landing north of the town of Balikpapan. The battle is hard fought because the Japanese need to retain the oil installations in the area at any cost. B-29 aircraft drop 4,000 tons of incendiary bombs on the Japanese naval base at Kure, Shimonoseki, Ube, and Kumanoto in the western part of the island of Kyushu. For the first time in the war, the submarine USS Barb successfully uses rockets against the Japanese cities of Shari, Hokkaido, Shikura, and Shiritoru in Korafuto in southern Sakhalin. In the Philippines, in the town of Taipei, Cagayan Province, Luzon Island, the Japanese massacre the civilian population before withdrawing. In Europe, the power of Stalin and his armies has penetrated into the heart of Europe. American and British troops begin to withdraw from the areas assigned to the Soviets, accompanied by many refugees. For Churchill, who was involved in general elections, the presence of the Soviets is a disaster for humanity. However, he was one of those responsible for having allowed it in the first place. The U.S. 2nd Armored Division has moved into Berlin to take over the area of the capital, which is the responsibility of the American government. Monday, July 2nd. On the Pacific Front, on the island of Borneo, Australian forces occupy the oil fields of Balikpapan and the Sepagan airfield. U.S. warplanes bomb Tokyo and other Japanese cities. Japanese government sources claim that there are no more than 200,000 people left in the Japanese capital because the rest have fled to safer areas. They add that about 5 million civilians have died as a result of the incendiary bombs dropped by the Americans. In Burma, British troops take possession of secret documents concerning the movement of Japanese troops in the country. In India, during the Simla Conference, Jawaharlal Nehru, leader of the independence movement of India, declares, "The Indian population is fortunate to count on such great leaders as Mahatma Gandhi and Maulana Azad, but they alone cannot do everything. The fate of the country depends on the people." In Europe, the 2nd American Armored Division enters Berlin from Halle, Saxony, in accordance with the Treaty on the Division of Germany. Stalin plans to claim at the next meeting of the three great leaders that 4 million German workers should work in rebuilding the USSR. Russians have begun moving German prisoners of war back into Germany. Tuesday, July 3rd. In Germany, more than half of the country is devastated. Agricultural production factories and most of its major cities are in ruins. 6 million Third Reich soldiers have surrendered to the Western Allies. The Americans have delivered all the members of the SS Totenkopf to the Soviets. Many of these soldiers have no qualms about taking part in firing squads that take the lives of their peers. In Burma, Japanese troops attack the Allies at Wa, to the northeast of Rangoon, trying to cut them off to facilitate the withdrawal of soldiers from the 28th Japanese Army to the east. In the Pacific, on the island of Borneo, Australians quickly penetrate into the interior of the island to the east of the city of Balikpapan. B-29 bombers armed with firebombs attack the Japanese cities of Takamatsu, Himeji, Tokushima, and Kochi, and continue to mine coastal waters. U.S. media reports that the Japanese government has recently offered to hand over those territories occupied during its aggression of 1941 and to surrender the Imperial Army and Navy on the proviso that the person and office of the Emperor is respected. Given the doubts generated about possible peace negotiations, Wallace Humphrey White, Jr., Republican leader in Congress, calls on President Truman to make totally clear to Japan the conditions demanded for their capitulation. The war is costing the United States about 8,000 Army losses per week and $250 million a day. Wednesday, July 4th. In the Pacific, in the southeast of the island of Mindanao in the Philippines, amphibious forces of the 24th U.S. Division land in Sagarani Bay. Philippine guerrillas are involved in the removal of Japanese resistance groups. On the island of Borneo, General MacArthur is in direct command of operations. From his general headquarters, he reports that advanced forces of the 9th Australian Division have penetrated 15 kilometers inland along the Beaufort and Jesselton roads from the Brunei Bay area. B-29 aircraft attacked the island of Kyushu. General Robert C. Richardson, Jr., administrative commander of the entire Pacific Army personnel, states that he has been planning the responsibilities of officers in charge of the occupation of Japan once the Japanese Empire has fallen under the control of the U.S. Army. In Europe, in Berlin, General Louis Lynn, commander of the 7th Armored Division, having traveled more than 200 kilometers in 14 hours with his troops, occupies the area that will be the responsibility of British forces in the German capital. Rumors begin to spread that Hitler is still alive. In the UK, in the town of Aldershot, Canadian soldiers riot in protest against the delay by their commanders in sending them back home after having fought in Europe. Thursday, July 5th. In the Pacific, from the headquarters of General MacArthur in Manila, in the Philippines, somewhat precipitously, the complete liberation of the islands is announced. Sporadic fighting will continue until the complete surrender of the Japanese. The American Chief of Staff reports that General Carl A. Spaatz, in charge of the U.S. Strategic Air Forces in the Pacific, based on the island of Guam, will supervise American strategic bombing during the course of the campaign against Japan. B-24 aircraft based in Okinawa bomb the Omura area, home to many Japanese military installations that are part of the Sasebo Naval Complex, where an airbase of the Imperial Navy is located. On the island of Borneo, Australian reinforcements land at Pendenjamin Point in Balikpapan Bay. The Australian Prime Minister, John Curtin, dies of a heart attack at the Lodge, his official country residence near Canberra. In Europe, in the UK, general elections are held. Results will not be released for another 26 days, when they will have the votes of the soldiers fighting on the front. In East Germany, the Liberal Democratic Party, or the LDPD, is founded. This is a political party bringing together former members of the Democratic Party, the Conservative Party, and the National Party. Initially, the party is in favor of private property, but soon the Soviets get rid of its leader, Waldemar Koch, and replace him with Wilhelm Kultz, who follows a communist ideology. Friday, July 6th. In the United States, the government authorizes a special operation plan, originally called Operation Overcast and later renamed Paperclip, involving the move to U.S. territory with the consent of those involved or not, of most of the scientists who were involved in projects developing Hitler's secret weapons. The Nicaraguan government becomes the first to ratify the United Nations Charter. In the Pacific, B-29s launch over 4,000 tons of bombs on the Japanese cities of Osaka, Kofu, Chiba, Shimizu, Akashi, and Shimotsu on the island of Honshu. US P-51 and P-38 aircraft attack various targets in Indochina. In Burma, the Japanese attempt to eliminate the British positions in Sitan, but fail in the attempt and suffer a large number of casualties. In Europe, in Berlin, the Allied occupation forces hold a victory parade. The flags of the countries that have divided the city are raised near the Brandenburg Gate. American, Soviet, French, and British take part in the ceremony. The Norwegian government declares war on Japan. More than 800 Norwegians are held in Japanese prisons. Saturday, July 7th. In Burma, the Kalagong massacre occurs. Army troops and Japanese police, under the command of General Seiyei Yamamoto, occupy the town, and its 600 residents are gathered together and accused of supporting enemy forces. Women and children are raped and murdered. Men are blindfolded and taken in groups of 10 and thrown into nearby wells. In India, during the Simla Conference, representatives of the Committee of the Muslim League have delivered to the Viceroy Archibald Percival Wavell their unanimous decision on the draft for the new Executive Council of India. They ask that the number of representatives acting on behalf of Muslims be clarified and reflect the total number living in the country. In the Pacific, on the island of Borneo, Australian forces, with the support of Dutch and indigenous troops, continue to progress along the east coast of Balikpapan Bay. The Allies are approaching Pandarasi, one of the last oil refineries under Japanese control. Meanwhile, American ships are engaging enemy ships in Korean and Japanese waters. In Europe, Winston Churchill arrives in Bordeaux, France, where he is received by the French government commissioner. After being given a salute by the Guard of Honor, the British Prime Minister moves to the Bordaberry estate near the Spanish border town of Indaya as a guest of General Raymond Brutinel. Along the route, thousands of people come out to cheer him. Churchill will spend a few days of relaxation, reading, and painting landscapes of the Bay of San Juan de Luz. Sunday, July 8th. In the United States, at Camp Salina in Utah, the Midnight Massacre takes place. Clarence versus Bertucci, a 23-year-old guard fires a machine gun at the tents where 250 German soldiers and officer prisoners are sleeping, killing 9 and wounding 20 others. The victims are buried at Fort Douglas with military honors. Bertucci shows no remorse for what he has done and argues only that he hates Germans and for this reason alone had decided to kill them. In the Pacific, on the island of Mindanao in the Philippines, American soldiers with the support of guerrillas continue cleaning up operations in Sarangani Bay. From their bases on Iwo Jima, American planes take off to attack airfields on the east coast of the Japanese island of Honshu. On the island of Borneo, there is another landing of Australian troops in the Penjaman sector. In Singapore, Subhas Chandra Bose, President of the Provisional Government of Free India, takes part in the ceremony of the laying of a foundation stone for the National War Memorial of the Indian Army Monument. In Burma, RAF Sergeant Simon Eden, 20, son of the British Foreign Minister, disappears while taking part in a military operation. Monday, July 9th. In the Pacific War, Okinawa has now been occupied and its military and merchant fleet destroyed by the Americans. The Japanese have lost maritime communications with the forces that are scattered throughout the various countries of the Far East. In the southernmost sector, almost 1 million men are fighting, scattered throughout Indochina, Borneo, and a multitude of small islands. In the northern sector, over 2 million men remain in Manchuria, threatened by the Soviet and Chinese armies. 2 million men are defending the 4 main islands of the empire, namely Hokkaido, Honshu, Kyushu, and Shikoku, who cannot prevent the destruction of industries and sources of raw materials by American aircraft based on Iwo Jima, Okinawa, and the Marianas. Chinese troops take over the Tanchuk aerodrome and progress rapidly to the east in the province of Quanxi, cutting off the last communications between Japanese troops in China to those in Indochina. In Australia, the funeral of the late Prime Minister John Curtin in the town of Perth is attended by tens of thousands of people. His successor, Frank Ford, and his former rival, Robert Menzies, are 2 of the people who carry his coffin in the Karakata cemetery. In Europe, in France, General de Gaulle proposes a national referendum to decide the system of government. In the Atlantic Ocean, the Brazilian cruiser Bahia sinks as a result of an explosion of unknown origin. 300 people on board at the time are killed. Tuesday, July 10th. In the Pacific, planes from the aircraft carriers Lexington, Essex, Independence, and San Jacinto undertake 70 raids against several airports and industrial areas of the Tokyo region. The Japanese response is very weak. General Curtis Emerson LeMay, despite the reservations of some veteran commanders, maintains the program of the bombings of major Japanese cities. With this, the United States demonstrates its growing impatience to end the war. On the island of Borneo, Australian troops are advancing to the east of Balikpapan, but their advance is slowed by a succession of burning oil barriers the Japanese have created. RAF aircraft bombard Bangkok in Thailand. The U-530, operated by Commander Otto Vermuth, which has been missing since April, arrives at the port of Mar del Plata in Argentina, where it surrenders to the authorities. Its arrival unleashes a series of suspicions that the submarine had been responsible for the sinking of the Brazilian cruiser Bahia. Wednesday, July 11th. In the Pacific War, U.S. planes dropped thousands of tons of napalm bombs onto Japanese forces still resisting in the Philippine island of Luzon, especially in the area of Kiangan in the Ifugao province and in the Sierra Madre. Naotake Sato, Japanese ambassador to the Soviet Union, tries to convince Vyacheslav Molotov, Russian foreign minister, to sign a peace treaty between the two nations. Admiral Nimitz declares that all Japanese aircraft have been destroyed. In the Indian Ocean, British paratroopers drop into the areas around various Japanese airfields on the island of Sumatra. In Burma, all Japanese efforts to take the town of Wa come to an end. The United States issues a stamp depicting Marines raising the flag on Iwo Jima. In Europe, heavy bombers of the 8th U.S. Air Force begin their return to the United States for inspection before being sent to the Pacific Front. In Germany, the first meeting of the International Council of Allies is held in Berlin. The Soviets transfer the administration of the western half of the city to the Americans and British, who then give up some of their sectors to the French administration. Thursday, July 12th. Togo Shigenori, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Japan, and Nao Takesako, Japanese ambassador in Moscow, need to convey to Stalin the idea that the emperor wants to end the war as soon as possible. Prince Konoye will be a special envoy to the Soviet Union with imperial authority to discuss relations between the two countries, including the future of Manchuria, currently occupied by the Japanese. Togo, however, insists that the unconditional surrender proposed by the Allies forces Japan, for the present, to continue the war. U.S. B-29 and B-25 bombers attack several Japanese cities with firebombs on the island of Honshu and military airfields in Kyushu. In Manila, in the Philippines, a meeting is held between Admiral Louis Mountbatten and General MacArthur to discuss the situation in the area. On the island of Borneo, there are new Allied landings near Andus. The 7th Australian Division launches a powerful offensive on Mount Batu Campar in the southeast of the island. In Europe, in Berlin, Field Marshal Montgomery bestows the Order of the Knight Grand Cross, or GCB, on Zhukov, and the Order of Knight Commander, or KCB, to Rokossovsky during a ceremony at the Brandenburg Gate on behalf of the British government. A banner reads, "Glory to the Soviet forces that planted the flag of victory over Berlin." In Paris, a ceremony is conducted by the survivors of the concentration camps in memory of the victims of Nazism. Friday, July 13th. In the Pacific, in the north of the island of Borneo in Brunei Bay, all Japanese resistance comes to an end. In Australia, the finance minister, Ben Chifley, becomes prime minister. In the United States, President Truman and General Marshall are aware of Japanese attempts to achieve peace through the Soviet Union. The Japanese have lost control of the sea, and therefore its fate is uncertain. Additionally, after stubborn resistance shown in, among other places, Iwo Jima in Okinawa, President Truman is well aware that to crush the 2 million Japanese soldiers defending the homeland using the same methods will be extremely costly in terms of Allied losses. The U.S. government is also aware of the fact that communist ideals are winning more support worldwide. Several senators have recently traveled to Europe and on their return reported to President Truman that the devastation and hunger faced by the populations of France, Germany, and Italy, among others, is causing most of their citizens to think that communism is their salvation. On the eve of the dissolution of the SHAEF, or Supreme Headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force, General Eisenhower issues a farewell message to all members of the Allied Expeditionary Force in which, among other things, he says that no praise is too high for the manner in which you surmounted every obstacle. The Italian government declares war on Japan. In Germany, in the city of Berlin, all of the possessions of members of the NSDAP, or Nazi Party, are confiscated. Saturday, July 14th. In the Pacific, American ships in the fleet under Admiral John F. Shafroth bomb ports and industrial areas of Japan, paying special attention to Kamaishi on the island of Honshu. On the island of Borneo, Australian troops move towards and take over Mangar Airport east of Balikpapan, penetrating Japanese defenses on the coast of the Straits of Makassar. After this offensive, the Australians occupy Mount Botochampar. In India, the Simla Conference ends in a resounding failure. Convened in order to discuss and approve Wavell's plan for self-government, the factional attitude of Indian political parties, and especially of Muhammad Ali Jinnah, the Muslim League leader, has made it impossible to reach an agreement. In Europe, in Germany, General Eisenhower, following the announcement of the dissolution of the SHAEF, or General Allied Headquarters, decreases restrictions on private contacts between American soldiers and German civilians. In Berlin, the French flag is officially raised at the top of the Siegessäule, or Victory Column, the monument commemorating German victory in the Franco-Prussian War of 1870 and 1871. The French wanted to blow up the monument, but given the opposition by the British and Americans, they opted to remove the inscriptions referring to the defeat instead. In Paris, the population and authorities celebrate Bastille Day for the first time since 1940. Sunday, July 15th. In the Pacific War, the Japanese government is aware that Americans will soon land on the islands of Kyushu and Honshu and begin to prepare for the invasion. Thousands of men are trained to carry out kamikaze attacks and other suicide missions with chitin torpedoes, as well as the so-called suicide mine, in which a diver positions himself against the hull of a ship and detonates the device. U.S. aircraft attacked the Japanese islands of Honshu and Hokkaido, destroying many of the lines of communication. At dusk, B-29s bombed the oil installations of the Nippon Oil Company in Kudamatsu. A fleet of ships consisting of 3 battleships, 2 light cruisers, and 8 destroyers under the command of Admiral Oscar C. Badger bombed the steelworks in Muroran on the south coast of the island of Hokkaido, the second largest producer of Japanese steel. In waters off the island of Borneo, the American submarine Bluefish sinks its Japanese counterpart I-351. In Europe, British Prime Minister Winston Churchill flies from the French city of Bordeaux to Berlin, where he meets President Truman. In London, the lights go on again in the West End after more than 2,000 days of blackouts. King Leopold of Belgium again refuses to abdicate. Monday, July 16th. In the United States, in the desert of Alamogordo, New Mexico, the first atomic bomb test is carried out successfully. The glow of the explosion is so intense that sunlight is dwarfed. Everything is destroyed in a radius of 1 kilometer around the blast. The authorities explain the explosion by claiming that an ammunition dump had exploded. The heavy cruiser Indianapolis sails from San Francisco bound for the island of Tinian in the Marianas, transporting various components of the atomic bomb. In the War of the Pacific, B-29s carry out a strong attack with incendiary bombs on Japan. This is the first raid ordered by General Carl Spaatz, the new commander-in-chief of the U.S. Strategic Air Forces, based on the island of Guam in the Marianas. In southern China, Japanese troops withdraw from Amoy or Xiamen on the southeast coast. In Europe, American and British delegations arrive in Berlin to attend the Potsdam Conference. Churchill and Truman separately undertake a guided tour of the city. The British Prime Minister, accompanied by Russian officers and soldiers, walks around the ruins of the Chancellery and goes down to the bunker where Hitler committed suicide. In the German city of Dachau, the U.S. military tribunal sentences Joseph Dietrich to life imprisonment, later commuted to 25 years, for the execution of American prisoners of war at Malmedy in Belgium in 1944. Tuesday, July 17th. In Germany, in the city of Potsdam, on the Havel River, on the outskirts of Berlin, there is a meeting of delegations chaired by Truman, Stalin, and Churchill, who is accompanied by the leader of the Labour Party, Clement Richard Attlee, because the outcome of the election is still not known. Throughout the duration of the conference, the continuation of the war against Japan and the post-war arrangement in Europe are discussed. Chiang Kai-shek has not been invited to the conference, although China has a great influence upon it. Stalin, in a private meeting with Churchill, tells him that the Japanese ambassador in Moscow insists that his government is trying to negotiate alternatives to unconditional surrender. The British Prime Minister claims that Americans also have their doubts and wonder if it's worth killing 10 million Japanese at the cost of the deaths of 1 million American and British soldiers. The U.S. Secretary of State for War, Henry Stimson, receives a telegram with the text, "The babies have been successfully delivered." After meeting with President Truman and giving him the news that the successful test of the atomic bomb has exceeded all expectations, he makes his way to Churchill's residence, where he announces, "Prime Minister, the atomic bomb is a reality." In the Pacific, American and British ships launch a violent attack on Japan. For the British, it is the first time that their supermarine Seafire aircraft have been involved, and they attack Japanese airfields in Kyonoke, Naruto, and Mivakawa. U.S. ships bombard the industrial cities of Hitachi and Mito. In China, U.S. planes attack the cities of Qianguan and Shanghai, where there is the highest concentration of Japanese aircraft on Chinese territory. Wednesday, July 18th. An Allied aircraft brings a full report to the town of Potsdam of the momentous event, which will prove to be a milestone in the history of mankind. Churchill and Truman meet to discuss the details described in the report. The bomb had exploded about 30 feet high, causing a terrible explosion and a plume of smoke and fire that reached the limits of the atmosphere. Everything was destroyed within a radius of 1.5 miles. Truman, Churchill, General Marshall, and Admiral Leahy, after learning the facts, review future strategy concerning Japan. Given the resistance shown by Japanese soldiers along the Pacific Front, the conquest of the country meter by meter would involve the sacrifice of the lives of 1 million American soldiers and 500,000 Britons. Yet now, this almost supernatural weapon, in the words of Churchill, with 1 or 2 attacks, would solve the problem without having to go to the Russians. The final decision will rest with President Truman, who decides to speak privately with Stalin after one of the conference meetings has been held. In the Pacific, on the island of Borneo, troops from the 7th Australian Division occupy the Samboja oil region, which has been evacuated by the Japanese. In Rio de Janeiro in Brazil, there is a parade by the expeditionary force that has fought alongside the Allies in Italy. In their honor and that of the 5th U.S. Army, 5 different stamps are issued. Thursday, July 19th. In the Pacific, B-29s hit the Japanese cities of Koshi, Fukui, Hitachi, and Okazaki. The battleship Nagato, used as an anti-aircraft battery, is damaged during the course of a raid by U.S. aircraft. In China, Allied fighters and bombers again attack Japanese positions in Shanghai. In Burma, soldiers of the Japanese 28th Army are trying to escape to the east of the Pegu-Yoma Mountains across the Satang River. Allied artillery cuts them off, and thousands of soldiers either drown or are killed by enemy fire. In the United States, Congress ratifies the Bretton Woods system of monetary management. In Canada, in Halifax, Nova Scotia, after an explosion in a naval arsenal, firefighters avoid an even greater catastrophe by ensuring that the fire does not reach the main dump, where over 6,000 tons of ammunition are stored. 15 people lose their lives. In Moscow, the police are militarized. Lavrenti Beria is given the rank of Marshal of the Soviet Union for his contribution to the war. In Belgium, the Senate prohibits the return of King Leopold III by the difference of 1 vote. Friday, July 20th. In Germany, during the Potsdam Conference, President Truman declares that the Allies do not intend to keep any territory, but that we only want peace, prosperity, and the greatest age of man. Later, a flag of the United States, intended to be transported to the city of Tokyo after its capitulation, is hoisted in Berlin in the presence of the American president. In Belgium, Prime Minister Achille Acker asks King Leopold III to abdicate because of his serious and unforgivable errors. In the Pacific, P-51 Mustang fighter jets from the Iwo Jima base attack Nagoya, Okazaki, and Toyohashi in the center of Honshu Island. In the Philippines, the Japanese positions on the island of Baut at the entrance to Sarangani Bay in southern Mindanao are annihilated after U.S. troops land. In Burma, Japanese troops are trying to flee the country through Moulmein or Malamyine. More than 10,000 soldiers are killed by attacks from Allied aircraft. In China, for the second consecutive day, over 200 Allied bombers from Okinawa attacked Japanese airfields in the Shanghai area. Japanese troops continue their withdrawal from Chinese territory. Saturday, July 21st. In Germany, during a brief pause in the Potsdam Conference, Churchill presides over a military parade that takes place in Berlin. Although there is little information on the development of the conference, it is known that the first disagreements have emerged between the three great leaders. The Soviets control the Baltic states, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Bulgaria, Romania, and Poland, where Stalin has established communist regimes in defiance of the Yalta agreements, an issue that Churchill reproaches him for. The Russian leader keeps to his old excuse that they must control Eastern Europe as a defensive measure against possible future attacks on the Soviet Union. For his part, President Truman, less complacent and more suspicious of Stalin than his predecessor, comments that the expansionist ambitions of the communists are incompatible with the agreement at Yalta. The American president considers that the shift of the Polish frontier westwards is equivalent to giving Poland an occupation zone in Germany itself. But Stalin argues that the Germans have fled from those regions. Churchill and Truman are aware of the intentions of Stalin and the spread of communism. The German city of Nuremberg is chosen as the venue for the trials of German war criminals. On the Pacific front, on the island of Borneo, Allied troops move to the northeast of Balikpapan, while artillery from American ships bomb the Jesselton area. Sunday, July 22nd. At the Potsdam Conference, Stalin has been aware for some time of Operation Unthinkable, the British plan to attack the Soviet Union once the bulk of the war effort had been achieved. In relation to the German-Polish border, the Russians are trying to impose a political fait accompli, annexing significant German territories to Poland and fixing the Oder-Neisse line as a definitive frontier. This policy has succeeded initially, involving the westward movement of about 4 million Poles. The change of borders involves the expulsion of about 10 million Germans from the eastern territories. The first significant differences have emerged, accompanied by aggressive language, demonstrating hostility between the eastern and western blocs. The accumulation of information and some unfortunate expressions used by members of the various delegations generate the start of the so-called Cold War, the political, ideological, social, economic, technological, and military confrontation between the two blocs, which will remain in place until the fall of the Berlin Wall on November 9, 1989. In the Pacific, American planes bomb Paramushir Island in the Kuriles. B-29s attack Ube on the island of Honshu. In the Philippines, the first U.S. forces from Europe arrive. Australian forces disembark on Tempadayong, southeast of the island of Borneo. In Burma, the 5,000 Japanese soldiers who are trapped in the Pegu Hills try to break out of the encirclement east of Sitan with great losses. Monday, July 23rd. In Sagami Bay, on the island of Honshu, west of Tokyo Bay, 9 American destroyers in the midst of a fierce storm sink several Japanese ships. There is a massive Allied air and naval attack on the Japanese base of Kure in the south of the Hiroshima prefecture and other ports between Osaka and Nagoya. The Japanese lose 84 merchant vessels, 12 warships, and 200 aircraft. On the island of Borneo, there are new Australian troop landings in Balikpapan Bay. In Europe, at the Potsdam Conference in Germany, General George Marshall believes that the fate of Japan will not be resolved by the launch of the atomic bomb. In his view, at this time it is clear that the Japanese are aware that they have lost the war because of the overwhelming naval superiority of the Allies. The Imperial Navy, at the start of the conflict, had in excess of 5 million tons of vessels, and this was added to rapidly by the capture of ships due to the occupation of other countries and by new construction. This has been destroyed by the action of submarines, aviation, and the Allied surface fleet. The Japanese are frightened by the external situation and the attitude of some extremist militia groups within the country, but are also afraid that the Russians will become involved in the Pacific. He believes the war will end quickly without using atomic bombs. In Paris, in the High Court of Justice, the trial of Marshal Pétain begins. Due to disorder, the session is suspended on 2 occasions during the day. Tuesday, July 24th. At the Potsdam Conference in Germany, Truman meets with Stalin to inform him that the United States has a new weapon of extraordinary power. What the American president does not know is that the Russian dictator is already aware of the discovery because of information provided by the physicist Klaus Fuchs, a German refugee who works at the British delegation of the Manhattan Project in the Los Alamos nuclear laboratory. Truman later meets with Secretary Stimson and Winston Churchill to discuss the various aspects of the launch of the atomic bomb. In the long conversations that ensue, they always return to the decisive factor, which is the number of human lives at stake. With regard to the cities, Kyoto is excluded at the request of Secretary Henry L. Stimson, an admirer of the town, where he had spent his honeymoon many years before. The Allied Commission for the Control of Austria is set up in Vienna. In the Pacific, naval and air attacks by the Anglo-American fleet against Japan continue. 15 American and 4 British aircraft carriers are involved in operations against the Kure Naval Base and airports in Nagoya, Osaka, and Mito. B-24 bombers based on the island of Okinawa attack Japanese airfields in Shanghai in China. U.S. planes sink the Japanese battleship Hyuga in the Sea of Japan. The American destroyer Underhill goes down due to an attack by a Japanese midget submarine, or Kaiten. Wednesday, July 25th. At Potsdam in Germany, the sessions of the conference are suspended to allow the British delegation to return to London to learn the results of the elections. Churchill, Attlee, and Eden return to England. Churchill is convinced that he has won the election by a large majority, although some members of his own party are not so sure. In the Pacific, in the Philippines, General MacArthur, with his usual lack of verbal prudence, announces that Japanese resistance on the island of Mindanao has completely come to an end. Allied aircraft attacks continue on Japanese warships in the vicinity of the naval bases at Kure and Kobe. The Japanese aircraft carrier Kaiyo is sunk. B-29 bombers attack the oil refinery near Hayama in the central part of Honshu Island. General Carl Spaatz, in charge of U.S. strategic air forces in the Pacific, based on the island of Guam, is ordered to prepare for the atomic bombing of the cities of Hiroshima, Kokura, Niigata, or Nagasaki. In the Indian Ocean, British ships attack the Japanese port and oil facilities on Sabang Island, opposite the northern tip of Sumatra, causing considerable damage. Thursday, July 26th. In the UK, the results of the elections are announced with a landslide victory by the Labour Party over the Conservatives. Despite the recognized leadership of Winston Churchill, Labour has won one of the biggest majorities in history. The unexpected defeat is based on the disappointment of the British people, who feel that they are the losers in this war. Nazism has been crushed, but there is a clear winner, the most dangerous enemy of communism, that has taken over half of Europe. In addition, the UK is in a disastrous economic situation and with a huge debt to the United States. To all this must be added the huge number of victims, material destruction, and the loss of much of the empire. Clement Attlee becomes Prime Minister. At Potsdam, the Americans, British, and Chinese make known the wording of the proclamation for the unconditional surrender of Japan. We call on the Japanese government to announce now the unconditional surrender of all armed forces and provide reasonable guarantees for this to happen. Otherwise, the country will be quickly destroyed. In the Pacific, the cruiser USS Indianapolis arrives at the island of Tinian with different parts of the atomic bomb on board. The scientists who will assemble it and the crews of the B-29 Enola Gay, under the command of Colonel Paul Tibbets and the Boxcar's commander Charles Sweeney, are waiting on the island. Friday, July 27th. In the Pacific, B-29s drop thousands of leaflets on major Japanese cities, warning that they will be destroyed from the air and calling on the inhabitants to evacuate them. In Burma, British forces continue the fight with the Japanese, who are trying to cross the Setang River from the Pegu Yomas Mountains. In China, nationalist troops take the airfield at Tanchuk and move towards Guilin. In Europe, in London, the leader of the Labour Party, Clement Attlee, takes over 10 Downing Street and is advised by his predecessor that it looks like the Russians, with the lack of any intervention by the Americans, are dividing Europe. Churchill holds his last meeting with the General Staff, where he says that, in his judgment, the new policy of the United States is to avoid siding with the British so as not to upset the Russians. A year later, during a speech at Westminster College in Fulton, Missouri, he says, "From Stettin in the Baltic to Trieste in the Adriatic, an iron curtain has fallen across the European continent." At Potsdam in Germany, Russian and American delegations are surprised by the results of the British elections. A euphoric Stalin repeats insistently that the next conference will be held in Tokyo. The Soviets have concentrated their troops on the eastern border, ready to once again declare war on Japan, attacking the Japanese lines in Manchuria. In the words of Stalin, the number of soldiers is dependent solely on the Trans-Siberian Railway. Saturday, July 28th. In the War of the Pacific in Tokyo, the Japanese Prime Minister, Kantaro Suzuki, gives a press conference in which he claims that the Potsdam Declaration is simply a copy of that from the Cairo Conference and that the Japanese government intends to ignore it. His ambiguous answer is translated by President Truman as a clear refusal to seek a peace agreement. At the same time, Foreign Minister Shigenori Togo has sent an urgent message to his ambassador in Moscow to seek another meeting with the Minister Molotov. Allied aircraft attacked the Japanese fleet anchored at Kure and sink the aircraft carrier Amagi, 3 cruisers and a destroyer. The Japanese response is to send more kamikaze planes against American ships anchored in Okinawa, and they managed to sink the USS Callaghan. C-54 aircraft from the United States arrive at Tinian Island in the Marianas, loaded with more components of the atomic bombs. In Burma, thousands of Japanese who are trying to leave the country are massacred by British troops and local guerrillas. At the same time, retreating soldiers continue to be targeted by airstrikes. In China, the Soviet ambassador Petrov pays an official visit to Chiang Kai-shek in his summer residence. They discuss the situation in Japan. For the Chinese leader, the entry of the Soviet Union into the war would prove to be much more effective than the Potsdam Declaration. In the United States, the Senate ratifies the United Nations Charter. Sunday, July 29th. In the Pacific, the American cruiser Indianapolis, commanded by Captain Giles McCoy, is torpedoed between the islands of Tinian and Guam by the Japanese submarine I-58 under the orders of Commander Iko Mochitsuda Hashimoto. Survivors spend more than 3 days in the water without any help, being attacked by sharks. By pure chance, they are spotted by Lieutenant Chuck Gwynn, the pilot of a PV-1 Ventura naval bomber, who alerts Central Command. A PBY Catalina reconnaissance aircraft, piloted by Lieutenant Marks, flies into the area and informs the cruiser Cecil Doyle of their position. The lives of 318 of the 1,196 crew carried by the ship are saved. It is the biggest loss suffered at sea in the history of the U.S. Navy. The USS South Dakota, USS Indiana, and USS Massachusetts undertake a 2-day bombardment of the Japanese city of Hamamatsu. In China, Guilin City, capital of the province of Guangxi, is recaptured by troops of Chiang Kai-shek. Minister Molotov delays the appointment with the Japanese ambassador, knowing that Soviet troops are preparing to invade Manchuria. Meanwhile, the Japanese emperor keeps his silence about the attitude of his government. The new British Prime Minister, Clement Attlee, joins the Potsdam Conference in Germany, together with the members of his delegation. The British government dissolves the Eighth Army. Monday, July 30th. In the Pacific, despite the ambiguous decision by the Japanese government, General Marshall remains convinced that surrender will come soon and places General MacArthur and Admiral Nimitz on high alert in view of the imminent capitulation of Japan. General Carl Spaatz, in charge of the strategic air forces of the United States based on the Pacific island of Guam, sends a message to Washington that according to his information, the city of Hiroshima is the only one of the 4 that has no Allied prisoner of war camps. For the second consecutive day, the ships of the Allied fleet under Admiral Shafroth bombard the Hamamatsu area. At the same time, airstrikes continue on airfields, railways, roads, and bridges in the Kobe-Osaka region. On the island of New Guinea, of the 140,000 men that General Adachi Hatazo had under his command of the 18th Japanese Army at the beginning of the war, only 13,000 are left alive and totally dispersed. Most of them suffer from malaria and malnutrition and have been obliged to plant their own crops. The area of Numbogwa will be where he is freed from his last battle. Adachi asks to die honorably. On the island of Borneo in Samarinda, Japanese soldiers behead 144 Dutch prisoners, having killed their wives and children. In Europe, American, British, and French troops enter Vienna, Austria. Tuesday, July 31st. The government of the United States warns Japan that at least 8 of its large cities will be destroyed if they refuse to surrender. At the base of the island of Tinian, the atomic bomb, which they call Little Boy, is now completely assembled and ready to be dropped. Meanwhile, the B-29 Enola Gay of Bomb Squadron 393D, piloted by Colonel Paul Tibbets, waits with the rest of the crew at North Field Base for weather conditions to improve in the area of Hiroshima. A British XE-3 midget submarine enters the port of Singapore and sinks the Japanese cruiser Takao. Because it was found in shallow waters, the ship is aground. Lieutenant Ian Fraser and First Seaman James McGuinness are awarded the Victoria Cross for this action. In France, to date, 1,629 collaborators have been sentenced to death. In the Austrian city of Innsbruck, Pierre Laval, the former head of the French Vichy government, is handed over to the Americans by the Spanish authorities. General Franco's government had ordered him political asylum, and for a time he lived in Barcelona. He will be judged, although he refused to attend the court sessions that issued him the death sentence for treason. He was shot in the town of Fresnes on the 15th of October. Wednesday, August 1st, 1945. At Potsdam in Germany, Truman, Stalin, and Attlee meet for the last time. The U.S. President announces the end of the conference. Stalin delivers a short speech in which he praises the work of the American Secretary of State, James Francis Burns, and soon after leaves the city. In London, at the opening of the session of the House of Commons, Labour Party MPs sing The Red Flag, a song associated with leftist groups, which the majority of Labour members consider to be their anthem. In Poland, Ukrainian insurgents attacked the police station in Belgrade, a town where there had been a massacre in August 1944. On this occasion, Polish soldiers managed to repel them. In China, mines dropped by Allied planes into the Yangtze River sink 36 Japanese ships and damage 11 others. In the Pacific, the Japanese government continues to press the Soviets to support the removal of the Potsdam Ultimatum and promote the opening of peace negotiations. U.S. planes bombed the Japanese localities of Hachioji, Toyama, Nagaoka, Mito, and the refinery in Kawasaki. The light aircraft carrier USS Cabot attacks Japanese positions on Wake Island. On the island of Bougainville, Allied troops isolate Japanese forces in Buin on the southern tip of the island. Thursday, August 2nd. In Germany, the Potsdam Conference has come to an end, and after 2 weeks of intense debate, the Big Three have still not agreed on a resolution for the most important problems facing post-war Europe. President Truman leaves convinced that he has to toughen his policy towards the Soviets. Meanwhile, Stalin has come to the conclusion that the British and Americans are conspiring against the Soviet Union and that he should be more uncompromising. The Cold War has begun to take its course. At the port of Plymouth in Devonshire, southwest England in the United Kingdom, King George VI receives President Truman on the deck of the cruiser HMS Renown. On the Pacific Front, American Secret Services, after intercepting Japanese government messages, are convinced they will not accept unconditional surrender. The Secretary of the Navy, James R. Forrestal, says that in his opinion, despite the circumstances in which they find themselves, the Japanese are determined to continue the war. The air and naval bombing on Japan continues. During the day, B-29s drop a total of 6,632 tons of bombs on several Japanese cities. On the small island of Sado in the Sea of Japan, off the west coast of Honshu Island, 387 Allied prisoners who have been working as enslaved miners are entombed in the mine, which is then blown up. The Japanese try to erase any trace of the prison camp in anticipation of the Anglo-American invasion. Friday, August 3rd. In the Pacific, American aircraft finished the mining of the most significant of the Japanese ports, thus completing a total blockade of the country. In Burma, the organized resistance of the Japanese is coming to an end. Of the 10,000 soldiers who have been defending the Pegu-Yoma area, the Allies estimate that more than 8,000 have been killed. In Thailand, British and American agents, with the support of the guerrilla movement known as the Seri Thai, put into effect a plan to carry out a general uprising against the Japanese once they have been defeated in Burma. Meanwhile, Allied soldiers undertake raids on Japanese positions in the south. In France, in the port of Toulon, the battle cruiser Strasbourg, which had been scuttled by its crew in 1942, is refloated. In London, the Labour Prime Minister Clement Attlee announces some of the measures that will be taken by his government. The Bank of England and the coal, electricity, gas, railway, civil aviation, and steel industries will be nationalized. They are also considering the implementation of a national health service and the establishment of the basis of the so-called welfare state. The territories it possessed before the war are incorporated into Czechoslovakia, with the exception of Ruthenia, which is ceded to Ukraine. Edvard Benes resumes the office of president of the country and announces several decrees revoking Czechoslovak citizenships to all those who opted for another nationality during the German occupation. Nearly 3 million ethnic Germans and Hungarians who are accused of being collaborators and traitors are deported. Saturday, August 4th. In Japan, training continues for over 4,000 pilots and human suicide torpedoes who are willing to lose their lives when the invasion begins. American planes drop pamphlets warning of severe air attacks on the 12 most important cities of the country. B-25 aircraft based in Okinawa attack the Japanese city of Takanabe, destroying factories, warehouses, and a railway center. General Douglas MacArthur declares that he is creating a powerful force for an impending invasion of Japan. On the north coast of the island of Java, U.S. aircraft bomb Japanese positions around Surabaya. In Manchuria, northeastern China, there are more than 700,000 Japanese soldiers preparing to face a Soviet attack. In Burma, the Allies are obliterating the last remnants of the Japanese 28th Army. In Singapore, the Japanese execute 7 American pilots who have been taken prisoner. In the United States, Kurt Rosamesel, a multilingual German lieutenant who was a prisoner at Camp Butner in North Carolina, manages to escape and take a train to Chicago where he lived, worked, and obtained a Social Security card under the name of Frank Ellis. For family reasons, he surrendered on May 10, 1959. Sunday, August 5th. In western Japan, the city of Hiroshima, in the Chugoku region, lies on a plain on the Ota River Delta which divides the city into 6 islands. Of some industrial importance, Hiroshima has become an important communication center. Military camps are located in its vicinity, including the headquarters of the 5th Division and those of the 2nd Army under Marshal Hata Shunroku, who is in charge of the entire defense of the southern part of the country. The city has a population of more than 250,000. Meanwhile, at the U.S. base on Tinian Island in the Marianas, the meteorological services of the Air Force predict good weather for the next few days over Hiroshima. At dusk, the B-29 Enola Gay is towed to the pit where the most destructive weapon invented by man is stored, the Mark I atomic bomb, codenamed Little Boy. Allied bombers attacked the Japanese cities of Saga, Maebashi, Nishinomiya, and Imabari. In southern China, Chiang's troops captured Dazhou and Shenning. In Europe, the Belgian government announces that, of the 16,000 people convicted of collaborating with the Nazi regime, 2,117 have received death sentences. Monday, August 6th. From the island of Tinian, the B-29 named Enola Gay after the mother of its pilot, Major Paul Tibbets, takes off from Northfield Air Base carrying the atomic bomb. Flying over the island of Iwo Jima, it is joined by 2 other B-29s, the Great Artiste in charge of recording data from the explosion, and Necessary Evil, with the mission of photographing and filming the event which will stun the entire world. The 3 aircraft head off towards Japan. Throughout the journey, Navy Captain William Parsons puts the various parts of the bomb together. His assistant, Second Lieutenant Morris Jepson, has orders to remove safety devices 30 minutes before the drop. At about 7 o'clock local time, Japanese radar detects the U.S. planes approaching from the south and alerts various cities, including Hiroshima, so that people can move into shelters. At 8:15 in the morning, the Little Boy bomb is dropped onto the city. In less than a minute, it reaches the right height for detonation. The blast is equivalent to 13 kilotons of TNT. Temperatures rise almost immediately to over 1 million degrees Celsius, making Hiroshima a kind of oven with winds of 1,200 kilometers or 745 miles per hour, causing everything within a 1.5 mile radius to be razed to the ground. In 1986, the official death toll for the city due to the atomic bomb amounted to 138,890 people, and there are deaths from the effects of radiation still occurring. 16 hours after the attack, President Harry Truman publicly announces from Washington the use of the atomic bomb. The Japanese began the war from the air against our base at Pearl Harbor. Now we have returned the blow more harshly, he says. Tuesday, August 7th. In Tokyo, the Japanese government receives the first news of what has happened in Hiroshima following the announcement by Truman. They immediately established the Committee of Atomic Bomb Countermeasures, some of whose members doubt that the Americans possess such a weapon. However, they are to be convinced when technicians who have been sent to the city return and report on what they have seen. Japanese radio condemns the atomic bombing of Hiroshima and registers a complaint against the United States, accusing them of being the destroyers of humanity and the greatest enemy of social justice. The Japanese undertake the first test flight of the Nakajima JY-9 Kika, its prototype jet aircraft based on the German model Me-262. Over 200 B-29 bombers attacked the Japanese cities of Yahata and Tokyo. The High Command of the Pacific meets on the island of Luzon in the Philippines to plan the invasion of Japan. After the dropping of the bomb on Hiroshima, they expect an immediate unconditional surrender. In Burma, British troops face pockets of resistance from Japanese forces in the area between Mikinia and the Old Setang Canal. In Europe, in Yugoslavia, the provisional government of the Democratic Republic, with Joseph Broz Tito at the helm, and which includes as representatives monarchists such as Ivan Subacic, is opposed to the return of the king of the country. Wednesday, August 8th. In London, an agreement is signed between the governments of Britain, the United States, the Soviet Union, and France to establish the International Tribunal. The chief prosecutors of these four countries meet for the first time, and the heads of the four delegations sign the statutes of the International Court of Justice. Anglo-Saxon procedure is chosen. Decisions should be made with a 3/4 majority. In Moscow, the Russian government declares war on Japan. More than 1 million Soviet troops are at the border with Manchuria, facing 700,000 Japanese who are in occupation. At the same time, vessels of the Russian fleet surround the Kuril Islands. The American press reports that the United States is the third country to sign the United Nations Charter and covers the devastation of the atomic bomb on the city of Hiroshima. President Truman, in a radio address to the Japanese, threatens to devastate the entire country with atomic bombs if they do not accept unconditional surrender.
The unconditional surrender of Japan.
B-29 bombers attack the city of Tokyo. Thursday, August 9th. In the Pacific, while American bombers are undertaking a massive attack on military targets on the island of Honshu, a second B-29 called the Boxcar takes off from Tinian Island, carrying another atomic bomb called Fat Man. The flight commander is Charles W. Sweeney. The target is the city of Kokura, but if this happens to be obscured by clouds, the alternative target is Nagasaki. When he reaches the required altitude over Kokura, a vast blanket of pollution that hampers visibility covers the city, and Commander Sweeney decides to proceed to Nagasaki. At 2 minutes past 11 local time, the atomic bomb is dropped on the city. It is estimated that, at first, about 40,000 people are killed, but by the end of the year, the number has reached 80,000. In Tokyo, the Emperor Hirohito meets the Supreme Council and urges military leaders to accept the terms of surrender. Both Foreign Minister Shinigori Togo and the Prime Minister Admiral Suzuki support the proposal of the Emperor. However, the Minister of War, General Koreshika Anami, is in favor of continuing the war. In a second emergency meeting, Hirohito expresses the idea that continuing the war will only lead to the annihilation of Japan, and it is time to bear the unbearable. The Soviets launch military operations against the Japanese in Manchuria, North Korea, and the Kuril Islands. Friday, August 10th. The Japanese ambassadors in Switzerland and Sweden received the formal acceptance of the surrender of Japan to be conveyed to the Allies. The Japanese government is willing to accept the terms enumerated in the joint declaration made public in Potsdam on July 26th by the heads of government of the United States, Britain, and China, and later signed by the Soviet government. It is understood that this declaration does not include any requirement that harms the rights of His Majesty as a sovereign ruler. President Truman and Secretary of State Burns prepare a statement in which Japan will have to accept that, from the moment of surrender, the authority of the Emperor and the Japanese government to rule the state shall be subject to the Supreme Commander of the Allied Powers. Allied aircraft bomb Japanese airports non-stop to destroy the remains of its aircraft. Allied pilots have lost 34 aircraft and claim to have destroyed 397 enemy planes and damaged another 320. After having had the last urgent meeting, during which the Emperor had expressed support for the immediate acceptance of the Potsdam Declaration, the Japanese government announces its willingness to surrender unconditionally. In Manchuria and Korea, the Red Army advances devastatingly on Japanese troops. The government of the Mongolian People's Republic declares war on Japan. Saturday, August 11th. In the United States, the American Secretary of State, James Burns, reaffirms his opposition to any changes to the conditions of surrender for Japan. The Japanese Emperor should be subject to the Supreme Allied Command, and the form of government should be decided by the Japanese people. For his part, President Truman, who does not know the real extent of the effects of the atomic bomb, keeps repeating that it is the greatest event in history. This is possibly because, in reality, his aim is to frighten the Soviet Union. The Japanese government, fearful of the number of bombs that the Americans could possibly use against them, has no other course of action other than to accept the unacceptable. The Emperor is preparing to record a message to the Japanese people. In the western part of the Pacific Ocean, in the Sea of Okhotsk, Soviet naval forces bomb southern Sakhalin Island. In the Philippines, in the south of Mindanao, in the area of Sarangani Bay, U.S. forces complete their cleaning up operations. In Manila, Luzon Island, General MacArthur declares that the use of the atomic bomb was not necessary. In his opinion, Japan would have surrendered anyway. Meanwhile, diplomatic contacts continue between the governments of Japan and the United States. The forces of General Du Yuming, one of the most trusted of Chiang Kai-shek's men, reach Kunming in Yunnan province in China. Sunday, August 12th. Following the release of the atomic bombs, the conventional air campaign against Japan has been forgotten. However, it should be noted that, to date, more people were killed in the initial attacks on Tokyo in March than in the two cities where the atomic bombs were dropped. In Manchuria, 3 Russian armies consisting of more than 1.5 million men, divided into 83 divisions and supported by 3,700 tanks and 500 aircraft, are advancing from the northern, western, and eastern borders. The Japanese chiefs of staff can do little to strengthen the defenses in the area, given the critical situation in the home country. The fight will end on the 19th of August, when the fort at Hutto surrenders. The Russians capture 2,726,000 Japanese citizens, of whom 2,379,000 returned to Japan, while the rest are considered dead or missing. The Russians return Manchuria to the Chinese once hostilities have ended. Due to the imminent surrender of the Japanese, Sino-American chiefs of staff cancel various planned operations against Japanese positions on the southern coast of China. The American battleship Pennsylvania is damaged by a Japanese torpedo in the latitude of Okinawa. A Japanese submarine sinks the destroyer Thomas F. Nickel and landing craft Oak Hill. Monday, August 13th.
I've received this afternoon.
The U.S. government approves the terms of the Japanese surrender. The document is sent to General MacArthur. Emperor Hirohito meets with the Imperial Council and announces his decision to broadcast by radio the acceptance of unconditional surrender. Meanwhile, Radio Tokyo delivers prepared messages to the population, informing them that they should accept the surrender. More than 1,500 U.S. planes drop millions of flyers on various Japanese cities, explaining the status of peace negotiations and the actual conditions to which the Japanese state must submit. Lieutenant Oscar Perdomo of the 507th Fighter Squadron of the 20th U.S. Air Force becomes the last flying ace of the war when he shoots down 5 enemy fighters during an attack on the island of Kyushu. In Tan Trao, the temporary capital of the Vietnamese independence movement, where Ho Chi Minh is living in a small hut, the Communist Party is holding a national congress where a vote is passed in favor of the continuation of the struggle of the General Revolution once the war is over, in order to take power and achieve full independence. The North has been going through a long famine that has killed 1 million people due to the continuous changes that have been caused by colonialism and war. Tuesday, August 14th. In Tokyo, the official news agency issues a bulletin informing the population that there will be soon a message from the emperor accepting the proposals decided by the Allies at Potsdam. Commander Kenji Hatanaka and another 1,000 officers attack the imperial palace in order to prevent the recording of the emperor's radio message. General Mori, head of the Imperial Guard, and Lieutenant Shiraishi are both killed. However, forces loyal to Hirohito manage to repel the assault. General Korechika Anami, Minister of War, commits suicide as he continues to be opposed to the surrender. The authors Jim Smith, who was involved in the war as a radio operator of a B-29, and Malcolm McConnell, who spent 20 years in research including the review of many documents declassified in 1985, claim in their book, The Last Mission, that the B-29, for the love of Mike, dropped a third atomic bomb on the Japanese oil refinery at Tsuchizaki, near Akita, about 500 kilometers or 310 miles from Tokyo. In the United States, at midnight, President Truman holds a press conference in which he announces the unconditional surrender of Japan.
General Douglas MacArthur has been appointed the Supreme Allied Commander to receive the Japanese surrender.
General MacArthur is appointed to be Supreme Commander, responsible for accepting, on behalf of the Allies, the Japanese capitulation. Both the Japanese and U.S. governments order the end of hostilities on all fronts. Wednesday, August 15th. In Tokyo, the radio announcer asks all listeners to stand and listen with the utmost respect. The national anthem is played, and then Hirohito, for the first time in his life, broadcasts to the Japanese nation, announcing the surrender and ratifying the cessation of hostilities on all fronts. There are a few paragraphs of his speech. The enemy has used a new and most cruel bomb, whose ability to cause harm is truly incalculable, causing the loss of many innocent lives. If we continue to fight, not only would it result in the collapse and destruction of the Japanese nation, but it could also lead to the complete extinction of human civilization. I cannot bear to think of my people suffering even more. I want you to accept the Allied document immediately. I do not care what happens to me, but I am concerned about how I can justify myself to the spirits of my ancestors if, after such a waste of human life, the nation is reduced to ashes. The hardships and sufferings to which our nation will be subjected from now on will certainly be huge. We are fully aware of the profound feelings of all of you, our subjects. However, it is according to the dictates of time and destiny that we have resolved to pave the way for a great peace for all generations to come, enduring the undurable and suffering the insufferable. In the United States, the end of the war is celebrated. Millions of people take to the streets, and the government announces 2 days of holiday for federal employees. Fiorello Enrico LaGuardia, mayor of New York, pays tribute on the radio to the late President Roosevelt, while photographer Alfred Eisenstadt captures an image of a soldier kissing a woman in Times Square, which will travel the entire globe. Thursday, August 16th. In Japan, Emperor Hirohito asks Prince Norukiko Higashikuni to form a new government that will ratify the ceasefire and require all Japanese troops to surrender their weapons. In China, the military authorities negotiate an armistice with the Japanese government. In Chinese territory, there are still about 1,300,000 Japanese soldiers who need to be informed about the news of the surrender and then be returned home. Chiang Kai-shek announces the Japanese surrender on the radio and says, "Our faith in justice, despite the dark and hopeless days of the long 8 years of war, has been rewarded." Meanwhile, Zhu De, the commander-in-chief of the Chinese Communist troops, informs the Allies that they also have played a part in the victory and are prepared to claim it. Major General Vasilevsky makes a proposal to the Japanese army in Manchuria that they should end the fighting, but receives no response. Nevertheless, at sunset, a large number of Japanese units begin to surrender. In Europe, the Soviet and Polish governments reach an agreement on new borders between the two countries, confirming those that were in existence on September 17, 1939. In London, in the House of Commons, Winston Churchill, acting as leader of the opposition, states his concern about the actions of the Soviets in Eastern Europe and proclaims his theory of an Iron Curtain. The term Iron Curtain had been devised by Joseph Goebbels and expressed in an article entitled The Year 2000 in the weekly magazine Das Reich on the 25th of February of the same year.
Meine deutschen Volksgenossen und Volksgenossinnen.
Friday, August 17th. In the Indonesian archipelago, made up of more than 17,500 islands, the Japanese invasion and occupation has ended, and this has encouraged independence movements. Ahmed Sukarno and Mohammed Hatta, with support from Pemuda groups or young radicals, proclaimed the independence of Indonesia. The Dutch accuse the two leaders of being fascists and of collaboration with Japan. The Netherlands try to re-establish control over the country, causing an armed struggle which will end in December 1949, when, under international pressure, they have no choice but to formally recognize the independence of Indonesia. The new Japanese Prime Minister, Higashikuni, appeals to General MacArthur to intercede with the Soviets in Manchuria and put a stop to the indiscriminate attacks against Japanese forces that are surrendering. The United States government makes plans to tackle Japan's post-war situation. The closure of a good part of the military supply industry will cause, it is estimated, an increase in unemployment of more than 9 million. In France, General de Gaulle commutes the death sentence of Marshal Pétain to life imprisonment. The submarine U-977 arrives at the port of Mar del Plata in Argentina. It had left the German base in Kiel on April 13th. It is the last German submarine to surrender. Saturday, August 18th. In China, Guo Fengwu, deputy commander of the 24th Squadron of the Chinese Air Force, flies over Guisi, now Hohhot, in Mongolia, dropping leaflets containing the message of surrender by Emperor Hirohito. The Japanese troops, who are to be found in the area, shoot him down with heavy artillery air fire. Guo Fengwu becomes the last victim of the Chinese Air Force in the war. A message is read on the radio in Moscow from Chiang Kai-shek to Stalin, in which he announces that the friendship between the two countries will not only lead to a lasting peace in the Far East, but it will also be important for the creation of a new order in the world. The delegations of Chiang Kai-shek and Lord Mountbatten arrive in Manila in the Philippines to confer with the delegates sent by the Japanese government. They are to establish with General MacArthur the details of the surrender and occupation of Japan. Indian nationalist leader Subhas Chandra Bose is officially proclaimed dead in a plane crash in Formosa, Taiwan, while flying to Tokyo. His body is not found, causing much speculation against the official version. In 1999, the Indian government established the Mukherjee Commission to clarify the circumstances surrounding the politician's death. In 2005, after 6 years of research and deliberation, members of the commission decided that the crash never happened and it was all a sham to facilitate the escape of Chandra Bose to the USSR. The government of India did not accept the findings of the commission. Sunday, August 19th. In the Pacific, Japanese troops scattered around various locations are getting the government message to surrender under the terms of the ceasefire and that it does not propose a loss of honor under the Code of Bushido, despite the fact that this code demands a fight to death. Hundreds of Allied warships are waiting off the coast of Japan to enter her ports. In Manchuria, thousands of Japanese soldiers blow themselves up with hand grenades to prevent themselves from falling into Soviet hands. In China, the nationalist leader Chiang Kai-shek, who has the backing of the United States, asks Japanese officials to inform their troops that they should not surrender to the communist Chinese forces of Mao Zedong. These, supported by the Russians, have their own political policy. The civil war in China had begun in April of 1927, and once the confrontation with the Japanese was over, the struggle for power between the Nationalist Party, or Kuomintang, and the Communist Party of China, the CPC, has been renewed with even greater intensity. General Marshall is sent to China to seek government agreement between all political forces in China. However, both communists and nationalists were unwilling to compromise on political issues or to cede the territories they had occupied after the surrender of the Japanese. Marshall managed to get a truce between both parties, but this was broken in the spring of 1946, and he was forced to leave. Monday, August 20th. In the south of Manchuria, a team of American volunteers is parachuted into Mukden, now Shenyang, shortly before the arrival of Soviet troops. Their mission is to rescue Allied prisoners of war of high rank, including General Wainwright, captured in Corregidor in 1942, General Percival, captured in Singapore in the same year, and the Governor-General of the Dutch East Indies, Van Starkenborg-Stachauer. In the north of China, there are clashes between nationalist and communist troops. In Moscow, Stalin puts Lavrenti Beria in charge of the State Committee for Atomic Research, Jet Engines, and the determining of sites for and research and development of radio and radar. In the United States, the government abolishes most controls on industrial activities. This measure, along with others concerning market liberalization, favors the rapid modernization of the economy. In London, Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin condemns Soviet policy in Eastern Europe and states, "It is changing one type of totalitarianism for another." In Norway, in Oslo, the trial of Vidkun Quisling begins. He is accused of high treason, murder, and robbery. Quisling proclaims his innocence. The the state prosecutor shows with the help of documents his contact with Nazi leaders from a period preceding the outbreak of war. Tuesday, August 21st. In Japan, the emperor has given full powers to General Torashiro Kawabe to agree to the conditions associated with the first landing of the Allied Forces Group. The government announces that the first troops will arrive on the 26th of this month and asks the Japanese to accept the situation calmly, to look after their own affairs and avoid direct contact with the invading forces. In London, in front of both Houses of Parliament, gathered to celebrate the victory, King George VI accepts the compliments he receives and pays tribute to all Imperial Armed Forces, the British people, and all those who together make up the Commonwealth. For its part, the government declares that the external debt Britain has accrued is huge and numbers millions of pounds, but that they do not yet have the data to provide exact details about its composition. The Prime Minister, Attlee, pays tribute to the forces in Burma and India during a function at the exhibition Victory Over Japan. Attlee laments how little is said about the successes of the British 14th Army. He says, "These men, in very difficult terrain, have defeated the greatest army used by the Japanese in the war. Both those who have fought in India, as well as those involved in Burma, are worthy of our admiration." In Southeast Asia, Lord Louis Mountbatten orders the beginning of Operation Zipper, originally called Operation Lightning. The aim is for the British to occupy Port Swettenham, Selangor, or Port Dickson in Malaysia in order to serve as a starting point for the recapture of Singapore. Wednesday, August 22nd. In Manchuria, there are still some areas of confrontation between Soviet and Japanese forces, because the latter have not yet received the order to surrender issued by Emperor Hirohito. The Soviets capture the Emperor Puyi, the ruler of Manchuria, as designated by the Japanese in 1932. He had been officially enthroned as Emperor of Manchukuo, Manchuria, taking the name of Kangde. During his years of reign, always under the control of the Japanese, his duties consisted of traveling throughout the country and endorsing laws passed by the Japanese military commanders. Puyi was sent by the Soviets to Fushun prison on the banks of the Hun River. His life was immortalized by the film director Bernardo Bertolucci in his film The Last Emperor. Radio Tokyo announces that the government has dissolved the body of Volunteers of the People. The U.S. government estimates that there are 250,000 prisoners in Japanese concentration camps. In Europe, the British Prime Minister Attlee declares that the atomic bomb has meant a brutal choice between world cooperation and global destruction. In Yugoslavia, Parliament decrees that croplands over 75 acres will be taken over by the state and distributed among partisans and wounded soldiers. Thursday, August 23rd. During Operation Zipper, the Japanese officers stationed in Singapore have not readily accepted the Emperor's surrender order. Under such circumstances, General Seishiro Itagaki, commander of the defending troops, orders that maximum resistance should be offered when enemy forces attempt to disembark. He then flies to Saigon to meet with Marshal Count Teruachi, who is in charge of all the forces of South and Southeast Asia, in order to clarify the situation. Upon his return to Singapore, General Itagaki explains to his forces that the order of the Emperor is authentic and must be obeyed. Singapore's daily press gives out the news, while Itagaki makes contact with Lord Mountbatten to say he is willing to surrender. In accordance with the doctrine of Bushido, more than 300 officers commit suicide after holding a farewell ceremony. The Soviets occupy Port Arthur or Lushunkau at the southern tip of the Liandong Peninsula. The action serves as revenge for the defeat that they had suffered at the hands of the Japanese army 40 years earlier in the Battle of the Yellow Sea, during the course of the Russo-Japanese War between 1904 and 1908. In England, in the town of Freckleton to the south of Kirkham, a US B-24 bomber flying out of the neighboring Wharton Air Base crashes into the Holy Trinity Church of England school, killing 61 people, including 38 children. In London, the two houses of the British Parliament ratify the United Nations Charter with the approval of all parties. Friday, August 24th. In the Pacific, the small groups of Japanese soldiers who are still fighting on the island of New Guinea receive the news of the ceasefire, but the military leaders do not accept it and wait for confirmation from Marshal Hisaichi Terauchi, the commander-in-chief of the South Pacific region, who has recently suffered a stroke. The Japanese news agency in Tokyo transmits the order to all Japanese soldiers that they should evacuate all those areas where Allied troops have landed. British and Chinese forces temporarily occupy Indochina to establish order, while the future of the region is decided. In London, the British Prime Minister, Clement Attlee, announces in the House of Commons that the U.S. government has suddenly decided to end its Lend-Lease policy without any previous consultation. For Attlee, this decision leaves the country in a very serious financial position. During the debate, Winston Churchill exclaims, "I cannot believe that a nation so large and generous could act in such an ill-mannered way towards its faithful ally."
Economic matters of international concern.
In the United States, President Truman, during a press conference, answers questions about the cancellation of the activities related to the Lend-Lease Act. He downplays the issue and denies that such a cancellation is a terrible blow to the economies of Britain and other countries that benefited from such assistance. The law was another weapon of war. It is now no longer necessary, he says. Saturday, August 25th. In China, there is an increase in the clashes between the two sides in the civil war. Nationalist troops led by Chiang Kai-shek enter Shanghai and Nanking, the capital of the pre-war period. Mao's communist forces announced that their troops are advancing towards those two cities where workers have occupied the factories. In the south of the country, they are moving towards Canton, and in the north, they are approaching Tianjin, now Tianjin. Allied aircraft dropped 90 million leaflets over prisoner of war camps in Malaysia, Burma, and Siam, now Thailand, announcing the end of the war. At the same time, tons of medicines are dropped by parachute, especially atabrine, to combat malaria. In the Philippines, General Yamashita informs the American commanders that he has given the order to all Japanese soldiers to lay down their arms. Radio Tokyo issues a report stating that a substantial number of people have committed suicide by harikiri in front of the Imperial Palace. Lieutenant Colonel Clay Tice Jr., commander of the 49th Fighter Squadron, makes an emergency landing and becomes the first American to set foot on Japanese soil following the victory. In Europe, in the UK, according to government data, there are more than 300,000 German prisoners remaining, and that the majority of them are working as agricultural laborers. In London, an international conference begins to reorganize internal transportation within Central Europe. Sunday, August 26th. A press release appears in a large number of newspapers around the world, issued by the British and American governments, concerning their findings about the progress the Nazis had made on nuclear research, intercontinental missiles, new submarines, and stealth systems, which were found to be in advanced stages of development. To the amazement of the Allied experts, they had discovered that, at the end of the war in Europe, these German experts were working on a missile called the A-10, with a projected range of 4,828 kilometers, or 3,000 miles, capable of destroying everything within a large radius of its target. In London, Arthur Harris, Commander-in-Chief of Bomber Command of the RAF, announces his resignation. The controversy over his performance has been going on for some time. Winston Churchill himself, in the final months of the conflict, warned that he was going too far with the indiscriminate bombing campaigns, as had happened, for example, in the German city of Dresden. Nevertheless, Harris, with his cold and determined character, justified his action concerning the missions that were carried out under the orders of more important people than me. His way of seeing and understanding the situation was that a destructive dynamic was necessary, and in his opinion, it overrode the associated suffering of others. In the Pacific, Soviet troops occupy the Kuril Islands to the north of Japan. 63,000 Japanese soldiers are taken prisoner. The Japanese delegation, headed by General Seishiro Itagaki and sent by Marshal Terauchi to negotiate the terms of surrender of the nearly 700,000 Japanese soldiers that make up the Japanese forces in Southeast Asia, arrives in Rangoon, Burma. Monday, August 27th. One of the biggest fleets ever to be gathered together lies off the coast of Japan in Sagami Bay, the entrance to Tokyo. 338 vessels make up the bulk of the occupation fleet. American, British, New Zealand, Australian, Canadian, and Dutch ships are headed by a total of 23 aircraft carriers and await the arrival of General MacArthur. The 3rd American Fleet, commanded by Admiral William Frederick Halsey, Jr., and protected by 1,200 aircraft, lies off the coast of Japan. 21 Japanese government representatives are aboard the battleship Missouri, planning the first phase of the occupation of Japanese territory by Allied forces. General de Gaulle continues his visit to the United States, where he receives a very warm welcome. During a ceremony, he lays a wreath on the grave of Roosevelt in Hyde Park, in Dutchess County, New York. President Truman thinks that the situation in the Pacific is still dangerous and urges Congress to continue the recruitment of soldiers for 2 more years and to maintain a presence in the areas that have been taken in the region. In eastern Burma, Allied troops make contact with the Japanese in the valley of the Setang River. The Japanese commanders await instructions to surrender from the delegation that is based in Rangoon. Tuesday, August 28th. The occupation of Japan officially begins when Colonel Gordon Blake and his men are ordered to fly 24 C-47 aircraft from the island of Okinawa to the Atsugi airfield on the outskirts of Tokyo. Their brief is to create the communications team necessary, mainly to provide the support for air traffic control, but they also have the task of organizing the networks for aircraft in flight and everything related to meteorological data. On arrival at Atsugi, moments of tension are experienced when hundreds of Imperial Navy guards are seen lined up along the runway, ready to receive the first C-47, piloted by Colonel Edward Imparato. Colonel Charles Trench, a member of General MacArthur's Chiefs of Staff, is the first off the plane and notes that the Japanese are present as a guard of honor. Meanwhile, naval minesweepers and submarine demolition teams are clearing Tokyo Bay. In French Indochina, the Viet Minh declares that it has formed the Provisional Government of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam. Their leader, Ho Chi Minh, is its president. In China, the communist leader, Mao Zedong, arrives in Chongqing to meet the nationalist leader Chiang Kai-shek in order to negotiate the restoration of peace in the country. Wednesday, August 29th. In Japan, American technicians lose no time in making the Atsugi airfield fully functional. At the same time, Allied ships are beginning to move into the Bay of Tokyo, including the battleship USS Missouri and the British Duke of York. In Singapore, the British Admiral Lord Mountbatten accepts the surrender of all Japanese forces stationed in Southeast Asia. General Itagaki signs the document. A British squadron arrives in Hong Kong, with the responsibility of establishing the return of the colony to the British Empire. In the United States, reports by official commissions of inquiry conducted by the Counter-Espionage Service and the U.S. Navy on the bombing of Pearl Harbor are published. The conclusion is that the disaster was due to a lack of warning, differences of opinion, and confusion amongst the various branches of the armed forces. The former Secretary of State, Cordell Hull, General Marshall, and Admiral Stark are identified as being the most responsible. For President Truman, both Hull and Marshall are exempt from any liability. General MacArthur has been named Supreme Commander of the Allied forces in Japan and has been given power over the Japanese government and the Emperor Showa. His delicate mission in charge of the country that has lost the War of the Pacific has as its main objectives the creation of stability, the drafting of a new constitution, and control of the acts of the government. Thursday, August 30th. The Japanese Atsugi airfield has become the busiest in the world. Planes are taking off and landing at the rate of 1 every 2 minutes. 30,000 Japanese soldiers received General MacArthur with fixed bayonets, forming a corridor on both sides of the road along its entire length from the airport to the city of Yokohama. General MacArthur and General Bonner Feller have put together Operation Blacklist, which has been designed with the intention of getting rid of Emperor Hirohito and the most militaristic of his staff, while at the same time making use of their image to make the necessary changes for a new political system. MacArthur is struck by the appearance of General Jonathan M. Wainwright, the officer who had been left in command of Bataan and Corregidor in the Philippines in 1942 and rescued by the Soviets from a concentration camp in Manchuria. The military occupation of the country begins with the arrival of the 2nd U.S. Airborne Division and the 4th Regiment of the 6th Marine Division. The cruiser, San Juan, begins to evacuate Allied prisoners of war detained on the Japanese islands. In Singapore, medical officers pour out of the Shangji prisoner of war camp. In Hong Kong, British troops led by the aircraft carrier Indomitable occupy the colony, clashing with Japanese suicide detachments. The Australian government dissolves the Advisory War Council. Friday, August 31st. In Yokohama, Japan, General MacArthur establishes the Supreme Allied Command. It is agreed that the official ceremony of Japanese surrender will take place on September 2nd on board the battleship Missouri. The arrival of Allied soldiers is taking place at the rate of 300 aircraft landings per day and thousands more by sea. MacArthur believes that the occupation plan should be developed with as little disruption as possible and that it shows all the signs that it will continue without bloodshed. His first priority is to avoid any confrontation. Among other things, he orders that no ally can attack a Japanese citizen or consume any of the food they may have. The Hinomaru, or Rising Sun flag, may be flown as long as they have sought prior permission to do so. As American forces are releasing prisoners of war, they report the mistreatment they have suffered in the camps. Over 1,000 prisoners found in the Tokyo area are transferred to hospital ships on the high seas. Meanwhile, in Europe, the civilian population is in flux. Germans who fled the bombing of the cities are returning home to reclaim what is left of their property. 1 in 5 people in the western part of Germany is a refugee. There are also Germans who have been expelled from Poland and Silesia, as well as other parts of Eastern Europe. President Truman writes to the British Prime Minister Clement Attlee requesting that he grant permission for the immigration of 100,000 European Jews to Palestine. Saturday, September 1st, 1945. The various delegations that will participate in the formal Japanese surrender aboard the USS Missouri continue to arrive. In a special cabinet meeting, the leaders of the Japanese government analyzed the conditions outlined in the surrender documents. In addition, following consultations with General MacArthur, the idea has arisen of holding a general election in late January 1946. However, before this can take place, the existing electoral law must undergo review, which will lead to major changes in this legislation. U.S. commanders have been ordered to occupy the island of Formosa, Taiwan, immediately upon the signing of the Japanese surrender. In China, in the Beijing area, fighting goes on between Japanese soldiers and Chinese communists. The British troops are assembling who will reoccupy Singapore after the surrender of Japan. In Singapore itself, multiple murders and acts of looting are taking place. The Japanese residents there have been ordered to evacuate the British occupation zone. In Europe, after 6 years of war, most countries and major cities are in ruins. For example, Berlin and Warsaw, along with large areas of London, are piles of rubble. Industries have disappeared, infrastructure has been destroyed, and millions of people are penniless. U.S. President Harry Truman, along with his State Department, is prepared to grant financial aid to European countries through a sweeping program of aid to allow them to rebuild and revive their economies. Sunday, September 2nd. The Japanese surrender ceremony takes place in Tokyo Bay, aboard the battleship USS Missouri. General MacArthur allows himself a few words at the beginning of the ceremony. We are gathered here, representatives of the major warring powers, to conclude a solemn agreement whereby peace may be restored. The issues involving divergent ideals and ideologies have been determined on the battlefields of the world and hence are not for our discussion or debate. The treaty is signed first by Mamoru Shigemitsu, Minister of Foreign Affairs, on behalf of the Emperor. Next, by General Yoshijiro Umezu, head of the High Command on behalf of the Imperial Army. He is followed by General Douglas MacArthur, who signs as Supreme Commander of the Allied Forces. Acting as witnesses are the American and British Generals John Mayhew Wainwright and Arthur Percival, respectively. Afterwards, Admiral Chester Nimitz signs on behalf of the United States. General Hisu Yung Chang as the representative of China, Admiral Sir Bruce Fraser for the UK, General Kuzma Derevienko for the Soviet Union, General Sir Thomas Blamey for Australia, Colonel Lawrence Moore Cosgrave for Canada, General Philippe Leclerc for France, Admiral Helfrich for the Netherlands, and Air Vice Marshal Leonard M. Issett for New Zealand. The ceremony only lasts 20 minutes and is broadcast on radio worldwide. The Second World War is over. According to estimates, it has killed about 60 million people worldwide, of whom some 35 million are civilians. Defendants in the courtroom. American writer Charles Ashby Johnson said, "It may be pointless to try to establish which World War II Axis aggressor, Germany or Japan, was the most brutal to the peoples it victimized. The Germans killed 6 million Jews and 20 million Russians. The Japanese slaughtered as many as 30 million Filipinos, Malays, Vietnamese, Cambodians, Indonesians, and Burmese, at least 23 million of them ethnic Chinese." Both nations looted the countries they conquered on a monumental scale, though Japan plundered more, over a longer period, than the Nazis. Both conquerors enslaved millions and exploited them as forced laborers, and in the case of the Japanese, as prostitutes for frontline troops. If you were a Nazi prisoner of the war from Britain, America, Australia, New Zealand, or Canada, but not Russia, the death rate was 4%. For Allied POWs held by the Japanese, it was nearly 30%. In 1941, Winston Churchill publicly expressed the idea that, at the end of the war, the entire leadership of the Nazi regime should face prosecution. In 1942, Roosevelt, Stalin, and Churchill agreed that, following the conclusion of the war, all the political and military leaders of the Axis nations would be tried for their crimes. This agreement was ratified by the Tehran Conference in 1943 and the Yalta and Potsdam Conferences in 1945. Nuremberg, Nazism on trial. Nuremberg, the symbolic city of the Nazi Party, was chosen by the 26 nations that had fought against Hitler's Germany as the venue for a series of trials lasting from November 20th, 1945 until October 1st, 1946, which establish and punish the crimes of the leaders and collaborators of the regime of the Third Reich in the various criminal acts committed after September 1st, 1939. The greatest impact was made by what is known as the main Nuremberg trial, or simply the Nuremberg trials, conducted by the International Military Tribunal against 20 of the principal leaders of the Nazi movement who had been captured. The guidelines for the prosecutors were the Nuremberg Principles, a set of laws drafted by the International Law Commission of the United Nations, which codified the crimes and abuses that had taken place throughout the conflict. These principles allowed the UN to later develop specific jurisprudence covering crimes against peace, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. Justice Robert H. Jackson, the chief American prosecutor, makes the opening statement for the prosecution.
Privilege of opening the first trial in history.
The privilege of opening the first trial in history for crimes against the peace of the world imposes a grave responsibility. The wrongs which we seek to condemn and punish have been so calculated, so malignant, and so devastating that civilization cannot tolerate their being ignored because it cannot survive their being repeated. That four great nations, flushed with victory and stung with injury, stay the hand of vengeance and voluntarily submit their captive enemies to the judgment of the law is one of the most significant tributes that power has ever paid to reason. This inquest represents the practical effort of four of the most mighty of nations, with the support of 15 more, to utilize international law to meet the greatest menace of our times, aggressive war. The common sense of mankind demands that law shall not stop with the punishment of petty crimes by little people. It must also reach men who possess themselves of great power and who make deliberate and concerted use of it to set in motion evils which leave no home in the world untouched. In the prisoner's dock sit 20-odd broken men, reproached by the humiliation of those they have led, almost as bitterly as by the desolation of those they have attacked. Their personal capacity for evil is forever past. Merely as individuals, their fate is of little consequence to the world. What makes this inquest significant is that these prisoners represent sinister influences that will lurk in the world long after their bodies have returned to dust. They are living symbols of the arrogance and cruelty of power, of racial hatreds, of terrorism and violence. They are symbols of fierce nationalisms and of militarism, of intrigue and war-making, which have embroiled Europe generation after generation, crushing its manhood, destroying its homes, and impoverishing its life. They have so identified themselves with the philosophies they conceived and with the forces they directed that any tenderness to them is a victory and an encouragement to all the evils which are attached to their names. What these men stand for, we will patiently and temperately disclose. We will give you undeniable proof of incredible events. The catalogue of crimes will omit nothing. It may be that these men of troubled conscience do not regard a trial as a favor, but they do have a fair opportunity to defend themselves, a favor which they rarely extended to their fellow countrymen. We will not ask you to convict these men on the testimony of their foes. There is no count of the indictment that cannot be proved by books and records. And we will show you the defendants' own films. You will see their own conduct and hear their own voices as they reenact for you from the screen some of the events in the course of the conspiracy. The acts of the defendants have bathed the world in blood and set civilization back a century. They have subjected their European neighbors to every spoliation and deprivation. They have brought the German people to the lowest ebb of wretchedness. They have stirred hatreds and incited domestic violence on every continent. These are the things that stand in the dock shoulder to shoulder with these prisoners. The real complaining party at your bar is civilization.
In the name of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, Sir Hartley Shawcross presents Count 2, Crimes Against Peace, charging that all the defendants participated in the planning and waging of wars of aggression, wars in violation of international treaties, agreements, and assurances.
First step was the Rhineland, and next step was
The Rhineland is occupied, Austria and Czechoslovakia are seized by Germany, and now the Nazi conspirators turn to the next problem, the conquest of Poland. Again, an adjutant, Lieutenant Colonel Schmundt, transcribed Hitler's words.
The solution of the problem demands courage. It is impossible without invasion of foreign states or attacks on foreign property. There is therefore no question of sparing Poland, and we are left with the decision to attack Poland at the first suitable opportunity. We cannot expect a repetition of the Czech affair. There will be war.
In the name of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, General Rudenko presents Counts 3 and 4, charging that all of the defendants committed war crimes in Germany and in all those countries occupied by Germany. The Nazi conspirators committed crimes against enemy armies, against prisoners of war, against the civilians of occupied lands. They believed in the barbaric doctrine of total war and considered themselves freed from the restraints of international law or the established customs of war. Their ruthless policies were ordered in directives like this one from General Reinecke from the Wehrmacht High Command. The Bolshevik soldier has lost all claim to treatment as an honorable opponent. Active or passive resistance must be broken immediately by force of arms. Prisoners of war attempting to escape are to be fired on without challenge. In the name of the French Republic, François de Menthon closes Counts 3 and 4, the final charges of the indictment.
All the defendants committed crimes against humanity, including the murder and persecution of all people opposed to the Nazi Party, and the enslavement, exploitation, and deportation of civilian population.
Ich habe noch viel länger geglaubt. Wusste von diesen Gründen. Ich möchte nochmals betonen,
Nein auf die Auswanderung der Juden und nicht auf ihre...
Ich selbst möchte aber hier ganz aus der Tiefe meines Empfindens...
Als mir nun diese Terror- und Gewaltmaßnahmen gegen die Juden...
Denn hat alles, was vorher...
Die ungeheure Gefahr, die in diesem...
Ich habe geirrt und war nicht imstande...
Ich glaube nicht, dass die vom Führer... Wir rufen das deutsche Volk, dessen Machtträger wir mit waren.
Nun, Sie haben von Hitler nichts Gutes erwartet.
After months of examination and cross-examination, both defense and prosecution sum up their arguments for the tribunal.
An aggressor can be branded only by the world's conscience. That supreme organ of humanity must have not only real, but also moral authority. Its impartial judgment must be looked upon with general confidence. It must stand above the contesting parties.
In the name of the United States of America, Justice Jackson delivers his summing up.
According to the testimony of each defendant, these men saw no evil, spoke none, and none was uttered in their presence. If we combine only the stories from the front bench, this is the ridiculous composite picture of Hitler's government that emerges. It was composed of a number 2 man who never suspected the Jewish extermination program, although he signed over a score of anti-Semitic decrees. A number 3 man who was merely an innocent middleman, transmitting Hitler's orders without even reading them, like a postman or delivery boy. A foreign minister who knew little of foreign affairs and nothing of foreign policy. A field marshal who issued orders to the armed forces but had no idea of the results they would have in practice. A security chief who was of the impression that the policing functions of his Gestapo and SD were somewhat on the lines of directing traffic. A party philosopher who had no idea of the violence which his philosophy was inciting in the 20th century. A governor general of Poland who reigned but did not rule. A Gauleiter of Franconia whose occupation was to pour forth filthy writings about the Jews, but who had no idea that anybody would read them. A minister of the Interior who knew not even what went on in his own office, much less the interior of his own department, and nothing at all about the interior of Germany. A Reichsbank president who was totally ignorant of what went in and out of the vaults of his bank. To say of these men that they are not guilty, it would be as true to say there has been no war, there are no slain, there has been no crime.
In the name of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, Sir Hartley Shawcross delivers his summation.
This trial must form a milestone in the history of civilization, not only marking that right shall in the end triumph over evil, but also that ordinary people of the world, and I make no distinction here between friend and foe, are now determined that the individual must transcend the state. The state and law are made for man, that through them he may achieve a fuller life, a higher purpose, and a greater dignity.
In the name of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, General Rudenko delivers his summation.
And when we ask, have the charges against the defendants been proved before the court? Have the defendants been convicted of their guilt? There is only one answer. Their crimes have been proved. Neither the statements of the defendants nor the arguments of the defense were able to refute our grave accusations. It has been impossible to cast doubt on events which actually took place. The truth cannot be challenged. That is the real meaning of this trial. That is the lasting result of our long and strenuous effort.
In the name of the French Republic, Monsieur de Ribe delivers his summation.
When this international trial is closed and the principal war criminals sentenced, we shall go back to our own countries. The fate of these men now lies entirely with your conscience. This is beyond our competence. Our task is finished. Now it is for you, in the silence of your deliberations, to listen to innocent blood crying for justice.
Lord Justice Lawrence, Great Britain. Mr. Francis Biddle, the United States. Monsieur de Vabre, France. And Major General Nikitchenko, USSR, prepare the verdict. It will be based on the opinion of the majority. On the 1st of October 1946, the verdict is delivered by Lord Justice Lawrence, President of the Tribunal.
Of the organizations, the SS, SD, Gestapo, and Leadership Corps are found guilty. The High Command, SA, and Reich Cabinet not guilty. As for the individual, Wilhelm Hermann Goering, guilty of conspiracy, crimes against peace, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. Death by hanging. Rudolf Hess, guilty of conspiracy and crimes against peace. Life imprisonment. Joachim von Ribbentrop, guilty of conspiracy, crimes against peace, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. Death by hanging. Wilhelm Keitel, guilty of conspiracy, crimes against peace, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. Death by hanging. Ernst Kaltenbrunner, guilty of war crimes and crimes against humanity. Death by hanging. Alfred Rosenberg, guilty of conspiracy, crimes against peace, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. Death by hanging. Hans Frank, guilty of war crimes and crimes against humanity. Death by hanging. Wilhelm Frick, guilty of crimes against peace, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. Death by hanging. Julius Streicher, guilty of crimes against humanity. Death by hanging. Walter Funk, guilty of crimes against peace, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. Life imprisonment. Hjalmar Schacht, not guilty on this indictment, released. Erich Raeder, guilty of conspiracy, crimes against peace, and war crime. Life imprisonment. Baldur von Schirach, guilty of crimes against humanity. 20 years imprisonment. Fritz Saukel, guilty of war crimes and crimes against humanity. Death by hanging. Alfred Jodl, guilty of conspiracy, crimes against peace, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. Death by hanging. Franz von Papen, not guilty on this indictment, released. Albert Speer, guilty of war crimes and crimes against humanity. 20 years imprisonment. Konstantin von Neurath, guilty of conspiracy, crimes against peace, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. 15 years imprisonment. Arthur Seyss-Inquart, guilty of crimes against peace, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. Death by hanging. Hans Fritzsche, not guilty on this indictment, released. Martin Bormann, tried in absentia. Guilty of war crimes and crimes against humanity. Death by hanging.
The trial is over. Seven begin their prison sentences. Goering chooses to die by his own hand. The other 10 wait for the gallows. Grand Admiral Karl Donitz was tried, among other crimes, for ordering unrestricted submarine warfare. Donitz was convicted and sentenced to prison, but not for this offense, because his lawyers presented evidence that both the Royal Navy and the U.S. Navy had issued similar orders. A further 12 sets of trials were conducted by the U.S. Military Tribunal, among which are the doctor's trial and the judge's trial. The doctor's trial was first. 20 of the 23 defendants were doctors accused of war crimes and crimes against humanity because they had planned and carried out experiments that ended in mass murder during the euthanasia program. 7 of these doctors were sentenced to death. In the judge's trial, the defendants were held responsible for creating the Nazi legal framework. 9 officers from the Ministry of Justice, along with 7 prosecutors and judges from the special courts of the Third Reich, were placed on trial from March 5th to December 4th, 1947. 4 of the defendants were sentenced to life imprisonment. The case against Erhard Milch, the former Marshal of the Luftwaffe accused of committing war crimes and crimes against humanity, lasted from January 2nd to April 17th, 1947. He was originally sentenced to life imprisonment, but this was later reduced and he was released in 1954. Oswald Pohl, the man responsible for the administration of the concentration camps, was tried, convicted, and sentenced to death.
He promised equal rights for all citizens, and without regard to their...
The German industrialist Friedrich Flick was accused and convicted of using slave labor and crimes against humanity. He was sentenced to 7 years in prison. There was also a trial of the chemical company IG Farben, the only German company with its own Zyklon B gas and the firm that held the patent for it, with which millions of people were murdered. The company used more than 80,000 slave laborers who died of starvation or were sent to the gas chambers. Of the 24 executives charged, 13 were sentenced to between 1 and 8 years in prison. The hostages trial, or Case Austral, tried the generals responsible for the German army during the Balkan campaign, which saw multiple murders and violations of international treaties. The defendants argued that they had merely followed Hitler's orders. Most of them were sentenced to prison terms. The Russia trial, also known as the Racial Purity Trial, saw proceedings against the advocates and organizers of the idea of racial purity and the Lebensborn program, in which, among other brutalities, more than 250,000 children were abducted in Europe, of whom only 25,000 were ever recovered by their families. The rest were adopted, sent to children's concentration camps or to extermination camps. Of all the defendants, the SS General Ulrich Griefeld received the severest sentence. The 9th hearing was the Einsatzgruppen trial, carried out between September 15, 1947 and April 10, 1948. It involved 24 SS officers who had been commanders of the Einsatzgruppen, responsible for ordering more than 1 million murders that soldiers in their units had committed in the occupied territories. 14 defendants were sentenced to death and 2 to life imprisonment, and the rest to varying terms of imprisonment. The trial of Gustav Krupp von Bohlen und Halbach, a diplomat and businessman, accused him of participating in the planning for the war and the use of slave labor, but was suspended for health reasons. The Ministry's trial involved officials from the Nazi state authorities accused of crimes committed both in their own country and in the occupied territories. The High Command trial saw generals of the Wehrmacht and Luftwaffe, along with Kriegsmarine admirals, accused of committing or ordering terrible atrocities during the war. Years later, secret files declassified by various governments showed that at least 9,000 Nazi war criminals fled to South America after World War II. The Auschwitz trials. Two long separate hearings are known as the Auschwitz trials. The first was held in Krakow, Poland, from November 24, 1947 until January 28, 1948, in which 40 former officers and soldiers of the SS who had served in the extermination camp at Auschwitz were tried. 20 of them were sentenced to death. The second Auschwitz trial was held in the German city of Frankfurt from December 20, 1963 until August 10, 1965. It gained huge media attention, and German society was forced to confront once more the horrors of its recent history. Rudolf Höss, Auschwitz commander, was extradited to Poland on May 25, 1946, where he was tried for war crimes. He did not deny the allegations, arguing instead that he followed Heinrich Himmler's direct orders and that he himself merely ran a killing machine. As he wrote in his memoirs, the Führer himself had ordered the final solution of the Jewish problem, It was not for a lifelong Nazi like me, let alone an SS chief, to question it. On April 2, 1947, Haas was sentenced to death, and on the 16th, he was hanged in the former Auschwitz concentration camp. Bucharest People's Tribunal. The Bucharest People's Tribunal, created by the Romanian government and overseen by an Allied commission, tried war criminals and those who had collaborated with the Nazis. Ion Antonescu was among the accused. After having been arrested, he had been handed over to the Russians. For 2 years he remained a prisoner in the Soviet Union, after which he was transferred to Romania to face trial. He was sentenced to the maximum penalty by the People's Court on May 17, 1946, and was executed in prison at Jalava on June 1st of the same year. Asian Holocaust. After the war against Japan ended on August 15, 1945, and although the Japanese Empire was not a signatory to the Geneva Conventions, the Japanese Imperial Army and Navy were considered guilty of crimes against millions of civilians and prisoners of war covered by other aspects of both international and Japanese law. Additionally, the imperial forces had violated successive international treaties signed by Japan, such as the Hague Conferences on the Prohibition of the Use of Chemical Weapons and the Kellogg-Briand Pact of 1929, so the actions committed between 1937 and 1945 were attributable as crimes against peace. In Manila, from October 29th until December 7, 1945, an American military court tried General Tomoyuki Yamashita, the Tiger of Malaysia, who faced 123 charges for crimes committed by Japanese soldiers for whom he was not responsible. Yamashita's defense accepted the atrocities, but said he was innocent as they were due to lack of communication and the breakdown of the chain of command. U.S. Attorney Army Colonel Harry E. Clark argued that no one would even suggest that the commanding general of an American occupational force becomes a criminal every time an American soldier violates the law. One man is not held to answer for the crime of another. The trial is considered as one of the most unjust and vindictive held by the Allies after the war. Yamashita had been an honest, brilliant, and efficient officer who loyally carried out his duty. The trial was considered a travesty even in many sectors of the United States. 2 of the judges who voted against the sentence called it a legal lynching. The court found General Yamashita guilty, and he was sentenced to death. His lawyer appealed to General MacArthur, who confirmed the sentence. General Yamashita was hanged on February 23, 1946. In parallel, General Masaharu Homma said he was unaware of the events in the Philippines until after the occupation ended. In his case, on January 11, 1946, the commission of 5 U.S. generals who had no legal training found him guilty and sentenced him to death.
Guilty of war crimes and crimes against humanity.
On April 3, 1946, General Homma was executed by a firing squad in the military prison at Los Baños in the Philippines. Judge Frank Murphy of the U.S. Supreme Court showed his dissatisfaction with the way the trial had been conducted, warning that these could not be vengeful, bloodthirsty purges. General MacArthur, in early 1946, prompted the establishment of the International Military Tribunal for the Far East, the body that would conduct the Tokyo trials in order to try those accused of war crimes, sometimes called the Asian Holocaust, committed by the imperial armies during the period of Japanese expansionism. The crimes were divided into Class A, crimes against peace. War criminals per se were Class B, and Class C contained all those accused of crimes against humanity. The trials began on May 3, 1946, and ended on November 12, 1948. Emperor Hirohito's absence from the dock caused a huge controversy. Of the 28 defendants, 2 died during the trial and another suffered dementia. Among the remaining 25, 7 were sentenced to death, and on December 23rd, Tojo, Muto, Matsui, Kimura, Itagi, Hirota, and Doihara were hanged in the prison of Sugamo. Among the 16 sentenced to life imprisonment, 3 died in prison: Koiso, Shiratori, and Umezu. Outside Japan itself, between 1946 and 1951, 5,500 Japanese officers faced trial. 4,400 of them were convicted, and 1,000 suffered the death penalty. Over the years since then, various Japanese governments have officially recognized the suffering caused by the country's army and have apologized for it on numerous occasions. Khabarovsk War Crimes Trials. Between the 25th and the 31st of December 1949, in the Russian city of Khabarovsk, the trials took place of 12 members of the Kwantung Army, the most prestigious force within the Japanese Imperial Army, charged with the manufacture and use of biological weapons. During the trial, some defendants stated that in 1941, members of Unit 731 launched contaminated fleas on the Chinese town of Changde, causing a plague epidemic. The 12 defendants were convicted and sentenced to forced labor. However, the man primarily responsible for Japanese germ warfare, microbiologist Shiro Ishii, Unit 731's general, was not charged in this trial. Arrested along with other members of the unit by the Americans, he managed to negotiate and obtain immunity for war crimes before the Tokyo trials. In return, Ishii provided the Americans all the data he had obtained on biological warfare based on human experiments. The Soviets insisted he face trial, but the American authorities refused. The information he provided was priceless and never could have been obtained in the United States due to the laws relating to human experiments. Dr. Shiro Ishii was never prosecuted for war crimes. He died at the age of 67 of throat cancer. Allied war crimes. In Eastern Europe, Soviet soldiers committed frequent war crimes, often with the approval of their government, which had not signed the Geneva Convention of 1929. The Soviet people had suffered invasion by and the cruelty of the Germans, and also knew well the atrocities of the enemy. It was not easy to persuade them to behave legally, and they frequently responded in kind, something that could be an excuse in some cases, but not in the Katyn murders. Rape, mass murder, and repression, among other crimes, were ongoing practices of the Soviet forces driving west, as well as during the occupations of Hungary, Bulgaria, Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Berlin. Paradoxically, Russian women who had been enslaved by the Nazis and anxiously awaited liberation were themselves frequent victims of rape by their own countrymen. For Stalin, a soldier who had crossed thousands of kilometers fighting, suffering hardship, and risking his life at all times, to then have fun with a woman was a matter of no importance. After the war, it was estimated that over 2 million women from the different regions of Germany had been raped by the Soviets. In Berlin alone, 100,000 women had suffered such sexual violence under the soldiers of Stalin. In Western Europe, Allied commanders always insisted their armies had always acted according to the Geneva Convention. However, this is not true. The Geneva Conventions were violated, and the Allies had participated in genocide, as the bombing of the German city of Dresden, for example, was later classified. The Allies justified the bombing of German cities because they were occupied and defended by Nazi forces, so they were considered military targets. Nevertheless, for some experts, this was indeed a war crime for which several Allied leaders should have faced trial, including Winston Churchill himself. Canadian historian Charles Perry Stacey, an Army officer and war correspondent, reported that when rumors spread that Lieutenant Colonel Frederick E. Wiggle, the Canadian officer in command of the Loyal Edmonton Regiment, had been killed by a sniper on the night of April 14, 1945, General Christopher Vaux ordered retaliatory action against the German city of Friesoyth in Lower Saxony. "Raise this damn town," shouted the soldiers. Via flamethrowers, the troops set fire to the city and bulldozers tore down all the buildings and even removed the rubble. Stacey, who was nearby the time of the incident, said he never heard of any similar events. In Italy, in 1944, Franco-Moroccan troops of the Expeditionary Corps under General Alphonse Juin that participated in the Battle of Monte Cassino committed mass rape and war crimes against 7,000 Italian civilians, including many children. The victims are still known by the name Marochinate. In France, after the landings in the north and south of the country, a large number of German soldiers surrendered to French forces in the interior. Many of them were killed by the men of the resistance as revenge for German crimes. British troops carried out looting after the Normandy landings mainly in Bayeux and Caen. Field Marshal Montgomery cracked down hard on such incidents. However, the British were also accused of using secret prisons known by the name of boxes where they tortured prisoners of war. It is clear that the winners always have the ability to hide whatever is in their interest to do so. But over the years, some facts have come to light through research, people involved speaking out, or files being declassified. Some examples include July 1943, during the invasion of Sicily, where a massacre took place in the Italian town of Canicattì, where 8 Italian civilians were killed by U.S. Lieutenant Colonel Herbert McCaffrey and some members of the military police. In Biscari, now known as Acate, in the south of the island on July 14, 1943, American soldiers murdered 73 Italian prisoners of war. After the massacre carried out by the Germans in the Belgian town of Malmedy on December 21, 1944, Major General Raymond Huff ordered the 328th Infantry Regiment to take no prisoners from among SS troops or German paratroopers. The massacre of the German concentration camp of Dachau took place on April 29, 1945, when the soldiers of the U.S. 45th Infantry Division captured the camp and killed 75 German soldiers who were prisoners of war. Between April and May 1945, the U.S. Navy conducted Operation Teardrop in order to sink the German submarines that were approaching the east coast of the United States. The Americans were convinced that they were armed with V-1 flying bombs. The U-546 was sunk and 8 men from its crew captured and tortured in order to obtain information about the possibility that the U.S. might be attacked with some new missile or other secret weapons. In the Pacific and Asia, some Allied soldiers had, since the beginning of the war, acquired a habit of collecting Japanese body parts from men that they had killed, much in the manner of a hunting trophy. After the war ended, when the remains of the Japanese soldiers on the Mariana Islands were sent home, more than 60% of the corpses were missing the brain. On several occasions during the war, commanders were forced to take disciplinary action against such practices, and the Department of the Judge Advocate General of the U.S. Army stated that such forms of actions were atrocious, brutal, and a violation of the Geneva Convention of 1929. Additionally, they could be punished by the death penalty. It is well known that Allied soldiers took the lives of Japanese prisoners because of the cruel and fanatical reputation their enemy had gained. Japanese soldiers maintained the tradition of Bushido, the way of the warrior, an ethical code that demanded loyalty and honor until death. In many cases, Japanese troops were considered by their captors to be mere animals, incapable of any feeling, and psyched up to fight to the death or commit suicide. The Japanese themselves were also convinced that if they fell into Allied hands, they would be murdered or tortured. In Southeast Asia in 1944, the British killed all Japanese prisoners as revenge for the atrocities committed against the war-wounded Allied soldiers. General Slim himself eventually admitted this. In the Australian Army, General Paul Alfred Cullen said that the killing of Japanese prisoners of war during the Kokoda Track campaign was normal, and that he even came to understand it, so he had stopped feeling guilty about it. During the Battle of Okinawa in 1945, more than 4,000 of the island's women reported having been raped. In 1963, in the Ryuichi Shimoda trial against the state, carried out by 5 survivors of the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, lawyers tried to show that both attacks had been illegal under the laws of war. They demanded compensation from the Japanese government for having waived claims for reparations from the United States under the Peace Treaty of San Francisco signed on September 8, 1951, between Japan and 49 Allied countries. The judges felt that the atomic bombings of both cities were indeed illegal acts under international law, but the accusers were denied the right to seek compensation because of the signing of the peace treaty. Information on the events during the Sino-Japanese War from 1937 to 1945 is scarce compared with that about the general treatment of Japanese prisoners, but after the colossal slaughter carried out by the Imperial Army in Nanking, violations of all kinds of laws continually took place by both sides. Sometimes people in Chinese towns were more afraid of their own soldiers than of the Japanese army. Some of the best-known examples were the killing of Japanese prisoners of war and Chinese civilians near Shanghai in 1937, photographed by Tom Simon of Switzerland, and in 1943 in the province of Hubei. Nationalist troops pillaged entire villages, killing thousands of their own civilians. In any case, in 2013, at the time of writing the conclusion to this long series, the words of the French writer Paul Valéry remain as relevant as ever. War, a massacre of people who don't know each other for the profit of people who know each other but don't massacre each other.